Duan Lingtian was stunned. The green-clad young man and Yi Yingkai were stunned as well as they stared at each other. It was as if time had frozen at this moment. Shortly afterward, Yi Yingkai regained his senses. He looked at the young man and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" The green-clad young man snapped back to his senses and replied, "Fu Qi." The green-clad young man and Yi Yingkai strangely did not feel wary. It was as though they were not facing a stranger, but a family member. Duan Lingtian noticed the prying eyes in the surroundings. Some of them clearly recognized the green-clad young man as well. Hence, he said, "Should we find another place to continue the conversation? It's rather inconvenient to talk on the streets. Isn't that Fu Qi, the prodigy from the Fu clan? Hey, that white-clad young man looks exactly like Fu Qi. Heavens, they look identical. Are they twins?" Twins? That makes sense. When Fu Qi's mother, the eldest miss of the Fu clan, brought him back to the clan, no one knew who his father was. Perhaps the twins were separated at birth due to their parents' separation? The crowd in the surroundings slowly increased in size. Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi regained their senses after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. Then they left with Duan Lingtian and the young woman who brought Fu Qi here. The young woman looked like she was in her 20s, but her real age was unknown. Women usually paid attention to their appearance after all. Once their cultivation bases reached a certain stage, they would usually maintain their youthful appearances. Soon after, the group entered a private room of a restaurant. Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi continued staring at each other after sitting down at the table. "I should inform Elder Yi about this," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Through Jinping Fan, he was privy to Yi Yingkai's past after all. Previously, Jinping Fan had even told him to keep Yi Yingkai's past a secret from Yi Yingkai, due to the promise the Pure Yang sect made to the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. After sending a message to Yi Chunfeng, it took a while before Yi Chunfeng replied, "Do you think they're twin brothers? I can't say for sure, but it's possible that that's the case. Elder Yi, if he's really Yi Yingkai's twin brother," Duan Lingtian replied. He did not dare to say for sure that Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi were twin brothers since there were cases where unrelated people resembled each other. However, Kur also had a twin sister in her past life and current life. Hence, he felt that the likelihood that the two young men were related was rather high. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Yi Chunfeng and informed him of what had happened. Yi Chunfeng remained silent for a moment and asked, "Do you think they might be twin brothers?" "Just let things happen naturally," Yi Chunfeng replied swiftly this time. "We can't separate them now that they've met, right? It'll make them even more suspicious. Moreover, even if we separate them, now that Yi Yingkai's curiosity has been aroused, he'll find out the truth sooner or later unless we get rid of his twin brother." Duan Lingtian also knew that at this point they could only let things happen naturally. Why do I feel like Elder Yi isn't very worried about Yi Yingkai discovering his past? Duan Lingtian thought to himself curiously, although Elder Jin was the one who suggested resting in Snow Forest City, if I'm not mistaken. Elder Yi was the one who steered the flying ship in the direction of the city. For some reason, Duan Lingtian felt that Yi Chunfeng had expected this and deliberately brought them here. After a moment, he sent a message to Jinping Fan to confirm his suspicion. Jinping Fan replied, "In fact, it was Junior Uncle Yi who told me to suggest resting in Snow Forest City. I didn't understand why at that time. It seems like it's his plan to let Yi Yingkai find out about his past. Since he said to let things happen naturally, just let it be. If I'm not mistaken, he likely hopes this will motivate Yi Yingkai more. I just wonder why he suddenly came up with this idea." Jinping Fan sounded curious as well. At this moment, a dignified old man dressed in a fine robe was leaving a courtyard. He was the clan leader of the Shui clan, a rudimentary emperor of gods. He was just leaving after visiting Yi Chunfeng. After the old man left, Yi Chunfeng returned to his room. His eyes flashed as he thought to himself, the Pingshan faction's Xianxia Yi improved tremendously after the death of his father. I wonder if Yi Yingkai will be even more motivated after finding out about his past. Since neither I nor the Pure Yang sect revealed his past, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice won't be able to accuse us of breaking our promise. Yi Chunfeng indeed had a hand in Yi Chunfeng meeting Fu Qi today. In the past, After bringing Yi Ying-kai back to the pure Yang sect, he had investigated Yi Ying-kai's background. He found out that Yi Ying-kai's mother and his twin brother were alive, and he also found out the mother and son had returned to a Lord rank force in the Green Province Mansion's Snow Forest City. Due to the promise made to the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, he did not tell Yi Ying-kai the truth and also prohibited his direct disciple, Yi Tong, from disclosing the truth to Yi Ying-kai. However, when Yi Tong told him about Yang Qian-ye's rapid improvement after the death of Yang Qian-ye's father, he finally decided to let Yi Ying-kai discover the truth. Duanling Tian remained quiet as Yi Ying-kai and Fu Qi spoke. One was a proud prodigy of the pure Yang sect, the top emperor rank force in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, while the other was a direct descendant in a Lord rank clan in the Green Province's Snow Forest City. Fu Qi, who was raised by his mother in the Fu clan, had adopted his mother's surname. He did not know anything about his father since his mother did not mention anything about his father at all. His mother had told him that he had a younger twin brother, but according to his mother, his younger twin brother had died. On the same day every year, his mother would only eat vegetarian dishes and wear mourning clothes in honor of his younger twin brother's death anniversary. You had a younger twin brother? Yi Ying-kai was shocked. They'll likely meet Fu Qi's mother next, right? Duanling Tian thought to himself as he watched silently from the side. As expected, not long after this thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind, Fu Qi suggested that Yi Ying-kai meet his mother. Yi Ying-kai naturally did not refuse. As they were about to leave, the young woman who followed Fu Qi here greeted Duanling Tian. Hello. What's your name? Duanling Tian. How should I address you, miss? Duanling Tian replied with a nod. My name is Fu Ye. Brother Fu Qi is my cousin. The young woman replied with a sweet smile. Although she was not the most beautiful, she was still very attractive. Fu Ye was outgoing and talkative. During their journey to the Fu clan's estate, Duanling Tian discovered that Fu Ye had seen Yi Ying-kai and brought Fu Qi over to meet Yi Ying-kai. Through Fu Ye, Duanling Tian also learned that the Fu clan had a good relationship with the Shui clan, the emperor rank clan that ruled Snow Forest City. The Fu clan was affiliated with the Shui clan and it was second only to the Shui clan in Snow Forest City. The clan leader of the Fu clan was Fu Ye's senior uncle, and his wife's grandfather was the clan leader of the Shui clan. Since the clan leader of the Shui clan had many male descendants, he doted on his granddaughter a lot. As a Lord rank force, the Fu clan's estate occupied a relatively spacious land in Snow Forest City. The entrance was rather grand, and guards lined both sides of the entrance. Miss 7th, young master Fu Qi. The guards bowed and greeted Fu Qi and Fu Ye in unison. After entering the Fu clan's estate, Fu Qi led them to a courtyard. Mother. Fu Qi's mother was an elegant and beautiful woman. She had a dignified air about her, and she must have been an outstanding cultivator back in the days. She did not seem to hear Fu Qi's greeting as she looked at Yi Ying-kai in shock. Her voice trembled as she said, Why you? Greetings, madam. Yi Ying-kai felt his heart skip a beat when he saw the woman. He wondered if the woman was his mother, and if he was truly Fu Qi's younger twin brother who was said to have died. He had always thought he was an orphan, and he could not help but wonder if that was not the case. The Alliance of Benevolence and Justice is going to gain a new enemy, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He could already imagine Yi Ying-kai's reaction once Yi Ying-kai confirmed Fu Qi and the woman were his family members. The result of Yi Ying-kai's visit to the Fu clan was exactly like Duanling Tian had predicted. Yi Ying-kai confirmed that Fu Qi was indeed his twin brother and Fu Qi's mother was also his mother. Naturally, after that he found out about his past. Yi Ying-kai and Fu Qi's mother's name was Fu Xiaofeng. She was the only daughter of the former clan leader of the Fu clan and the younger sister of the current clan leader of the Fu clan. In the past, she married into a Lord rank force in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Alas, that disaster landed on that Lord rank force, and as a result, her husband died in the process of protecting her. Her husband was, needless to say, the father of Yi Ying-kai and Fu Qi. Not many people were aware that the couple had twin sons. In order not to arouse the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice's suspicion, her husband kept Yi Ying-kai with him and sent her and Fu Qi away. All these years, I thought you followed your father into the afterlife. I really regret leaving you behind back then. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Fu Xiaofeng said. Her tears streamed down her face as she looked at Yi Yingkai. Not even in her wildest dream did she imagine she would be able to meet her other son. After all, she did not think there was a chance for him to survive. At this time, Yi Yingkai had also confirmed with Yi Chunfeng that Yi Chunfeng had saved him after his father perished. However, Yi Chunfeng only told Yi Yingkai about where he had saved Yi Yingkai and did not say anything about those who murdered his father. Even then, Yi Chunfeng's words were enough to confirm the truth of Fu Xiaofeng's words. After all, the Lord rank force Yi Chunfeng mentioned matched the Lord rank force Fu Xiaofeng mentioned. Mother. Although Yi Yingkai was not as emotional as his mother, his eyes were red and his body was stiff. He looked at his newly found mother at a loss, not knowing how to comfort her. At this time, Fu Qi finally said, Mother, it's not your fault. At that time, the circumstances only allowed you to bring one of us away. If we could return to the past, I'm willing to be the one left behind. I'm sure my younger brother understands this as well. As Fu Qi spoke, he looked at Yi Yingkai with a complicated gaze. He also did not expect Yi Yingkai to be his younger twin brother, whom he assumed died thousands of years ago. After calming down slightly, Fu Xiaofeng's expression changed slightly as she asked, Child, what happened to you back then? How did you survive? Surely those wicked people from the Alliance of Benevolence of Justice didn't adopt you and raise you, right? No, Yi Yingkai replied as he shook his head. When his mother mentioned the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, he instinctively clenched his hands as his eyes flashed coldly. Duanling Tian, who was standing at the side, could clearly sense the killing intent that Yi Yingkai emanated at this moment. Fu Xiaofeng sighed in relief upon hearing Yi Yingkai's reply. After that, she asked him questions about his life during all those years in the past. When she found out that he was saved by the founder of the Hidden Sword faction in the Pure Yang sect, Yi Chunfeng, she was surprised and felt happy for him at the same time. Fu Qi and Fu Yer, who were standing at the side, were stunned when they heard this as well. Fu Yer, who seemed even more shocked than Fu Qi, turned to Duanling Tian and asked, Duanling Tian, are you also from the Pure Yang sect? Duanling Tian? Wait, you're that Duanling Tian from the Pure Yang sect. Fu Xiaofeng turned to look at the purple-clad young man who had accompanied her son, whom she thought was dead, here. She did not expect that the purple-clad young man was the famous prodigy from the Pure Yang sect. At this time, Duanling Tian's fame was no longer limited to the Eastern Ridge Mansion. In the neighboring Green Province Mansion, many people, including those in Snow Forest City's Fu clan, had already heard about Duanling Tian. Fu Xiaofeng had heard about Duanling Tian from her eldest brother, the clan leader of the Fu clan. Previously, she heard that Duanling Tian had defeated the Wanqi clan's Wanqi Hong, the top prodigy in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Greetings, madam. Duanling Tian greeted politely with a slight nod. Aunt, you know him? Is he famous? Fu Yer asked in confusion. Coincidentally, Fu Yer and Fu Qi were one of the few who had yet to hear about Duanling Tian. Fu Xiaofeng shook her head and said with a smile, You've heard of Wanqi Hong from the Wanqi clan in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, right? Wanqi Hong had been acknowledged as the top prodigy in the Eastern Ridge Mansion for a long time, after all. It was only natural that his fame surpassed that of Duanling Tian at this moment. Moreover, Duanling Tian had only defeated him about 10 years ago, so Duanling Tian's fame was not as widespread as his. I've heard of him, Fu Yer said with a nod. He's the top cultivator under the age of 10,000 in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. He's quite famous. After that, Fu Xiaofeng said, 10 years ago, in the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Seven Kills Valley, a young man younger than 3,000 years old defeated Wanqi Hong, becoming the top prodigy among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Fu Yer and Fu Qi's expressions changed as soon as they heard Fu Xiaofeng's words. The top prodigy among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion has changed. Moreover, the person who defeated Wanqi Hong isn't even 3,000 years old. Aunt, are you sure? Why didn't I hear anything about this? Fu Yer asked skeptically. Meanwhile, Fu Qi had already turned to look at Duanling Tian. Although his mother did not mention the name of the top prodigy among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, It was clear that his mother was talking about Duanling Tian. His mother would not have mentioned this matter if it had nothing to do with Duanling Tian. He was clearly more quick-witted than Fu Yer. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. Fu Xiaofeng looked at Fu Yer dotingly as she said, "How come you're slow? Didn't it occur to you why would I bring up this matter at this moment?" Fu Yer was not stupid. She was just too shocked. With her aunt's reminder, she turned to look at Duanling Tian with widened eyes as she exclaimed, "You mean to say he's the one who defeated Wan Qihong 10 years ago? He's the young cultivator who became the top prodigy in Eastern Ridge Mansion before turning 3,000 years old?" "That's right," Fu Xiaofeng said with a nod. "I heard that Duanling Tian is from the Pure Yang sect. Not only is his name Duanling Tian, but he's also from the Pure Yang sect like my son. It's not hard to figure it out." Although Fu Xiaofeng was certain of her guess, she still looked at Yingkai for confirmation. Yingkai nodded. "It's him." After the reveal, Fu Qi, Fu Xiaofeng, and Fu Yer no longer treated Duanling Tian normally like before. Instead, they treated him as an important guest. Duanling Tian could not endure such treatment and hurriedly found an excuse to leave the Fu clan's estate. At the same time, he wanted to give Yingkai, who had just been reunited with his family, privacy as well. As he left, he thought to himself, from today onward, the alliance of benevolence and justice has gained a new enemy. Although the individual strength of the prodigy from the Pure Yang sect's hidden sword faction isn't that high, his support is very strong. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian inevitably thought about Yi Qinfeng. He could not shake off the feeling that Yingkai's reunion with his family was orchestrated by Yi Qinfeng. He could not help but wonder if Yi Qinfeng simply wanted Yingkai to meet his family, or if Yi Qinfeng wanted to motivate Yingkai using Yingkai's past. If it's the latter, isn't the pressure too heavy? Although Yingkai remained relatively calm, Duanling Tian knew Yingkai was not as calm as he seemed. Although being reunited with his family was a joyous matter for Yingkai, finding out his father's murderer was from a powerful force would surely pressure him. Duanling Tian continued to wander the streets of Snow Forest City after leaving the Fu clan's estate. He bought a few things before he finally made his way back to the inn. As soon as he returned to the inn, he saw a figure at the inn's entrance. Upon seeing Duanling Tian, the figure walked over. As the figure drew closer, Duanling Tian finally had a better look. He discovered the other party was Yang Qianyi, whom he had met when he was still in the Flying Dragon sect. At that time, Yang Qianyi had come to the Flying Dragon sect with a group of spirit void elders from the Pure Yang sect, one of which was Qin Wu Yang, to recruit Duanling Tian. Although Duanling Tian had heard about Yang Qianyi since his time in the Hidden Fog sect, he only met Yang Qianyi for the first time in the Flying Dragon sect. Seeing Yang Qianyi walking over, Duanling Tian frowned slightly and wondered, did something happen? Previously, before leaving the Pure Yang sect for the Seven Mansions feast, Duanling Tian had caught a brief glimpse of Yang Qianyi boarding the Tyrannic Saber faction's flying ship. After all, the Ping Shang faction had a better relationship with the Tyrannic Saber faction. The two founders shared the same master, after all. "Duanling Tian," Yang Qianyi said expressionlessly, "tell Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, that I'll personally avenge my father in the future." "Avenge your father?" Duanling Tian frowned, puzzled. He was aware that Yang Qianyi's father was Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect. He also knew that the father and son had different surnames because Lan Qing wanted to honor his wife by letting his son bear his late wife's surname. "Apart from that, there'll come a day when I'll be able to defeat you," Yang Qianyi continued to say frostily. Duanling Tian could tell that Yang Qianyi was different from before. In fact, when they were departing from the Pure Yang sect, he could already vaguely sense that Yang Qianyi was different, but he did not dwell on it. Now that Yang Qianyi was standing in front of him, the feeling became even more intense. Even after Yang Qianyi turned around and walked into the inn, Duanling Tian still did not recover from his shock and confusion. When he returned to his senses, he quickly sent a message to Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, as he walked into the inn. "Sect leader, are you free?" "Yes," Long Qingchong replied immediately. "What is it?" "You should be leaving for the Profound Jade Mansion to participate in the Seven Mansions feast soon, right?" Although the Flying Dragon sect was not eligible to participate in the Seven Mansions feast, they were still aware of many details such as its venue. That's right. I'm on my way to the profound Jade Mansion, Duanling Tian replied. You're already on the way there? Long Qingchang's eyes lit up and he smiled as he replied, Duanling Tian, based on your strength you should be able to rank in the top 3 during the Seven Mansions feast. Sect leader, you heard about what happened 10 years ago? Duanling Tian asked. However, he was not surprised. After all, even an elder from a lord-rank force in the Green Province Mansion had heard about what happened. How could Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, an emperor-rank force in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, be unaware of that incident in the Seven Kills Valley? Even if Long Qingchong spent most of his time in the Imperial War Realm, he would still hear about it at some point. Unless he had just come out from the battlefield in the Imperial War Realm today, it would be impossible for him to have not heard about it. After all, apart from the battlefields, communication was possible in the Imperial War Realm. Of course, I've heard about it, Long Qingchong replied. As the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, I'd be grossly out of touch if I didn't hear about it. A complicated expression appeared on Long Qingchong's face when he replied to Duanling Tian. He had long known Duanling Tian was highly talented and would definitely be chosen to represent the Pure Yang sect in the Seven Mansions feast. He also knew Duanling Tian had a high chance of ranking in the top 10. However, he did not expect Duanling Tian to gain such great support from the Pure Yang sect and become an intermediate Lord of Gods in such a short time. Not only that, but Duanling Tian even defeated Wan Hong in the Seven Kills Valley 2 years after becoming an intermediate Lord of Gods. Long Qingchong naturally knew that Wan Hong was the top prodigy in the Wanqi clan, one of the top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, and the Eastern Ridge Mansion below the age of 10,000. How could he not feel shocked when such a person was defeated by Duanling Tian, who once used to be the Flying Dragon sect's proud prodigy? Duanling Tian chuckled in response to Long Qingchong's words before he went straight to the point. He asked, Sect leader, did you hear anything about the 10,000 Devils sect recently? Did something happen to their sect leader? You've heard about it as well? Long Qingchong said. His voice changed slightly upon hearing Duanling Tian's question. Then he said, wait, if you've heard about it, you wouldn't ask me those questions. Indeed, something happened. Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect, is dead. Why did you suddenly ask about it? Duanling Tian's expression froze when he heard Long Qingchong's reply. Did Yang Qianyi change so drastically because of his father's death? Duanling Tian did not hold back and recounted what happened earlier to Long Qingchong. Yang Qianyi told you to tell me that he'll personally avenge his father one day? Long Qingchong said with a faint smile on his face. It seems like he thinks I killed his father. Sect leader, what happened? Duanling Tian asked with a frown. Lan Qing was murdered. The 10,000 Devils sect has been spreading rumors that I killed him, Long Qingchong said. Do you believe me if I say I have nothing to do with Lan Qing's death? Duanling Tian grew even more confused. What happened exactly, sect leader? Why would the 10,000 Devils sect accuse you of that? It's said that Lan Qing's murder was recorded by a floating image pearl. Although the culprit's face was not revealed, his figure and the law he comprehended were clearly recorded. Long Qingchong explained. Perhaps, most people would mistake the culprit for me. After all, the culprit's figure and the law he comprehended were the same as mine. However, those who are familiar with me would be able to tell that the person in the recording isn't me. My movements now are more restrained and not so exaggerated. Clearly, the culprit was trying to imitate me when killing Lan Qing. I tried to investigate this matter, but I found nothing. I wonder what's the culprit's motive. To instigate Yang Qianyi so Yang Qianyi will seek revenge from me? Or is the culprit hoping the powerhouse in the Pure Yang sect, who supports Yang Qianyi, will kill me on Yang Qianye's behalf? Although Long Qingchong had spoken calmly, Duanling Tian could detect the underlying anger in Long Qingchong's voice. He could understand Long Qingchong's anger at being wrongly accused. After all, if I wanted to kill Lan Qing, I wouldn't have acted so cowardly. Even if I wanted to hide my identity, would I be so exaggerated with my movements or use methods that would enable others to identify me? It's unfortunate that I couldn't find any clues about the culprit at all. That aside, I find that floating image pearl that recorded Lan Qing's death suspicious as well. If there was no third party at that time, then where did the floating image pearl come from? Did it belong to Lan Qing? Did Lan Qing know he was going to die so he recorded everything? However, if it belonged to Lan Qing, how could the murderer not notice it? If it belonged to the culprit, why would the culprit record such a thing when he should be hiding his identity? Logically, the culprit shouldn't have left the floating image pearl behind since it's clear that he was trying to hide his identity. If you think about it carefully, you'd see that there are many suspicious points regarding this matter. After a pause, Long Qingchong added, Duan Ling Tian, if you see Yang Qianyi again, please convey my message to him. I, Long Qingchong, am innocent in this matter. I didn't kill his father. If he doesn't believe me, he can look for me in the Flying Dragon sect, and I'll give him a demonstration of my strength to clear his doubts. Please also tell him that I'll continue to investigate this matter. Although I'm not a prominent figure in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, I won't allow myself to be slandered in this manner. However, if he refuses to believe me and insists on seeking revenge from me, he's free to do so. I'm not one to look for trouble, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. Duan Ling Tian agreed to convey Long Qingchong's message to Yang Qianyi. After that, he switched directions. Instead of returning to his courtyard, he intended to look for Yang Qianyi. However, he soon realized he did not know which room Yang Qianyi was staying in. He only knew those who boarded Yi Chunfeng's flying ship were arranged to stay on the right side of the back of the inn, while those who followed Li Fenggu's flying ship were staying on the left side. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw someone coming out from one of the rooms on the left. Duan Ling Tian? Are you looking for me? The disciple, who just came out, was stunned when he saw Duan Ling Tian approaching him. He was puzzled. After all, he was not acquainted with Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother, Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile, do you know which room Yang Qianyi from the Pingsheng faction is staying in? You don't have to address me as senior brother. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of that title, the young man said as he hastily waved his hand. In the pure Yang sect, the strong are revered. Moreover, we're not from the same faction. If anything, I should address you as senior brother. Then, the young man pointed to one room and said, Yang Qianyi is staying there. Thank you, Duan Ling Tian said before making his way to the room. The young man thought to himself, confused, why is Duan Ling Tian looking for Yang Qianyi? I heard that Duan Ling Tian had a conflict with the 10,000 Devil sect where Yang Qianyi came from. I don't think they're friends, right? When Yang Qianyi saw Duan Ling Tian, he was surprised and puzzled as well. When he recovered his senses, he asked expressionlessly, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to invite me in? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile despite the cold reception from Yang Qianyi. Yang Qianyi frowned, but he still opened the door and let Duan Ling Tian enter the room. However, he did not say another word and walked into the room first. Clearly, he did not treat Duan Ling Tian like a guest at all. Be quick if you have anything to say. You're interrupting my cultivation, Yang Qianyi said. In the past, he hated Duan Ling Tian greatly and wished he could kill Duan Ling Tian because Duan Ling Tian was the cause of the deaths of his childhood friends, Du Pejun and Du Qianjun. However, a greater hatred had taken root in his heart, and he had a greater purpose now. He was determined to avenge his father and kill Long Qingchong. Compared to Long Qingchong, Duan Ling Tian was insignificant at this moment. I just spoke to sect leader Long, Duan Ling Tian said bluntly. Did you convey my message to him? Yang Qianyi asked coldly. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then that's enough, Yang Qianyi replied coldly. Since he has the guts to kill my father, he should be prepared for the consequences. He won't have to wait very long. Yang Qianyi spoke with certainty, confident about his progress. Duan Ling Tian ignored Yang Qianyi's frosty and murderous expression and said, Sect leader Long asked me to convey something to you as well. He didn't kill your father. If he wanted to kill your father and hide his identity at the same time, he wouldn't have used such moves that would point to him. Moreover, his comprehension of the law is much higher than what was shown in the recording. He said that if you don't believe him, you can go to the Flying Dragon sect, and he'll give you a demonstration to clear your doubts. After a beat, Duan Ling Tian asked, that aside, Do you not find the floating image pearl that recorded your father's death suspicious? How likely is it for your father to record the culprit with a floating image pearl but was not detected by the culprit? If it was recorded by the culprit, why would the culprit leave such an important thing behind when he was clearly trying to hide his identity? Think about it. After a pause, he added, in any case, he said if you insist on seeking revenge from him, he'll be waiting for you. After thinking about it for a moment, Duanling Tian said again, to be honest, your matter has nothing to do with me. However, I'd just like to remind you that it's best for you to find out the truth before you act. Even if you manage to kill sect leader Long, what if the true culprit isn't him? At that time, wouldn't the real culprit get away with it? Duanling Tian did not wait for Yang Qianye's reply, and left the room after he finished speaking. He felt like he had said more than enough, and it was none of his business what Yang Qianye chose to do going forward. Yang Qianye naturally did not bother to see Duanling Tian off. His expressions had changed after listening to Duanling Tian's words. He was strangely calm at this moment. After his father's death, he was rarely calm unless he was cultivating. The bitter memories he had been unwilling to recall slowly resurfaced in his mind at this moment. With Duanling Tian's reminder, he began to recall everything that he had learned about his father's death. After that, just as Duanling Tian had said, he found that his father's death was indeed highly suspicious. There were too many things that did not add up. If it's not Long Qing Chong, then who is it? Although Yang Qianye's desperation to avenge his father did not change, he did not let his emotions get the better of him at this moment. He had been blinded by his grief and the thoughts of revenge previously, but with Duanling Tian's reminder, he was finally able to think clearly. Duanling Tian no longer thought about Yang Qianye. After all, the decision was in Yang Qianye's hands. Moreover, he was rather confident that Yang Qianye would make the right decision. After all, Yang Qianye might be blinded by his grief and anger, but Yang Qianye was not stupid. Over the next few days, Duanling Tian did not leave the inn at all. He continued to cultivate until the entourage from the Pure Yang sect was ready to leave Snow Forest City to continue on their journey to the profound Jade Mansion, where the venue for the Seven Mansions Feast was located. When everyone gathered, Yi Chenfeng said, "We won't be stopping after this. For those who are participating in the Seven Mansions Feast, use this time to cultivate. You're going to be competing against prodigies from the other 6 mansions. I don't expect all of you to rank in the top 10 or even the top 30. Even if you rank in the top 100, you'll still be greatly rewarded." This time, there were 66 young disciples from the Pure Yang sect participating in the Seven Mansions Feast. This meant that there were roughly 3 disciples from each faction in the Pure Yang sect. The young disciples were all lords of gods under the age of 10,000 years old. Ordinary emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion could only dream of having such a group of disciples. For example, the Flying Dragon sect only had very few lords of gods below the age of 10,000. Even the prodigies from the Pure Yang sect were mostly rudimentary lords of gods. Most of them were only participating in the Seven Mansions Feast and to show off the number of young prodigies in the Pure Yang sect. In the beginning, the Seven Mansions Feast was a platform for the various forces' outstanding prodigies to compete for a place for their elders to enter the secret holy realm. However, it also became a place for the younger generation to display their talent and potential. Needless to say, the talent and potential of the younger generation of a force would dictate the rise or fall of a force in the future. After all, even if a force had an advanced Emperor of Gods, there was no guarantee the advanced Emperor of Gods would live for a long time. A force would eventually decline if it did not continue to produce new advanced Emperors of Gods. At this moment, Zhenping Fan asked through voice transmission, "Duanling Tian, is Yi Kai really related to the Fu clan?" Coincidentally, Duanling Tian was looking at Yi Kai, who was sitting cross-legged in a corner and staring blankly into space at this time. Then he replied, "Yes, Yi Kai just met his biological mother. He met his twin brother when we were on the street of Snow Forest City." "So he knows about the past?" Jinping Fan asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yes, he knows," Duanling Tian replied. "Junior Uncle Yi must have orchestrated the reunion," Jinping Fan said. "I've been thinking over the past few days. After all, why would Junior Uncle Yi need me to suggest taking a break in Snow Forest City when he could do it himself? Moreover, I suspect he also made sure Yi Kai met his twin brother." Duanling Tian agreed with Jinping Fan completely, but he did not say anything since he felt that it was inappropriate for him to comment on the matter. I have to admit Junior Uncle Yi is really smart. If the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice finds out that Yi Yingkai is aware of what happened in the past, they won't be able to blame Junior Uncle Yi at all, even if they suspect he has a hand in this, Jinping Fan said. After a brief pause, he said, however, why did Junior Uncle Yi choose this moment to let Yi Yingkai reunite with his family? Duanling Tian, do you have any idea? Duanling Tian gave voice to his speculation. Perhaps he hopes revenge will drive Yi Yingkai to progress faster? Jinping Fan smiled bitterly. Isn't this pressure too much? The target of his revenge is the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, after all. Moreover, Junior Uncle Yi and the Pure Yang sect won't be able to intervene in the matter on his behalf. After all, when the tragedy happened, Yi Yingkai was not a member of the Pure Yang sect yet. Moreover, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had already made a big concession to Junior Uncle Yi and our sect back then by sparing Yi Yingkai's life. Duanling Tian naturally had thought this as well. In the end, he replied with a smile, Elder Zhan, if you're really curious, why don't you ask Elder Yi about it? Jinping Fan rolled his eyes at Duanling Tian and said, don't tell me you're not curious at all? I'm really quite curious. I'm going to ask him about it. Then Jinping Fan turned to look at Yu Chenfeng. After about a dozen breaths later, he turned to look at Duanling Tian, who was staring at him. Duanling Tian could not help but ask, what did Elder Yi say? Jinping Fan wore a strange expression on his face, but he replied honestly, according to Junior Uncle Yi. This is Yi Tong's idea. Junior Uncle Yi naturally agreed. Otherwise, Yi Yingkai wouldn't have been able to reunite with his family. However, Junior Uncle Yi said that Yi Tong was inspired by someone you know. Who is it? Duanling Tian asked curiously. Jinping Fan's eyes glinted as he replied, Yang Qianyi from the Ping Xing faction. Duanling Tian was stunned. What does this have to do with Yang Qianyi? Junior Uncle Yi said that Yi Tong told him that Yang Qianyi recently broke through and became an intermediate Lord of Gods due to his father's death. Jinping Fan said with a sigh, I saw Yang Qianyi previously, but I didn't pay attention to him. I didn't expect him to become an intermediate Lord of Gods so quickly. In the Pure Yang sect, both of you held the record for taking the shortest time to become intermediate Lords of Gods. Not even Junior Uncle Yi and I were as fast as both of you. If it weren't for you, Yang Qianyi would have become the disciple who became an intermediate Lord of Gods in the shortest time in the Pure Yang sect. Duanling Tian was surprised upon hearing Jinping Fan's words. It finally dawned on him why Yang Qianyi seemed completely different from before. It also explained why Yang Qianyi was so confident about killing Long Qingchong to avenge his father in the future. Jinping Fan glanced at Yi Yingkai, who was still staring blankly into space, before he said, Yang Qianyi's comprehension of the law is quite profound as well. His strength should be comparable to that of Yi Yingkai now. Duanling Tian was unaware that Yang Qianyi had become an intermediate Lord of Gods, so he was rather shocked. It was surprising to him that hatred could drive someone to unleash such extraordinary potential. He had long heard about Yang Qianyi's talent while he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. However, that talent was far from enough for Yang Qianyi to become an intermediate Lord of Gods in such a short time. Apart from that, he was also shocked that Yi Tong from the Pure Yang sect's Hidden Sword faction was inspired by Yang Qianyi, so Yi Tong schemed for Yi Yingkai to reunite with his family and discover the truth. It was also unexpected that Yi Chenfeng would agree to Yi Tong's plan, allowing Yi Yingkai to discover the truth of his past and to seek revenge for his father and his clan from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. I hope he'll be able to withstand the pressure. If he manages to do so, he'll definitely soar to greater heights. However, there's also a chance that he might crumble under the pressure, Duanling Tian thought to himself. After that, Duanling Tian thought about his own cultivation journey. His greatest motivation was to rescue Ku'er in the Divine Offering Land. Now that he found Ku'er was in the Divine Offering Land's realm battlefield, he was even more motivated to grow stronger, so he could enter the realm battlefield to rescue her. Although the realm battlefield was no longer as dangerous as the time when he first arrived, it would still be difficult for him to wander the realm battlefield without a care in the world with his current cultivation base. In the realm battlefields, let alone kings of gods and lords of gods, Even emperors of gods were common. There was also a chance of encountering supreme gods in there. Why am I thinking about other people's affairs when I can't even deal with my own affairs? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a self-deprecating smile on his face before he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Although the cultivation environment in the flying ship was less than ideal, it was not difficult for him to immerse in cultivation. All he did was ask Jinping Fan to stop others from disturbing him during the journey before he began to cultivate. After agreeing to Duan Ling Tian's request, Jinping Fan could not help but sigh inwardly. What a hard-working young man. Kai is really inferior in this regard. Kai should use this time to cultivate instead of staring blankly into space at this time. He can only avenge his father if he's strong enough. Staring into space won't help him avenge father. Jinping Fan shook his head as he looked at Kai again. The journey to the profound Jade Mansion was very smooth. Even if they encountered roadblocks, nobody dared to stand in their way after Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu displayed their strength. After all, they were still in one of the 7 mansions. There were hardly, if any, supreme gods in the 7 mansions. At most, there were a few advanced emperors of gods who lived in seclusion in the 7 mansions. Even then, they would be focused on breaking through and becoming a supreme god. Hence, most of the troublemakers were only ordinary cultivators. It would be shocking if there was even one rudimentary emperor of gods among these troublemakers. With 2 intermediate emperors of gods, it was only natural that their journey was extremely smooth. I still need more time to stabilize my cultivation base. I hope that I'll be able to stabilize it before the finals of the 7 Mansions feast. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He did not expect it to be so difficult to stabilize his cultivation base after becoming an intermediate Lord of Gods. Even if he had enough Lord-grade limit divine pills to help him, he was still short of time. Hence, he could not help but feel slightly anxious. At this moment, little Tian, it's not good to be anxious and impatient when cultivating. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the familiar voice. This voice? Sister Water? Why you've awakened? Duan Ling Tian naturally recognized the voice of the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements that resided in his little world. In the past, the 5 divine elements had helped Duan Ling Tian tear through the barrier and cross over to the realm battlefield. As a result, they exhausted their energies and fell into a deep slumber. After that, he had also sealed his little world to prevent others from discovering his secret. However, after becoming a Lord of Gods, he had made a small opening in his little world so that the 5 divine elements could contact him when they woke up. With his current cultivation base, even emperors of gods would not be able to sense the 5 divine elements unless they deliberately probed him with their divine consciousness. Even if advanced emperors of gods tried to probe him with his cultivation base, he would be able to sense their divine consciousnesses and had plenty of time to seal his little world before they probed him. Duan Ling Tian had been eagerly waiting for the 5 divine elements to wake up. Not only did he feel guilty about them exhausting their strength because of him, but he also felt safer when the 5 divine elements were conscious. There were his trump cards, after all. Now that the world-cleansing divine water woke up, he knew it would not be long before the other divine elements woke up as well. Yes, but I've yet to fully recover my strength, the world-cleansing divine water said weakly. It'll take me a few hundred to 1,000 years to completely recover my strength. I'll have to go back to sleep again. Previously, I've discussed this with the divine elements. We agreed that whoever managed to recover a little bit of energy first would wake up to check on you. I didn't expect you to become an intermediate Lord of Gods in such a short time. How amazing! The world-cleansing divine water used to live in a divine tree of life in a realm of gods before the realm of gods was destroyed. Hence, it had seen many outstanding prodigies in its life. For it to praise Duan Ling Tian, there was no doubt that his progress was tremendous. Sister Water, did you wake up just to tease me? Duan Ling Tian was flattered by the praise, but he was more disappointed when he learned that it was likely the other divine elements would not be waking up so soon. Didn't I say it's because everyone wants to make sure you're okay and check on your progress? The world-cleansing divine water said. Her voice was calm, and she sounded like a caring elder sister as always. I'm in a rush to stabilize my cultivation base now, Duan Ling Tian said with a sigh. I'll be participating in a competition called the Seven Mansions Feast. It'll be beneficial to my cultivation if I can rank first, but I'm not confident I'll be able to do so if I can't stabilize my cultivation base completely. Relax. Let me try to observe your cultivation base, the world-cleansing divine water said. Duanling Tian would not allow most people to probe his cultivation base, but he did not hesitate when it came to the world-cleansing divine water. After all, if the world-cleansing divine water wanted to harm him, it had plenty of chances to do so in the past. Soon enough, he felt the world-cleansing divine water's cool energy enter his body and coursed through his meridians. His body relaxed, and he felt very calm. It was as though all his worries had melted away at this moment. He only regained his senses when the world-cleansing divine water spoke again. Little Tian, it's not impossible for you to stabilize your cultivation base in a short time. I have a way, but I can't guarantee that it'll work. Duanling Tian asked eagerly, Sister Water, what is it? The 5 divine elements can try to help you, the world-cleansing divine water said. I'll wake them up first. After that, we'll mobilize our energies before merging them with your divine energy so you can stabilize your cultivation base. This will definitely speed up the process, but I can't say for sure if it'll be done before the 7 Mansions Feast starts. After all, I have no idea when the 7 Mansions Feast starts. Duanling Tian did not tell the world-cleansing divine water the exact date of the 7 Mansions Feast, because he was worried the looming deadline would make the 5 divine elements overexert themselves trying to help him stabilize his cultivation base. It would negatively affect them if that happened. Sister Water, this will exhaust a lot of energy, right? Duanling Tian asked. It's fine. It's just a small matter to us. It'll only require less than 10% of the energies we've recovered over the years, the world-cleansing divine water said. After all, you've done a good job of stabilizing your cultivation base so far. If you've just become an intermediate Lord of Gods, it would likely exhaust all the energies we recovered to help you stabilize your cultivation base. So don't worry about us or refuse our help. Don't forget, it's also beneficial to us if you become stronger. I'd have to discuss with them first if it were another matter. But I can confidently make the decision this time because I know they won't refuse to help you. Then it finally asked, Now tell me, when does the 7 Mansions Feast begin? Duanling Tian felt relieved upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words. If the 5 divine elements had to exhaust all the energies they recovered just to stabilize his cultivation base, he would never agree to it. With that, he told the world-cleansing divine water about when the 7 Mansions Feast would begin. After that, he asked, Sister Water, will we be able to stabilize my cultivation base in time? After pondering for a brief moment, the world-cleansing divine water responded, we should be able to make it in time. Duanling Tian was ecstatic upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words. I'll speak to them now, and we'll work together to help you stabilize your cultivation base. I won't talk to you any longer so I can focus on helping you. If we get distracted, we risk expending more energy than necessary. The world-cleansing divine water before going silent. Then Duanling Tian watched as the world-cleansing divine water's energy reached out to the other divine elements' energies that were revolving around the divine tree of life. Soon after, 5 streaks of energy surged out of the small opening of his little world and entered his body. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up briefly before he quickly calmed down and began to cultivate. With the help of the 5 divine elements and the world-cleansing divine water's words, he did not doubt whether he would be able to stabilize his cultivation base before the start of the 7 Mansions Feast. Duanling Tian lost track of time as he immersed himself in his cultivation. The energies of the 5 divine elements carried with it the rich heaven and spirit energy from his little world, so the less-than-ideal cultivation environment on the flying ship was no longer a concern to him. Under normal circumstances, Duanling Tian would not risk exposing the existence of his little world. However, with the 5 divine elements, he was not worried about the leakage of the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world or detection. Since Jinping Fan was near Duanling Tian, no one disturbed Duanling Tian's cultivation. However, even if Jinping Fan was not around, no one would be foolish enough to disturb Duanling Tian, who was obviously cultivating when they knew the Pure Yang sect placed all their hopes on him for the 7 Mansions Feast. While the entourage from the Pure Yang sect made their way to the profound Jade Mansion, various forces were also on their way to the profound Jade Mansion. There were also a few that were just to depart. In the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Wanchi clan, a flying ship just departed from the Wanchi clan's estate. The flying ship was unlike ordinary Emperor-grade flying ships because it was forged by a skilled artifact expert, who was a good friend of one of the ancestors of the Wanchi clan. It was more spacious than ordinary Emperor-grade flying ships. However, speed-wise, the custom-made flying ship was just like the other Emperor-grade flying ships. At this moment, many members of the Wanchi clan crowded every corner of the flying ship. The entourage from the Wanchi clan was led by one of the Wanchi clan's Golden Seat elders, Wanchi Yuning. The Wanchi clan used to have 3 Golden Seat elders, but one of them, Wanchi Ju, had died some time ago. Wanchi Yuning was also the strongest person in the Wanchi clan. The flying ship was quiet and peaceful due to Wanchi Yuning's presence. When the others chatted, all of them used voice transmission. No one dared to speak out loud due to the dark expression on Wanchi Yuning's face. Before departing from the Wanchi clan's estate, Wanchi Yuning had met with Wanchi Hong and spoke to Wanchi Hong briefly. At that time, Wanchi Yuning still wore a smile on his face. However, after they boarded the flying ship and Wanchi Hong found a corner to settle in, the smile on Wanchi Yuning faded and was replaced with a dark expression. An elder of the Wanchi clan sent a message to another elder who was standing next to him. Sigh. The ancestor must be reminded of Ancestor Wanchi Ju. I agree. Ancestor Wanchi Ju's death didn't only affect our clan, but Ancestor Wanchi Yuning as well. Moreover, I'm sure he's also worried about his breakthrough. Even if Wanchi Hong manages to secure a place for him to enter the secret holy realm, it's not a guarantee that he'll be able to break through there. You should know he's running out of time, especially if he doesn't break through. After a while, the silence on the flying ship was broken by Wanchi Yuning. He looked at the young man sitting cross-legged in a corner and asked with burning eyes, "Little Honger, I forgot to ask you earlier. Have you stabilized your cultivation base?" The young man opened his eyes upon hearing Wanchi Yuning's words. He rose to his feet and said respectfully, "Ancestor, I didn't let you down. I managed to stabilize my cultivation base." A wide smile bloomed on Wanchi Yuning's face immediately. "That's great. This is great news. It won't be a problem for you to rank in the top 3 during the 7 Mansions feast now that you've stabilized your cultivation base. Perhaps, you might even be able to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian by defeating him." His smile widened as he continued to say, "Duan Ling Tian has only been an intermediate Lord of Gods for slightly over a decade. It's impossible for him to completely stabilize his cultivation base in such a short time. Even if he's highly talented and the Pure Yang sect gave him many resources, it's impossible for him to achieve such a feat. If he has yet to completely stabilize his cultivation base, it means his strength won't increase much. You lost to him previously, but this time, you'll be able to defeat him in front of Yi Chunfeng. I heard Yi Chunfeng is one of the 2 people leading the Pure Yang sect's entourage." Wanchi Yuning's eyes glinted coldly when he mentioned Yi Chunfeng. From the moment Yi Chunfeng wielded his prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, he knew he, who was barely a match for Yi Chunfeng before, could no longer compete with Yi Chunfeng. If they fought, there was a possibility that Yi Chunfeng would be able to defeat him within 10 moves. Yi Chunfeng. Wanchi Hong's eyes burned with hatred upon hearing Yi Chunfeng's words. "Keep up the good work. With your progress, you might be able to avenge your great-great-grandfather in the future." Wanchi Yuning said through voice transmission. It was inappropriate to openly say such words to incite Wanchi Hong, after all. If Yi Chunfeng caught wind of it, who knew if Yi Chunfeng would cut the trouble off at the root? There might be spies on board the flying ship, after all. If something happened to him or Wanchi Hong, the Wanchi clan would be finished. Not only would the Wanchi clan lose their strongest powerhouse, but they would also lose their most outstanding young prodigy, who was the future pillar of the clan. Wanchi Hong's voice was low as he asked through voice transmission, "Ancestor, is killing allowed during the 7 Mansions feast?" Wanchi Yuning was slightly taken aback by Wanchi Hong's words. He stared at Wanchi Hong intently as he said, "Under normal circumstances, it's prohibited. The only way is if your opponent agrees to a life-or-death battle. Even then, You'll have to obtain the agreement from the Seven Mansions Feasts Council. Wan Qiuning naturally knew Wan Qihong wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian during the Seven Mansions Feast. He said grimly, however, I don't agree with you challenging Duan Ling Tian to a life-or-death battle. It's not that I think you're no match for him, but Duan Ling Tian is a monster. I believe you'll be able to defeat him and rank in the top 3 during the Seven Mansions Feast, but killing him is a different matter. Who knows what he's capable of if cornered? Even if he challenges you to a life-or-death battle, I'll advise you to refuse. I hope you can understand my thoughts. The Wanqi clan can't afford to take any more risks, and you're the hope of our clan. After a brief moment, Wan Qihong replied, I understand, ancestor. At this moment, 2 flying ships were approaching the outskirts of the profound Jade Mansion. These ships were from one of the 7 mansions, excluding the Eastern Ridge Mansion and the Green Province Mansion. In one of the flying ships, a group of young men was gathered in a corner and chatting among themselves. Hey! Do you think Duan Ling Tian from the Eastern Ridge Mansion is as monstrously talented as the rumors said? He's not even 3,000 years, but he defeated the Wanqi clan's Wan Qihong. The rumors might not be true. I know Wan Qihong. He's very strong. I'm no match for him at all. I don't believe he would be defeated by someone who's not even 3,000 years old. Well, we'll find out for sure during the Seven Mansions Feast. We have an advanced Lord of Gods representing our force this time. It shouldn't be a problem for him to rank in the top 10. Although he's not as strong as Wan Qihong, he's still an advanced Lord of Gods. He'll definitely be able to rank in the top 10. I remember that there were 6 advanced Lords of Gods who participated in the previous Seven Mansions Feast. All 6 of them ranked in the top 10. Sigh. It's too difficult to become an advanced Lord of Gods before reaching the age of 10,000. I don't think I'd be able to become an advanced Lord of Gods before reaching 12,000 years old. Many people traveling to the profound Jade Mansion for the Seven Mansions Feast were talking about Duan Ling Tian. All of them were very interested in the young man who had a meteoric rise after defeating Wan Qihong, the most outstanding prodigy below the age of 10,000 in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. The Seven Mansions Feast was held in the profound Jade Mansion, and it was jointly hosted by the top 4 forces in the profound Jade Mansion. Instead of using one of their estates as the venue, they chose a vast piece of land outside. The piece of land was located on a mountain in the lofty mountain range in the profound Jade Mansion. They had flattened the peak of the mountain, thus creating a piece of vast land. Small floating islands hovered in the air. They were so small that each of them could only accommodate a few people. They were by far the smallest floating islands Duan Ling Tian had ever seen. These small islands are for the audience, Jinping Fan said when he saw Duan Ling Tian's doubtful gaze. The layout for the venue of the previous Seven Mansions Feast, which I participated in, was rather similar to this. These small islands should be for high-ranking officials from the various top forces in the Seven Mansions. The islands give a better view of the battles, after all. After listening to Jinping Fan, Duan Ling Tian saw a few stone tables that could accommodate 2 people on each of the floating islands. As for the flattened mountain peak, it was very simple. There was no special arena since it was not necessary. After reaching a certain level, most of them would take to the sky and fight. Suddenly, Jinping Fan said, "They're here." Duan Ling Tian followed the direction of Jinping Fan's gaze and saw an old man accompanied by 2 middle-aged men. In just a moment, the trio arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others. The old man was dressed in a light blue robe. His hair had lightened with age, but his face was almost that of a middle-aged man. His expression was originally stern, but when arrived, his eyes shone brightly as he looked at Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu, who led the entourage from the Pure Yang sect here. The old man greeted the duo with a smile. "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, we've not met for so many years, but both of you are still as charming as ever." The 2 middle-aged men standing behind the old man were looking at Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu as well. When one of the middle-aged men looked at Yi Qinfeng, his gaze turned complicated. He was Huang Qiyuan. He was an elder of an emperor-rank sect, the Fortune sect, in the profound Jade Mansion. He was also one of the most powerful advanced Lords of Gods in the Fortune sect. During the Seven Mansions Feast 10,000 years ago, he once defeated Yi Qinfeng in fewer than 10 moves, and later on, he even managed to rank in the top 10. As for the old man standing in front of Huang Qiyuan, he was Huang Qiyuan's father and master. He was a rudimentary emperor of gods from the Fortune sect. His name was Huang Long. Elder Huang, Lu Fenggu greeted with a nod and a smile. As for Yi Chen-feng, after he greeted Huang Long, he looked at Huang Qi-yuan, who was standing at the back, said, "Senior brother Huang, we've not seen each other for 10,000 years. How are you?" Yi Chen-feng's smile was bright, and his attitude was modest when speaking to Huang Qi-yuan, whose status was lower than his. However, Huang Qi-yuan's expression darkened when he heard Yi Chen-feng's friendly greeting. Nonetheless, he said, "Elder Yi, that's right. We've not seen each other for 10,000 years. You've changed a lot. Back then I was young, reckless, and ignorant. I hope Elder Yi can forget our unpleasant past." Many among the young generation, including Duanling Tian, were naturally puzzled by Huang Qiyun's sudden statement. After all, Huang Qiyun's words very clearly implied that Yi Chen-feng was targeting him. Yi Chen-feng's smile was refreshing as the spring breeze as he shook his head and said, "Brother Huang, you're overthinking things. Don't misunderstand me. Forget it. Since you don't want to reminisce about old times with me, let's move on." Then he turned to Huang Long and said, "Elder Huang, please lead us to our accommodation." Huang Long's expression was slightly complicated when Yi Chen-feng spoke to his son. When he saw his son bowing to Yi Chen-feng, it left a bitter taste in his mouth. After all, his son was once a proud prodigy and performed remarkably well during the Seven Mansions feast 10,000 years ago. At that time, his son had defeated Yi Chen-feng. Alas, after 10,000 years, his son had yet to break through and become an emperor of gods. Not only did Yi Chen-feng surpass his son, but Yi Chen-feng had surpassed him as well. Who would have expected that the young man who failed to rank in the top 20 during the Seven Mansions feast 10,000 years ago would become the strongest person in Eastern Ridge Mansion 10,000 years later? In the past, many people said that Yi Chen-feng was the strongest person in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. However, there were also many people who doubted him. However, when Yi Chen-feng went to the Wanqi clan and killed Wanqi Ju, a golden seat elder from the Wanqi clan, with just a strike of his prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, no one doubted he was the strongest person in the Eastern Ridge Mansion anymore. Huang Long sighed inwardly. He regained his composure and said, "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, this way please." As they made their way to the specially prepared accommodations, Lu Fenggu introduced the trio from the Fortune sect to the members of the Pure Yang sect around him. "This is Elder Huang Long. Elder Huang Qi-yuan is his son. As for the other person, he's Elder Huang Long's disciple. They're all from the Fortune sect." At the same time, Jinping Fan also explained to Duanling Tian the reason why Huang Qi-yuan had reacted so exaggeratedly toward Yi Chen-feng's friendly greeting. As it turns out, he defeated Elder Yi and even went on to rank in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions feast 10,000 years ago. Duanling Tian also learned that apart from defeating Yi Chen-feng 10,000 years ago, Huang Qi-yuan had also said some unpleasant words to Yi Chen-feng after he defeated Yi Chen-feng. Duanling Tian shook his head as he thought to himself, "After 10,000 years old, Elder Yi has become an intermediate emperor of gods and even managed to form a complete artifact soul. But that person is still stuck in the realm of an advanced lord of gods. So many things changed after 10,000 years." It was no wonder Huang Qi-yuan was so sensitive and reacted in such a manner toward Yi Chen-feng's greeting. Yi Chen-feng's greeting was polite and friendly. However, to Huang Qi-yuan, such a greeting was no different from being humiliated. After all, whether it was in regard to strength, status, or identity, the gap between them was too wide. When Yi Chen-feng mentioned they had not seen each other for 10,000 years, it would only remind everyone, especially Huang Qi-yuan, about the changes during the past 10,000 years. It would remind Huang Qi-yuan of the gap between now. After thinking about it, Duanling Tian thought that Yi Chen-feng had deliberately greeted Huang Qi-yuan in such a manner to remind Huang Qi-yuan that although Huang Qi-yuan managed to defeat him 10,000 years ago, he had left Huang Qi-yuan in the dust 10,000 years later. Duanling Tian shook his head as he thought to himself, "I didn't expect Elder Yi to have such a side as well." However, this really shows that the weak won't stay weak forever and the strong also won't stay strong forever. It's best not to look down on someone just because they're weaker. Duanling Tian was still lost in his thoughts when he received another voice transmission from Jinping Fan. "Seeing that Elder Huang Long and his son were arranged to receive us, I'm sure it must be done by someone in the fortune sect who has conflicts with them. To think, they're meeting during the Seven Mansions feast again. With Junior Uncle Ye's current achievements, how's it possible for Huang Qiyuan, who once acted arrogantly after defeating Junior Uncle Yi, to be in a good mood? Duan Tian agreed with Zhan Pingfan's words. After learning about the past, he thought it was impossible for Huang Long and Huang Qiyuan to volunteer themselves to welcome Yi Feng and the others from the Pure Yang sect. Initially, Huang Long flew in the lead. After a while, he slowed down his speed and turned around to ask Yi Feng and Lu Fenggu, Elder Yi, Elder Lu, I heard that there's an outstanding prodigy from the Pure Yang sect called Duan Tian who defeated the Wanqi clan's Wanqi Hong. Where's he? Duan Tian, come greet Elder Huang. Lu Fenggu turned back and said. His gaze was complicated as he looked at Duan Tian. After all, the tyrannic saber faction had tried to recruit Duan Tian in the past but was rejected. He also knew the benefits they offered were not the best. Otherwise, Duan Tian might not have refused them so resolutely. He could not help but feel regretful that he missed out on recruiting such an outstanding person. If he was able to recruit Duan Tian and accept Duan Tian as a disciple, he would likely be the master of a supreme god in the future. In Lu Fenggu's opinion, Duan Tian should have no problem becoming a supreme god. He was confident that Duan Tian could easily become an advanced emperor of gods, even if it was a difficult task for average cultivators. Hence, he felt that Duan Tian had a high potential of becoming a supreme god in the future. Since he had been called out, Duan Tian naturally could not refuse. He took a few steps forward before he cupped his fists together at Huang Long with a slight bow and said, Greetings, Elder Huang. I'm Duan Tian. Apart from Huang Long, Huang Qiyuan and Huang Long's disciple were also looking at Duan Tian. The trio from the fortune sect was obviously very curious about Duan Tian. Huang Long sighed as he said, You're just as handsome as the rumor said. Moreover, you're so talented. You're not even 3,000 years old, but you're already an intermediate lord of gods. What an outstanding prodigy. Duan Tian responded modestly to Huang Long's praise. After that, silence descended. Fortunately, it did not take long before they arrived at their destination. They stood in a canyon surrounded by beautiful mountains with sparkling rivers. This was the place that was specially prepared for the people from the Pure Yang sect. The courtyards and the wooden houses in the canyon looked brand new, and all the necessities they needed had also been prepared. They were clearly built not too long ago. Since there were still a few months left before the start of the Seven Mansions feast, the people from the Pure Yang sect would be spending their time here. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, see you in 3 months. After sending the entourage from the Pure Yang sect to their destination, the trio from the Fortune sect bade farewell to Yi Feng and Lu Fenggu before leaving. Both the venue for the Seven Mansions feast and the accommodations for the various forces from the Seven Mansions were arranged by the 4 top forces in the Profound Jade Mansion. There were no restrictions for formations here. Under such circumstances, even if the 4 top forces in the Profound Jade Mansion were the host of the Seven Mansions feast, there was no way for them to tamper with the Seven Mansions feast or attack the young disciples from other forces to prevent them from participating in the Seven Mansions feast. Duan Tian saw Lu Fenggu setting up various formations in and around the canyon with a group of elders from the Pure Yang sect. No formation was set prior to this. Even if there was, the people from the Pure Yang sect would not be able to rest assured and would still set up their own formations. After a while, Duan Tian and the other young disciples from the Pure Yang sect quickly selected a wooden house each. Some of them wanted to cultivate on their own. Seeing this, those who were lazy felt embarrassed and were forced to cultivate as well. There were also those who cultivated in ostentatious places, putting up an act of diligence in front of the elders. In fact, this attitude was not surprising. There were only 3 months left before the start of the Seven Mansions feast. In most cases, it was impossible to make any significant improvement in such a short time, no matter how hard they cultivated. Moreover, there was also the pressure of the Seven Mansions feast pressing down on them that was not conducive to their cultivation. However, for Duan Tian, these 3 months were a race against time. His cultivation base had yet to completely stabilize since the 5 divine elements had only begun to help him not too long ago. The next 3 months would be the critical period for him. I must completely stabilize my cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate Lord of Gods before the start of the Seven Mansions feast. Otherwise, I don't stand a chance of ranking first at all. Even the elders from the Fortune sect thought Duanling Tian was an outstanding prodigy, but he did not feel proud at all. Many outstanding talents would be participating in the Seven Mansions feast, and many of them were not weaker than him. After all, most people speculated that even Wanqi Hong, who was previously acknowledged as the top prodigy under the age of 10,000 in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, only had a decent chance of ranking in the top 3 previously. This meant they were not even completely sure he could rank in the top 3, let alone rank first. Duanling Tian knew he was not much stronger than Wanqi Hong. The main reason he was able to defeat Wanqi Hong so quickly back then was due to Wanqi Hong underestimating him. If Wanqi Hong had taken him seriously from the beginning, he would have had a harder time defeating Wanqi Hong. Currently, his strength did not improve much compared to 10 years ago. With this current strength, he knew it was impossible for him to rank first in the Seven Mansions feast. I really hope I'll be able to completely stabilize my cultivation base before the start of the Seven Mansions feast. This was Duanling Tian's last thought before he completely immersed himself in his cultivation. He did not pay attention to the time at all. He was not worried about missing the Seven Mansions feast. The Pure Yang sect had invested so much in him that they would definitely wake him up when it was time for the Seven Mansions feast. Not only that, but the Pure Yang sect had also pinned all their hopes on him. After all, apart from him, even the most outstanding disciples would have a tough time ranking in the top 10. How could they allow him to miss the Seven Mansions feast? While Duanling Tian was cultivating, Jinping Fan and Yi Chunfeng were chatting while drinking tea. Junior Uncle Yi, Jinping Fan said with a smile, I really didn't know you're so good at holding grudges. 10,000 years have passed, but you still remember how Huang Qi Yuan mocked you back then. In fact, I think his reaction back then was only normal since you were indeed weaker than him. There's no need to hold a grudge at all. Do you think he'd dare to mock you now? Jinping Fan shook his head after he finished speaking. Yi Chunfeng glared at Jinping Fan and said, Brat, what do you mean by good at holding grudges? What gave you that idea? Did I do anything to him earlier? I only greeted him. How can greeting him be considered revenge? Moreover, we can be considered old friends. Although we only met once 10,000 years ago, friendship is born out of rivalries. Moreover, when I greeted him earlier, I also sent him a voice transmission to thank him. If it weren't for his mocking words back then, I wouldn't have been driven by the humiliation to become stronger. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. I even thanked him. I really don't understand why he would react like that. How confusing. Jinping Fan felt rather speechless after listening to Yi Chunfeng's words. After a moment, he said, So you mocked him through voice transmission as well? Initially, I thought perhaps he was a little too sensitive. However, after listening to you, I feel he really has a great temper. If it were me, I would have started cursing at you. It doesn't even matter if you're stronger than me. You're really ruthless. Jinping Fan gave Yi Chunfeng a thumbs up with an expression of admiration on his face. At the same time, he wondered if he had ever offended Yi Chunfeng in the past. He teased Yi Chunfeng for a few moments before he changed the subject and said, Junior Uncle Yi, you made such a big promise to Duanling Tian previously. Do you really think he has a high chance of ranking first in the Seven Mansions feast? To Jinping Fan's surprise, Yi Chunfeng shook his head and said, It doesn't necessarily mean that I think has a good chance of ranking first. I just want to motivate him. If his strength is like what it was 10 years ago, I'm afraid it'd be impossible for him to rank in the top 3, let alone rank first. Upon hearing this, Jinping Fan's eyes widened immediately. He asked, Junior Uncle Yi, did you receive news regarding the Seven Mansions feast? Yi Chunfeng nodded. Yes. I recently received news that there's an outstanding prodigy in the Consonance Mansion. If the rumors are true, that person will likely rank in the top 3 of the Seven Mansions feast. Consonance Mansion? Jinping Fan asked as his eyes shone with curiosity. Which force is he from? The United Heavens sect, Yi Chunfeng replied. Last year, a young man, whom not many in the sect knew, suddenly appeared and easily defeated all the outstanding young disciples in the sect. Moreover, he fought them 1 against 5. The 5 most outstanding young disciples in the United Heaven sect are all famous. Both of us know about them. Although the strongest among the 5 is weaker than Wan Qihong, he's only slightly weaker. He has a great chance of ranking in the top 10. Zhen Pingfan's expression darkened as he said, "To think the United Heavens sect hid such a monstrous talent so well. They must have been waiting for the 7-mansion feast to reveal such an existence." After calming down, he asked again, "Are there any strong participants apart from that person from the United Heavens sect in the Consonance Mansion?" Yi Chen-feng nodded. "There are a few young disciples who were previously unheard of from the Underworld Mansion and the Divine Morning Mansion. There are rumors that the 2 mansions work together to nurture these young disciples. The places they secured would then be divided among the 2 mansions. There are 3 top forces in the Underworld Mansion and the Divine Morning Mansion respectively. Even if their disciples only rank in the top then, they'd be able to secure enough slots for everyone." Zhen Pingfan frowned. "Why are the Underworld Mansion and the Underworld Mansion so shameless this time?" Yi Chen-feng glared at Zhen Pingfan and said, "You're one to talk. 10,000 years ago, no one from the Underworld Mansion and the Divine Morning Mansion ranked in the top 20. At that time, you told them that they should simply give up on participating in the 7 mansions feast or join forces to cultivate new talents so they would have a higher chance of winning. If you ask me, you were the one who gave them the idea." Zhen Pingfan's expression froze immediately. Did I say that? I don't think so." Zhen Pingfan wore a sheepish expression on his face as fragmented memories from the past of him saying such words appeared in his mind. "I only mentioned it as a joke back then. How could they take my words so seriously? I was only joking. No one has seen the strength of the young disciples they cultivated, but they shouldn't be weak. At least, they shouldn't be weaker than Wan Qihong from the Wanqi clan." It was obvious that Yi Chen-feng paid a lot of attention to the participants that the Underworld Mansion and the Divine Morning Mansion cultivated. Zhen Pingfan sighed. "If this is true, the Underworld Mansion and the Divine Morning Mansion are truly daring to use up all their resources just to cultivate participants of the 7 mansions feast." "Indeed." Yi Chen-feng nodded in agreement. As time passed, more and more people from the various top forces in the 7 mansions arrived. All of them were arranged to stay in different places. The young disciples did not wander around and focused on their cultivation instead. Time continued to fly, and in just a blink of an eye 3 months had passed. "Duan Tian, it's time to go. The 7 mansions feast is about to start." Duan Tian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the wooden house, was woken up by Zhen Pingfang early in the morning on the day of the 7 mansions feast. He opened his eyes. They were bright, and his aura seemed to have changed as well. "It's finally going to start," Duan Tian muttered to himself. In just a moment, he flashed outside and appeared in front of Zhen Pingfan. It did not take long before the people from the Pure Yang sect left for the venue of the 7 mansions feast. It did not take long for Duan Tian to arrive at the first place he was brought to after arriving in this place 3 months ago. The small floating islands, which were reserved for the high-ranking officials from the various top forces in the 7 mansions, were just the same as before. As for the young generation, they could only hover in the air watch. Zhen Pingfan, who was sitting at a stone table on one of the small floating islands, said to Duan Tian through voice transmission, "Duan Tian, why don't you come down here and sit with us? Junior Uncle Yi and Elder Yi won't mind." Duan Tian refused Zhen Pingfan's invitation immediately. "Elder Zhen, I'm fine here." After that, Duan Tian continued to look around. Since it was still rather early, only the Pure Yang sect and another 3 forces had arrived. However, there were no young disciples among the people from the 3 forces that arrived. Naturally, appearance was not an indication of one's age. The participants could very well choose a more mature appearance even if they were below the age of 10,000. Duan Tian naturally stood with the other young disciples from the Pure Yang sect near the island where the elders from the Pure Yang sect were seated. At this moment, Duan Tian suddenly received a voice transmission from Yi Chen-feng. "The people from the Wanqi clan are here." Duan Tian turned slightly and saw a group of people being led over by an old man. With just a glance, he recognized the old man. It was none other than Wanqi Yuning, the Golden Seat Elder of the Wanchi clan, who was also a powerful intermediate emperor of gods. He led the people from the Wanchi clan here? Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. However, when he recalled the Wanchi clan's current situation, he thought it was not really surprising. In the past, there were 4 intermediate emperors of gods in the Wanchi clan. Wanchi Lu Su, the clan leader of the Wanchi clan, and Wanchi Yuning, Wanchi Wu Ming, and Wanchi Ju, who were the 3 Golden Seat Elders of the Wanchi clan. However, out of 3 Golden Seat Elders, Wanchi Ju died while Wanchi Wu Ming was grounded. This meant there were only 2 people who could lead the others here. As the clan leader, Wanchi Liusu would stay in the clan to guard the clan, so there was only Wanchi Yuning left. Soon after, Duanling Tian sensed a hostile gaze directed at him from behind Wanchi Yuning. Before he even took a good look, he already knew to whom the hostile gaze was from. Only Wanchi Hong would be so hostile toward him in the Wanchi clan. Although Duanling Tian had something to do with Wanchi Ju's death, it was not enough for the Wanchi clan to blame him for it. If anything, they would blame Yi Qinfeng and Jinping Fan. Only Wanchi Hong would harbor such hatred toward him. After all, Wanchi Hong could not direct his hatred toward Yi Qinfeng and Jinping Fan yet. The most obvious target for Wanchi Hong now was Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian met Wanchi Hong's gaze, Wanchi Hong did not conceal his murderous intent at all. On the contrary, he even said to Duanling Tian icily, "Duanling Tian, one day I'll kill you to avenge my great-great-grandfather." Upon hearing Wanchi Hong's voice transmission, Duanling Tian smiled faintly and said, "Wanchi Hong, if my memory didn't fail me, I didn't kill your great-great-grandfather. If you want to seek revenge, you're looking at the wrong person. At the very least, I shouldn't be the main target." Wanchi Hong only scoffed in response. His expression darkened, and his murderous intent intensified as he continued to stare at Duanling Tian. At the same time, Wanchi Yuning, who led the Wanchi clan's entourage, followed the direction of Wanchi Hong's gaze and saw Duanling Tian. Then, his eyes flashed with an indecipherable emotion. After a moment, he shifted his eyes to the small floating island near Duanling Tian. And when his eyes landed on a golden-clad carefree figure on the island, unconcealable fear shone in his eyes. The golden-clad figure was none other than Yi Qinfeng. "Elder Wanchi, please follow me." The high-ranking officials of the Wanchi clan were arranged to be seated on the small floating island next to the Pure Yang sect's small floating island. No one knew if this was intentional or not. The distance between the 2 small floating islands might seem far to the average cultivator, but it was nothing to those on the islands. Following Wanchi Yuning's lead, the high-ranking officials of the Wanchi clan took their seats on the small floating island. At this time, the sound of laughter rang in the air before a cheerful voice called out, "Elder Wanchi." The owner of the voice was a burly middle-aged man. The burly middle-aged man, along with the people behind him, soon appeared in front of the people from the Wanchi clan. Upon seeing the burly middle-aged man, Wanchi Yuning led the elders from the Wanchi clan to stand up before nodding at the middle-aged man politely. Leader Ren. The burly middle-aged man was the leader of the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. The people from the Wanchi clan were not surprised that the leader of the alliance personally led the entourage from the alliance here. Unlike sects and clans, the alliance was formed and led by a group of powerhouses. The title of Alliance Leader was just an honorary title. Nonetheless, one still had to possess enough strength to be given such a title. The leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was the strongest person in the alliance. It was said that he usually did not manage the affairs of the alliance and spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation. He would only step forward if it was necessary for him to take action. After greeting Wanchi Yuning, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice turned around and called out, "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, long time no see." Leader Ren Lu Fenggu responded after he stood up briefly and nodded. As for Yi Qinfeng, he only glanced at the other party before ignoring the other party. Upon seeing this, the young disciples of the Wanchi clan assumed that Yi Qinfeng had responded so coldly because Yi Qinfeng was strong enough to do so. Even Duanling Tian felt that way in the beginning. However, after thinking about it, he knew Yi Qinfeng was not that kind of person. There was definitely a reason behind Yi Cheng's cold treatment of the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Just like every other time, Duanling Tian turned to Jin Pingfan when he was curious. In just a moment, he received a reply from Jin Pingfan. Back then, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice didn't think Junior Uncle Yi had much potential. As such, he gave a valuable item which should have gone to Junior Uncle Yi to a prodigy from the Seven Kills Valley. However, he didn't do it because he had ulterior motives. After all, it did not affect him no matter who he gave the item. It was just that he didn't have a discerning eye and chose to give the item to the other person because he thought the other person was more talented than Junior Uncle Yi. That item was very important to Junior Uncle Yi at that time. Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian also realized that Yi Chenfeng, who was fiercely protective of his own people, could really hold grudges for a long time. It was due to this that Yi Chenfeng's reputation inside and outside of the Pure Yang sect was very different. Yi Chenfeng's reputation outside of the Pure Yang sect was less than stellar, while his reputation in the sect was pristine. In short, everyone in the Eastern Ridge Mansion either loved Yi Chenfeng or hated him. Soon after the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice settled down on their small floating island, another group of people arrived. They were led by those from the profound Jade Mansion to a small floating island on the other side of the Pure Yang sect's small floating island. Elder Yi, Elder Lu. Duanling Tian saw a few familiar faces in this group of people. Hence, he knew they were from the Seven Kills Valley. Among the people Duanling Tian recognized from the Seven Kills Valley, there was Yu Chonglien, who had welcomed Jin Pingfan and the others during the trading conference. There was also Hong Yunxiao, an elder and an emperor of gods whom he met in the Imperial War Realm while he was still in the Flying Dragon sect. In the past, he had been surprised when he found out Hong Yunxiao possessed a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Apart from those two people, Duanling Tian also recognized Dao Wei, who was Yu Chonglien's disciple. He was also among the top young prodigies in the Seven Kills Valley. Coincidentally, Dao Wei met Duanling Tian's eyes. Unlike the past, no contempt could be seen in his eyes at all, only fear remained. The person leading the people from the Seven Kills Valley was neither Yu Chonglien nor Hong Yunxiao. It was an old man whom Duanling Tian was not familiar with. Despite his age, he looked very energetic, and his eyes seemed very keen. After looking at the old man for a moment, Duanling Tian shifted his eyes back to Hong Yunxiao. He found that Hong Yunxiao bore quite a resemblance to the old man. Previously, I heard Elder Jin say that Hong Yunxiao's great-grandfather is one of the few intermediate emperors of gods in Seven Kills Valley. The old man should be his great-grandfather. Similar to Jin Pingfan, Hong Yunxiao was a rudimentary emperor of gods. They both also had a high status and had close relatives holding high positions in their respective forces. Elder Hong. This time, not only Lu Fenggu, but Yi Chenfeng rose to his feet as well to greet the old man with a smile. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian asked Jin Pingfan through voice transmission, "Elder Jun, don't tell me Elder Yi also has a grudge against Elder Hong?" Jin Pingfan was caught off guard by Duanling Tian's question. When he recovered, he said with a wry smile, "Duanling Tian, do you have any misunderstandings about Junior Uncle Yi? He's really not one to hold grudges." Duanling Tian did not reply after listening to Jin Pingfan's words, but he complained inwardly, "He's not one to hold grudges? If he doesn't hold grudges, why would he provoke Huang Qiyuan from the profound Jade Mansion's fortune sect as soon as he arrived? If he doesn't hold grudges, why would he ignore the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice when the other party took the initiative to greet him?" Duanling Tian only shook his head silently. He knew that Yi Chenfeng could act the way he did due to his strength. Perhaps Yi Chenfeng would not have dared to act in this manner 10,000 years ago. However, if Yi Chenfeng's strength was what it was 10,000 years ago, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice also would not have taken the initiative to greet Yi Chenfeng. After the old man exchanged pleasantries with Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu and led his people to their designated small floating island, the people from the Seven Kills Valley and the Pure Yang sect no longer spoke. "The people from the Seven Kills Valleys are here. The people from the Dragon Martial Divine sect should arrive soon, right?" Duanling Tian looked around. He could see more and more people arriving. He only needed to look at the small floating islands to roughly determine how many forces had yet to arrive. After a moment, he confirmed there were fewer than 10 forces that had yet to arrive. Soon after, another group of people appeared and greeted Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu, attracting Duanling Tian's attention. Elder Yi, Elder Lu. Among this group of people, Duanling Tian saw two familiar faces. As such, he knew they were from the other top force in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, the Dragon Martial Divine Sect. The Dragon Martial Divine Sect was slightly weaker than Pure Yang Sect, but it was stronger than the Wanqi clan. Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu rose to their feet and smiled. Elder Xiao. Seeing this, Duanling Tian no longer had to ask Jinping Fan. He knew Yi Qinfeng definitely did not have any conflict with this Elder Xiao from the Dragon Martial Divine Sect. After exchanging pleasantries, the people from the Dragon Martial Divine Sect greeted the people from the Seven Kills Valley before going to the small floating island next to that of the Seven Kills Valley. Following that, Duanling Tian saw most of the remaining small floating islands had also been occupied. From the beginning to the end, apart from the forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, the other forces from the other 6 mansions did not greet them at all. With this, Duanling Tian speculated that the relationships between the mansions were not very close. It seemed like they were not familiar with each other at all. After all, if they were familiar with each other, they would have greeted each other. Otherwise, they would ignore each other. It was not surprising if the only time they crossed paths was only during the 7 Mansions feast. However, not greeting each other or ignoring each other on the surface did not mean they did not pay attention to each other's movements. Although no one from the other 6 mansions came to greet Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu, Duanling Tian saw many people looking in their direction from time to time. He knew they were not looking at him. Although he had become somewhat famous, no one knew what he looked like. Hence, he knew they were looking at Yi Qinfeng. Clearly, news of Yi Qinfeng's prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact sword had spread. Otherwise, with Yi Qinfeng's previous achievements alone, they were not enough to draw such attention. Duanling Tian was still observing his surroundings when a loud voice rang in the air. Friends and young talents from the various mansions, welcome to the profound Jade Mansion. Following that, Duanling Tian saw 4 people flying up from 4 different small floating islands. Earlier, Jinping Fan had told him the 4 top forces in the profound Jade Mansion would also be seated on the small floating islands. The 4 people flew to the center and stood side by side. They were 3 old men and 1 middle-aged man. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier looked around before he said loudly, "It's a great honor for the profound Jade Mansion to host the 7 Mansions feast this time. Many people present on the scene are old friends, but there are also many new faces who are participants of the 7 Kills Mansion. My name is Lin Donglai, and I'm the Golden Rock Elder from the profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames sect." After introducing himself, the middle-aged man introduced the 3 old men next to him. The person on my left is the Decreed Elder of the Fortune sect, Ding Jianchu. He's known as the profound Jade God of Sword, and he's the best sword cultivator in our profound Jade Mansion. After listening to the introduction, Duanling Tian could not help but look at the Decreed Elder of the Fortune sect a little longer. Despite his age, Ding Jianchu stood tall and straight like a javelin. Although it was very faint, he could sense a slight piercing and fierce aura from Ding Jianchu. Ding Jianchu was clearly restraining himself, so one could imagine how terrifying his aura would be if he did not restrain himself. It seems like this Elder Ding is about to master the Sword Dao. Duanling Tian, who had mastered the Sword Dao, could vaguely sense it from Ding Jianchu's aura. At this time, Ding Jianchu shook his head and said, "Everyone, Elder Lin's overpraising me. I'm no god of sword. I'm just an ordinary cultivator who's interested in the Sword Dao. In regard to the Sword Dao, who in this place dares to say that he or she can beat Elder Yi Qinfeng from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Pure Yang sect? In the 7 mansions, Elder Yi is the only one who's mastered the Sword Dao." As soon as Ding Jianchu's voice fell, everyone's attention shifted toward Yi Qinfeng immediately. Yi Qinfeng only smiled faintly and said, "Elder Ding, you're overpraising me as well. Moreover, you're just 1 step away from mastering the Sword Dao yourself." Yi Qinfeng, who had also mastered the Sword Dao, naturally could sense this just like Duanling Tian. Due to his cultivation base, he could sense it even more clearly than Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian might not be able to confirm it, but Yi Qinfeng could. Ding Jianchu's eyes shone upon hearing Yi Chenfeng's words. He laughed and said, Elder Yi, you have a good eye. After the 7 Mansions feast, I'd like to invite Elder Yi and everyone from the Pure Yang sect to stay in the Fortune sect for a while. Our sect will treat all of you as honorary guests. Of course, the most important thing is that I have a few questions to ask Elder Yi. While Ding Jianchu spoke, Lin Donglai and the other 2 old men seemed to tense up. Although they knew Ding Jianchu's swordsmanship was good, and that he had comprehended the rudimentary form of the sword Dao, they had no idea he was only a step away from comprehending the real sword Dao. Moreover, Ding Jianchu's intention could not be more obvious. He had flattered Yi Chenfeng and invited Yi Chenfeng and the others from the Pure Yang sect to stay as honorary guests in the Fortune sect in order to curry favor with Yi Chenfeng, hoping that Yi Chenfeng would be able to help him smoothly comprehend the real sword Dao. Yi Chenfeng exchanged a glance with Lu Fenggu before he replied with a smile, It'd be my pleasure. The Pure Yang sect had no reason to reject Ding Jianchu's invitation. After all, even if Ding Jianchu mastered the sword Dao, it would not threaten the Pure Yang sect. Even if Ding Jianchu had ill intentions, it would be difficult for Ding Jianchu to do much, especially when the profound Jade Mansion was so far away from the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Ding Jianchu's smile brightened as soon as Yi Chenfeng accepted his invitation. However, he no longer spoke since now was not the time. Subsequently, Lin Donglai, the Golden Rock Elder from the Howling Flames sect, continued to say, This person is the supreme elder of the Duanmu clan in the profound Jade Mansion. He's Duanmu Yunfan. Duanmu Yunfeng only nodded slightly in response to Lin Donglai's introduction. Then, Lin Donglai introduced the 4th person. This person next to Elder Duanmu is the vice sect leader of the profound Jade Mansion's Nether Sword Villa. He's Lang Shiryu. Lang Shiryu was a thin old man dressed in a black robe. His expression was stern. Similar to Duanmu Yunfeng, he only nodded slightly in response. This time, the 4 of us will personally oversee the 7 Mansions feast, and I'll be the spokesperson for the 4 of us. We'll make sure all the outstanding prodigies won't suffer unnecessary harm. After all, the battles during the 7 Mansions feast are meant to help the participants improve. Participants don't need to risk their lives for this. As for the rules of the 7 Mansions feast, they're the same as what they were in the past. If you don't know the rules of the 7 Mansions feast, I'll give you 15 minutes to speak to your elders. Following that, the 3 old men returned to their respective small floating islands while Lin Donglai continued to stand in the center. The 7 Mansions feast is about to start. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with excitement. Previously, Jinping Fan had already told him about the rules and process of the 7 Mansions feast. First, they would draw lots to determine their opponents. As the host, the profound Jade Mansion could cheat, but it would not affect the 7 Mansions feast much. After all, at most, they could only help their young prodigies survive a little longer by helping them select weaker opponents in the beginning. Those who were weak would still be eventually eliminated as the competition progressed. During the previous 7 Mansions feast, none of the hosts bothered cheating since it was pointless. Moreover, if they were found out, their reputation would suffer a huge blow. In the end, there were more downsides to cheating. At that time, Jinping Fan had said after the opponents are selected for the first round, if you defeat your opponent, you'll enter the novice group. Participants can challenge those from the novice group. If the challenger wins, he or she will take the place of the person they defeated. However, those in the novice group can only be challenged once, and the challenger also only has one chance to issue a challenge. In the end, half of the participants will be in the novice group. Those who failed to enter the novice group aren't without hope. In the next round, they'll have a chance to make a comeback. 15 minutes passed by very quickly. In the sky above the arena, Ling Donglai, the elder from the Howling Flames sect who would be hosting the 7 Mansions feast, said with a smile, It's time. Now, may I have the participants' attention, please? I'll be throwing out the lots and you can grab them. Infuse them with your divine energy, and the words will be revealed. Those with the same words would be opponents. The winner will then be in the novice group. Please pay attention. I'll throw the lots in 10 breaths. There are more than 1,000 participants? Although there were many people in attendance, they were scattered in different places, so Duan Ling Tian did not realize there were more than 1,000 participants. However, it was not surprising since there were almost 30 forces from the 7 Mansions, including the 5 top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. If there were 40 participants from a force, there would already be more than 1,000 participants. The 7 mansions were the Eastern Ridge Mansion, the Green Province Mansion, the Profound Jade Mansion, the Consonance Mansion, the Underworld Mansion, the Divine Morning Mansion, and the Feudal Lord Mansion. There were 5 top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion and the Consonance Mansion. For top forces in the Green Province Mansion, the Profound Jade Mansion, and the Feudal Lord Mansion. And there were 3 top forces in the Underworld Mansion and the Divine Morning Mansion. There were 28 forces in total. For the 7 mansions feast this time, the top forces in the 7 mansions sent their elders and young disciples here. When there were 2 or 3 breaths left, Lu Fenggu's reminder echoed in the ears of the young disciples from the pure Yang sect. Pay attention. Duanling Tian naturally prepared himself. After 2 breaths, Lin Donglai finally made a move. He casually waved his hands and countless tokens sailed in the air like flower petals in front of everyone's eyes. Then, he used his divine energy to keep the tokens from falling to the ground. As soon as the tokens were in the air, swoosh, 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 streaks of energy shot out of the participants as they each took a token. Since the tokens looked the same, no one fought over them. Even if the token they had their eyes on were taken by someone else, they would just look for another token. Everyone was rather civil. For this reason, in just a dozen breaths, all of them had already obtained their tokens. I should imbue my divine energy into it. Duanling Tian quickly imbued his token with his divine energy. The token flashed briefly. When the light dissipated, the corners of his lips twitched when he saw the word that was revealed. A young disciple from the pure Yang sect, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, seemed to notice Duanling Tian's reaction. So he casually glanced at Duanling Tian's token. When he saw the word on Duanling Tian's token, he could not help but laugh, attracting everyone's attention. Duanling Tian reacted quickly and put his token away, disappointing those who were trying to catch a glimpse of his token. As for those who saw the word on Duanling Tian's token, they could not help but chuckle as well. Duanling Tian, what is it? Come on, tell us. Since Duanling Tian was usually friendly, he was rather popular among the young disciples. As such, they were not very restrained with him. I think everyone is curious about your token, another young disciple said with a smile. The corners of Duanling Tian's lips twitched again when he sensed everyone's curious gaze, but he only ignored them. Nonetheless, it did not take long for the word on Duanling Tian's token to spread from those who had caught a glimpse of it. They were communicating through voice transmission, so Duanling Tian would not know who spread the word first. With that, he would not be able to seek revenge from them. However, after getting to know him, they also knew it was unlikely for him to seek revenge over such petty issues. Those who learned about the word on Duanling Tian's token laughed. Except for a rare few, more than 60 young disciples from the pure Yang sect laughed. At this time, Yi Feng and Lu Fenggu were finally attracted by the commotion. What did Duanling Tian draw? What's so funny? Jinping Fan was naturally curious. As for Yi Feng and Lu Fenggu, who learned about what happened from the young disciples, they exchanged a look and an amused smile. At this time, Jinping Fan burst out laughing as well. Clearly, he had also found out. He said with tears of laughter in his eyes, Duanling Tian, you're really lucky. You got such a great word. It seems the heavens think you suit with that word. Duanling Tian felt even more embarrassed. He said helplessly, it's just the word ugly. Is it really that funny, Elder Jin? Moreover, I'm not the only one who got the word ugly. As it turned out, the word on Duanling Tian's token was ugly. At the same time, Lin Donglai, who was standing in the center, had long heard the commotion. With his exceptional hearing, he naturally heard the words that were being said. He could not help but chuckle as well. Duanling Tian? He got the word ugly? There was no cheating in drawing the lots, and there was no need to do as well. It was Lin Donglai's idea to use the word ugly. He really did not expect that one of the 2 words ugly would fall into Duanling Tian's hand. Lin Donglai naturally had heard of Duanling Tian. In fact, even before Duanling Tian defeated the Wanqi clan's Wanqi Hong, he had heard of Duanling Tian. After all, it was not easy for a rudimentary Lord of Gods to kill two intermediate Lords of Gods successively. At least, there was none in the Howling Flames sect who was capable of such a feat. In that case, I should change the order of the battle, Lin Donglai thought to himself as he glanced at the jade token in his hand. Then, he quickly moved the battle between the participants who obtained the word ugly from somewhere in the middle to the top. Then, Lin Donglai looked around before he said loudly, "Now that you've seen the words on your token, I'll announce the start of the first round that will sort participants into the novice group." Everyone jolted when they heard the sudden announcement. The group of young disciples from the Pure Yang sect also stopped teasing Duanling Tian immediately. Lin Donglai continued to say, "Next, I'd like to invite the two participants who obtained the word ugly to step forward. The winner will enter the novice group." Ugly. Upon hearing this, the sounds of laughter rang in the air. No one expected such a word to be used. I can't believe they'd used this word. I didn't know that those from the profound Jade Mansion are pranksters. I wonder whose idea it was. Those two who obtained this word are really lucky. It's a pity there's no reward for drawing this word. The solemn atmosphere was instantly dispelled by Lin Donglai's words. Everyone looked around curiously, wondering which two participants were so lucky to draw such a word. Needless to say, those from the Pure Yang sect began to laugh again. Jinping Fan said with a smile, adding fuel to fire, "Duanling Tian. The profound Jade Mansion definitely did it on purpose. Look, even your battle is the first one. When you're strong enough in the future, you should return to the profound Jade Mansion and seek revenge from the Emperor of Gods who came up with this idea. I'll support you if you decide to do so." Although Duanling Tian did not seem to take Jinping Fan's words to heart outwardly, he agreed with Jinping Fan. "This is definitely intentional. How can it be a coincidence for those with the word ugly to fight first? Of course, they might not know I got that word, and it's really just a coincidence." Duanling Tian felt a little helpless. He knew there was no malice in this. Perhaps they only wanted to lighten the atmosphere. He could only blame his luck for obtaining such a word. At this moment, another commotion broke out. "Look, she's here. She's not ugly at all. Not only is she not ugly, but she's rather pretty." Duanling Tian, who was about to step forward, looked up instinctively at the other person who drew the word ugly. Similar to the others, Duanling Tian saw a beautiful woman with a gorgeous figure. Perhaps it was due to her outstanding temperament, so the laughter gradually died down. Swoosh! Duanling Tian flew out, appearing before everyone's eyes. At the same time, on the Seven Kills Valley's small floating island, Yu Changlian and Hong Yun Xiao were slightly stunned. Then they laughed as well. Duanling Tian got the word ugly? This boy is quite lucky. Indeed. On the contrary, Dao Wei, Yu Changlian's disciple, only stared at Duanling Tian solemnly. How could he be in the mood to laugh considering the gap between him and Duanling Tian? When Duanling Tian appeared, the woman said, "I'm Xianxia from the Divine Morning Mansion's Flowing Cloud sect." Seeing the handsome Duanling Tian standing across from the beautiful Xianxia, everyone seemed to forget the word ugly. There were a few who looked at the duo with amused expressions on their faces. These two are really lucky to have obtained the word ugly. How ironic. Say, which one of them is stronger? It's hard to say. I've never heard of this woman, Xianxia. Based on that, she seems like an ordinary young disciple from the Divine Morning Mansion's Flowing Cloud sect. I can't say for sure as well. The young man has yet to announce his name, so it's hard to judge. After all, we've heard the names of the outstanding prodigies in the Seven Mansions, but we've never seen most of them. Then, under everyone's expectant gazes, Duanling Tian nodded to the woman in front of him and said, "I'm Duanling Tian from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Pure Yang sect." The words Duanling Tian from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Pure Yang sect was like a lightning bolt. The entire fell silent for a moment when Duanling Tian introduced himself. The expression of the woman standing in front of Duanling Tian changed immediately. She thought to herself bitterly, "My first opponent is him? Why am I so unlucky?" Although she did not think she was that outstanding among the participants of the Seven Mansions feast this time, she thought she would be able to make it quite far. As her master had said, at the very least, she would not have a problem entering the novice group. However, it was different now that her first opponent was Duanling Tian, the young prodigy from the Pure Yang sect whom everyone had been talking about recently. Meanwhile, the crowd regained their senses one after another as well. They looked at the purple-clad figure in the distance whose name they had long heard of. He's Duanling Tian? He's Duanling Tian from the Pure Yang sect. Didn't you hear him earlier? Don't tell me you think there are two Duanling Tians in the Pure Yang sect. I didn't expect him to be chosen to be the first to fight. I heard of him a long time ago. He defeated Wanqi Hong, who used to be the strongest among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. At that time, many people speculated that Wanqi Hong had a high chance of ranking in the top 3 during the Seven Mansions feast. However, such a person was defeated by Duanling Tian in the end. With Wanqi Hong's strength, there's no doubt he'll rank in the top 10. Among those from the Eastern Ridge Mansion, Duanling Tian and Wanqi Hong will surely rank in the top 10. At the same time, on the small floating island of the Divine Morning Mansion's Flowing Cloud sect, an old woman dressed in a dark cyan robe holding a cane frowned. Why is this girl so unlucky? She has to fight the most outstanding prodigy in the Pure Yang sect as soon as the Seven Mansions feast begins. An old man standing next to her said with a smile, "If you're worried, you should tell her to admit defeat." The old woman scoffed. Why should she admit defeat? With Elder Lin Dong Lai around, can Duanling Tian harm my disciple? It's fine. My disciple will be able to test him to see if he's as strong as the rumor said. The old woman was the master of Xianxia, Duanling Tian's opponent. She was a rudimentary emperor of gods and an elder of the Flowing Cloud sect in the Divine Morning Mansion. Xianxia was her last disciple. Although Xianxia was young and possessed average strength, she doted on Xianxia a lot. At this time, Lin Donglai looked at the man and woman standing across from each other and said calmly, "All right, you may start." As soon as Ling Donglai's voice fell, Xianxia made a move. In just a moment, the wind surged around her. Like a gust of wind, she flew toward Duanling Tian. It was obvious that she had comprehended the law of wind. Since her opponent was Duanling Tian, she did not dare to hold back and brought her prominent divine sword out immediately. She brandished her sword, and terrifying sword rays as dazzling as the stars swept out toward Duanling Tian. This disciple from the Flowing Cloud sect is not bad. With this strength, she should be among the stronger Lord of Gods below the age of 10,000 years old in the Flowing Cloud sect. Many high-ranking officials from the other forces nodded slightly as they watched Xianxia, expressing their approval. Xianxing's master smiled. She was naturally happy that her favorite disciple was being praised by so many people. However, in the next instant her smile vanished. "Please excuse me," Duanling Tian said tonelessly. Then, a spatial storm raged around his body immediately. Then, the spatial storm swept out toward Xianxia in just a blink of an eye. Not only did it destroy Xianxing's attacks, but it also sent her flying. As Xianxia flew backward, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, she quickly managed to regain her footing. Her pretty face was red, and blood could be seen on the corners of her lips. Fortunately, she was not seriously injured. She knew Duanling Tian had held back a lot. Otherwise, she would have been severely injured. With his strength, he could kill her with just a strike if it were not for the intermediate Emperor of Gods watching nearby who would stop him from killing her. In the end, she said, "Senior Brother Duan, thank you for showing mercy." Duanling Tian nodded at Xianxia before he turned around and left. From the beginning until the end, he was very composed. At this moment, Xianxia, who was rather popular with the young men in the Flying Cloud sect, felt like her self-esteem had been dealt a heavy blow when Duanling Tian did not even spare an extra glance at her. She thought to herself, "He must be very focused on his cultivation. He's a good reminder that I shouldn't get entangled with love and relationships. I should just focus on my cultivation. Even Master is single to this day. I'll definitely have a chance to break through and become an Emperor of Gods if I stay single." Duanling Tian had no idea that his indifference towards Xia Ying today created a woman who was determined to stay single forever in the Flowing Cloud sect. According to the rules of the first round for the novice group, Xia Ying had to return the token to Lin Donglai after Duanling Tian left. The rules dictated that the loser must return their tokens. After Xia Ying returned the token to Lin Donglai, he handed a jade token to her. Take this jade token. With this, you'll be able to challenge another person in the novice group. Bring this jade token into the arena with you at that time. Before the fight begins, imbue the jade token with your divine energy to turn it into dust. Remember that you only have one chance to issue a challenge. You have until the end of the first round to choose who you want to challenge from the novice group. Lin Donglai seemed to be talking to Xia Ying alone, but his voice was loud enough to reach everyone's ears. Soon after, Xia Ying also left the arena. At this moment, Xia Ying and the word ugly were not the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone was now looking at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, the prodigy from the Pure Yang sect, truly lives up to his reputation. He didn't use his prominent divine artifact, and he did not even move. He defeated Xia Ying, who didn't hold back, with his divine energy and his law of space alone. Ordinary intermediate lords of gods aren't capable of this. That's right. Although Xia Ying is only a rudimentary lord of gods, based on the battle earlier, her strength is almost comparable to a weaker intermediate lord of gods. Why is everyone so surprised? Did all of you forget that Duanling Tian once defeated the Wanqi clan's Wanqi Hong in the Eastern Ridge Mansion's 7 Kills Valley? At that time, Wanqi Hong had been an advanced lord of gods for 100 years, while Duanling Tian had only been an intermediate lord of gods for 2 years. Those who were whispering among themselves subconsciously turned to look at the small floating island where the people from the Wanqi clan were. Those who had met Wanqi Hong before looked at Wanqi Hong directly. Needless to say, Wanqi Hong's expression soured immediately. At this moment, he could not wait to fight Duanling Tian to show that his current strength was no weaker than that of Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, many young disciples from the Pure Yang sect smiled and congratulated Duanling Tian after he returned. Duanling Tian nodded to the enthusiastic group of people, feeling relieved inwardly that they had forgotten about the word ugly. It did not take long before the second battle of the first round began. The participants this time were neither from the Eastern Ridge Mansion nor the Divine Morning Mansion. They were from the Feudal Lord Mansion and the Consonance Mansion, respectively. One was from a sect and the other was from a clan. The participant from the Consonance Mansion won after more than 30 moves and entered the novice group. The participants of the following few battles were evenly matched and took a long time to end the fight. As such, Duanling Tian's mind began to wander. There are still many battles to go. The 7 Mansions feast won't end so soon. In the end, Duanling Tian was so bored that he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate in the air. Before that, he brought out a square formation compass and set up a noise-canceling formation around him. He did not need to worry about his safety here. Duanling Tian was not the only one who had begun to cultivate. Many young disciples from the other mansions had begun to cultivate in the air as well. In just a blink of an eye, a day passed. On this day, more than 100 people but fewer than 150 people fought. Duanling Tian stopped cultivating and followed those from the Pure Yang sect back at the end of the day. He thought to himself, based on today's progress, it seems like the novice group round is not going to end within 10 days. After 12 days, the first round of the 7 Mansions feast to sort the participants into the novice group was finally over. For the second round, those who were defeated in the first round would be able to challenge the participants in the novice group. A participant could only issue a challenge once. Lin Donglai stood in the spot from before at the center as he said seriously, now that the first round has come to end, we'll proceed to the second round. During the second round, those who were defeated during the first round will be able to challenge those in the novice group. You can see it as a revival round. Now, those who intend to issue a challenge, please hold the jade tokens I gave you earlier above your heads. As for those who have no intention of issuing a challenge, please imbue your divine energies into the jade tokens, and they'll turn to dust immediately. This indicates you've given up on your right to challenge. After that, most of the defeated participants from the first round raised their jade tokens. Only a few chose to destroy their jade tokens. Now, I'll hand out tokens with numbers. You'll issue your challenge following the sequence of the numbers on the tokens, Lindonglai said as he waved his hand casually, tossing out tokens. These tokens flew into the hands that were raised in the air as though they were pulled by the jade tokens in the hands. The person whose token has the number 1. Please step forward and issue your challenge. Like I said before, you can call out the word on the token of the person you like to challenge. During the first round, the winners, also those in the novice group, kept their tokens while the losers had to return theirs. The person who gets to issue a challenge first is really lucky, Duanling Tian thought to himself. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the air with the entourage from the Pure Yang sect. He was not cultivating like he did before. During the second round, the earlier one's turn, the more advantageous it would be. After all, the earlier it was, the bigger the pool of people one could challenge. The later one's turn was, the fewer one would get to choose from. This was because those from the novice group could only be challenged once. Since the number of participants was even, the number of those who were defeated and those in the novice group were equal. However, since a few people gave up their right to challenge, there were more people in the novice group and those who were defeated in the previous round. This meant that the last challenger still had a few people to choose from. Otherwise, the last challenger would have to challenge the last person left in the novice group. At this time, Jinping Fan asked through voice transmission, Duanling Tian, up until a few days ago, you were still cultivating very hard. Did you already make a breakthrough? Duanling Tian had been cultivating very seriously up until a few days ago. He did not watch the fights and was completely immersed in his cultivation. As such, Jinping Fan was naturally curious now that Duanling Tian stopped cultivating. Duanling Tian was rather impressed by how observant Jinping Fan was. He said with a smile, I've made a little progress. I won't be able to make significant progress in such a short time going forward, so it's best for me to relax now. Being hardworking is important, but resting is equally important. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's reply, Jinping Fan looked at Duanling Tian suspiciously. He wondered if Duanling Tian truly only made a little progress. Based on how strong Duanling Tian was when he defeated Wanqi Hong, if Duanling Tian made significant improvements, would there even be someone who was a match for Duanling Tian in the Seven Mansions feast? His heart stirred slightly when he thought about this. At this time, the person who drew the number 1 had already stepped forward. He was a prodigy from the underworld mansion. He was defeated by his opponent after 100 moves. Logically, with his strength, he should be able to enter the novice group. He was defeated previously because his opponent was too strong. Duanling Tian vaguely remembered the other party because the other party had only fought the day before. He thought to himself, he has a high chance of entering the novice group. As expected, the prodigy from the underworld mansion, who was fairly strong, challenged a weaker opponent and defeated his opponent within 30 moves. With that, he replaced his opponent and entered the novice group. His place in the novice group had also been confirmed since the others would not be able to challenge him anymore. I wonder if anyone will challenge me, Duanling Tian wondered to himself. He could not help but look forward to it. After a short moment, Duanling Tian received a voice transmission. The voice was icy, and he found the voice familiar. Took a moment for him to recall the owner of the voice. He turned slightly and looked at Wanqi Hong, the strongest young prodigy in the Wanqi clan and the former strongest younger prodigy in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. When Duanling Tian looked over, Wanqi Hong continued to say, previously, I planned to let my opponent defeat me during the first round, so I could challenge you during the second round. However, I decided against it in the end to avoid offending the Pure Yang sect. Currently, the Pure Yang sect was no longer what it was in the past. Even if Wanqi Hong hated Duanling Tian, Yichen Feng, and the Pure Yang sect to the bones, he knew he could not act rashly. Duanling Tian was slightly stunned by Wanqi Hong's words. When he recovered, he chuckled and said indifferently, "Oh, it seems like you've made some progress over the past 10 years. However, I'm sure the reason you dismissed your plan isn't due to you being worried about offending the Pure Yang sect. The reason should be that you and the Wanqi clan are unwilling to take the risk, right?" After all, what will happen if you fail to defeat me? Duan Ling Tian exposed Wan Qihong's thoughts immediately, causing Wan Qihong's expression to change immediately. Then, he said icily, Duan Ling Tian, I'll definitely defeat you later. We'll see. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently with a shrug. Inwardly, he wondered how much progress Wan Qihong had made, considering Wan Qihong's confidence. Nonetheless, he was not worried. Even if Wan Qihong's progress was much bigger than his, it would still be impossible for Wan Qihong to defeat him. The second round was in full swing. The first 6 challengers had already successfully won their challenges. At this time, the 7th challenger picked an opponent. He was evenly matched with his opponents for the first few hundred moves. Alas, he still lost in the end. With this, he became the first challenger in the second round to lose. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian could hear the conversations of the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect around him. This challenger really tried his best. However, he's rather weak. Although the person he challenged isn't that strong, he's still weaker. Speaking of, if a weak participant from the novice group is challenged by a weaker opponent, he or she will be able to secure a spot in the novice group. That's right. Because of this, some of the people who are more qualified to be in the novice group won't be able to enter the novice group. This is quite unfair, right? Not really. Luck is also part of our strength. Even if we have the same talent and comprehension skills, will our outcome be the same? Not necessarily, right? You're right. In any case, those who are truly strong will definitely be in the novice group. Those who are qualified to be in the group but lost due to luck mostly only have slightly above average strength. The second round of the 7 Mansions Feast, or the Revival Round, lasted a full 7 days. With the end of the second round, those in the novice group were finally confirmed. A total of 816 people were in the novice group. This meant that there were originally more than 1,600 participants. I'm sure there are many who were unconvinced by the results. After listening to the conversation of the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect 7 days ago, Duan Ling Tian knew many people would not be convinced by the results since they would think it was unfair. After all, there were those weaker than them who lucked out by challenging weaker opponents while they could only challenge strong opponents. In the end, more than 100 people gathered and looked for Lin Donglai, the elder from the Howling Flames sect, to voice their protest. Lin Donglai said, "If any of you can guarantee that you'll rank in the top 30, I'll immediately let you join the novice group. If you fail to rank in the top 30, you have to cripple your cultivation. Are any of you confident?" With this, most of them retreated. There were a few who were still dissatisfied, so they looked for their elders, hoping their elders would speak up for them. Alas, they were only ignored by their elders. The elders had long known the rules of the 7 Mansions Feast. After all, what was the point of speaking up when this was how it had always been? Moreover, if they set the precedent and spoke up now, what would they do when it was their turn to host the 7 Mansions Feast and young disciples came up to them to protest? With this, the protest ended very quickly. Luck is indeed part of one's strength. Duan Ling Tian strongly agreed with this. Although he worked hard cultivating from the time he was in the mundane realm until now, he did not dare to say all his achievements were due to hard work and talent alone. Luck was also a huge factor in his success. The 7 Mansions Feast had been going for 19 days before the participants were finalized. As such, there was a 3-day break before the 7 Mansions Feast would continue. The first round was just a preliminary to weed out the weak. The following round would be a competition among the stronger ones. Similar to before, half of the participants would also be eliminated during this round while the winners would be sorted into the elite group. When Lin Donglai, the elder from the Howling Flames sect, and everyone arrived at the venue of the 7 Mansions Feast, Jinping Fan said, "I hope you won't get the word ugly again this time." Upon hearing this, the others from the Pure Yang sect looked at Duan Ling Tian. They were either laughing or trying to hold back their laughter. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes as he replied, "Elder Jin, it doesn't matter what word I draw as long as I advance to the next round." At this time, Lin Donglai said loudly, "The 816 participants, are you ready? Please imbue your divine energies into the tokens to claim them. Similar to before, the tokens will dictate your opponents. The words on these 816 tokens are new words. After giving a few breaths to the participants so they could prepare themselves, Lin Donglai tossed out the 816 tokens. Similar to before, the words would only appear once the tokens had been imbued with divine energy. Duan Ling Tian and the others made their moves as soon as Lin Donglai tossed the tokens out. Streaks of energy shot toward the tokens one after another. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate and quickly claimed one of the tokens. I hesitated previously and drew the word, ugly. Let's hope I'll draw a positive word this time. At the same time, he saw the people of the Pure Yang sect, including Jinping Fan, looking at him with amused expressions when they saw him claiming a token. While everyone looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously, Jinping Fan asked teasingly, Duan Ling Tian, what word did you get this time? Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly, this time, I don't play to reveal it until it's my turn to battle. Moreover, it doesn't even matter if I don't imbue my divine energy into my token now. If there's only one participant in the arena later, I'll know if it's my turn or not. In order to get back at the others for teasing, Duan Ling Tian deliberately kept them in suspense by refusing to reveal the word he had drawn. As expected, the young disciples of the Pure Yang sect were disappointed by Duan Ling Tian's refusal. Jinping Fan asked, can't you satisfy our curiosity? You got the word ugly earlier because you were unlucky. You might draw a good word this time. Jinping Fan emphasized the word good this time. Duan Ling Tian ignored Jinping Fan. After all, Jinping Fan teased him the most previously. Jinping Fan tried to persuade Duan Ling Tian a few more times before giving up when he saw that Duan Ling Tian was unmoved. In the end, he said grumpily, I bet you must have drawn another strange word, that's why you're being so secretive. I'll wait and see what word you drew later. Then, Jinping Fan shifted his gaze back to the arena and stopped pestering Duan Ling Tian. One of the participants who was about to fight was from the Eastern Ridge Mansion. He was a prodigy from the Dragon Martial Divine sect. He dominated his previous battle and defeated his opponent within 10 moves. Moreover, his opponent was not weak. As such, his opponent won his challenge and managed to enter the novice group in the end. After a few dozen moves, Duan Ling Tian, who was watching the battle, thought to himself it shouldn't be a problem for both of them to enter the elite group later on. Initially, the two opponents were evenly matched. However, after 100 moves, the prodigy from the Dragon Martial Divine sect came up with a good strategy and used his combat experience to defeat his opponent. As such, his opponent was naturally dissatisfied with his defeat. He spat, despicable. However, most people thought the prodigy from the Dragon Martial Divine sect won fair and square. Being able to come up with a strategy was part of one's strength, after all. Soon enough, another battle started. Unlike the one before, this battle was very lopsided, and it ended within 20 minutes. During the 12th battle, it was finally the turn of someone from the Pure Yang sect. Swoosh! The person was none other than Xianxia, the prodigy from the Pure Yang sect's hidden sword faction. He had performed brilliantly during the first round to enter the novice group. He defeated his opponent with 2 moves. Most importantly, his opponent was not weak at all. His opponent managed to make a comeback during the revival round and defeated the other party within 10 moves. This was a testament to Xianxia's strength. At this moment, Xianxia was calm. He was unlike before when he would stare blankly into space. It seemed like he had already come to terms with his past. I'm Wang Yishan from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Xianxia's opponent said with a smile. Brother, what a coincidence that we're both from the Eastern Ridge Mansion. I saw your fight earlier, so I know I'm no match for you. Alas, I can't withdraw since it'll embarrass the Alliance. Please show mercy. A hint of helplessness could be seen in Wang Yishan's eyes as he looked at Xianxia. He was very aware of the gap between him and Xianxia after watching Xianxia fight. Moreover, even before the Seven Mansions feast, he had long heard of Xianxia, a famous prodigy of the Pure Yang sect who was not inferior to the top prodigies below the age of 10,000 in the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Xianxia from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Pure Yang sect. Xianxia said. Although his face was expressionless, his eyes glinted coldly. The crowd found it interesting when opponents were from the mansions, or even better if they were from the same force. Both of them are from the Eastern Ridge Mansion. This will be interesting to watch. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. A member of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. At the same time, Duan Lingtian said a silent prayer for Wang Yishan. Wang Yishan was unaware of Yi Yingkai's hatred toward the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Otherwise, he would have surrendered. Junior Uncle Yi, will anything bad happen? Jinping Fan asked in a hushed tone. His expression was solemn. It'll be fine. Yi Chenfeng shook his head and said nonchalantly. Although Lin Donglai is not that great, he'll be able to deal with a sudden problem arising between the younger generation. Jinping Fan nodded. You're right. He's an intermediate emperor of gods after all. Lu Fenggu, who was sitting at the side, overheard the duo and asked, what's wrong? Yi Chenfeng glanced at Lu Fenggu and said with a smile, it's nothing, senior brother Lu. It's just that my grand disciple found out about the culprit behind his father and clan's deaths. In the past, when Yi Chenfeng brought Yi Yingkai back to the Pure Yang sect, all the high-ranking officials were aware that the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was responsible for the deaths of Yi Yingkai's father and his clan members. This included Lu Fenggu. Lu Fenggu's expression changed slightly upon hearing Yi Chunfeng's words. Didn't you promise to hide the truth from him? If the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice finds out. I didn't tell him about it, Yi Chenfeng said as he shook his head. He found out by himself. Coincidentally, his mother and twin brother survived, and coincidentally, he met them at Snow Forest City previously. Lu Fenggu raised an eyebrow as he looked at Yi Chenfeng knowingly. He did not believe Yi Chenfeng's words at all. The so-called coincidences must have been orchestrated by Yi Chenfeng. However, he did not comment on it. After all, it was not like the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice could hold the Pure Yang sect responsible. The alliance could not prove Yi Chenfeng's involvement in the matter. Not only that, but Yi Chenfeng was too strong. If the alliance offended Yi Chenfeng, who knew if Yi Chenfeng would kill one or two of their emperors of gods and as a result weaken their overall strength? Is it necessary? He's still young. What if his hatred becomes his downfall? Lu Fenggu sighed. Suffering is necessary in order to achieve something. Yi Chenfeng smiled. Although I had a hand in making it happen, it was the idea of my disciple, Yi Tong. After a pause, he asked, Senior brother Lu, you should have noticed the progress of the Pingshan faction's Yang Qianyi, right? Lu Fenggu nodded. I didn't think Yang Qianyi was so talented before. However, he became an intermediate lord of gods in such a short time. Not only that, but it seems like his cultivation base is almost completely stable. Lu Fenggu found Yang Qianye's progress baffling. Senior brother Lu, do you know why he progressed so quickly? It's because his father died. He's driven by the desire to avenge his father, so he progressed so quickly, Yi Chenfeng said. Really? Lu Fenggu's eyes narrowed upon hearing Yi Chenfeng's words. No wonder. Even then, this alone isn't enough to push him to such extremes, right? Of course, Yi Chenfeng said with a faint smile, there are other reasons as well. You should know his master, right? His master had a few disciples who suddenly perished without any reason. Then Yi Chenfeng looked at Lu Fenggu meaningfully. Lu Fenggu's eyes widened slightly as he asked, you're saying his progress has something to do with his master, Yuan Hanjin? Yi Chenfeng nodded. That's right. That aside, I think it's likely that Yuan Hanjin has something to do with the death of Yang Qianye's father, Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect. I sent someone to investigate. When Lan Qing died, Yuan Hanjin wasn't in the sect. I checked the sect's mirror formation and saw Yuan Hanjin sneaking out of the sect. Lu Fenggu's expression changed immediately. Isn't he afraid of his plan backfiring? Yi Chenfeng shrugged. Perhaps he's confident that Yang Qianyi will never discover the truth. Naturally, Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu were conversing through voice transmission, so no one could hear them. This matter was quite sensitive, after all. Although Yuan Hanjin was weak, they had to consider the feelings of Yuan Hanjin's father, Yuan Pingshang, who was their peer in the Pure Yang sect. They had a rather good relationship with Yuan Pingshang, so they would not easily expose this matter. Moreover, they did not have concrete evidence to prove Yuan Hanjin indeed had a hand in the matter. Even if they accused Yuan Hanjin could easily deny it. If Yuan Hanjin was truly the culprit, he would have gotten rid of the important evidence anyway. Then, What does this have to do with Yi Yingkai? Lu Fenggu asked. After the end of the Seven Mansions feast, I plan to speak to senior brother Pingxing. Perhaps Yuan Hanjin would be able to help Yi Yingkai the way he helped Yang Qianyi, Yi Chenfeng said. I'm sure that the deaths of Yuan Hanjin's previous disciples had something to do with that. I'm guessing Yuan Hanjin found a place that could help the younger generation's cultivation. After listening to these words, Lu Fenggu muttered, I just thought of something. Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu looked at each other before they said in unison, the Supreme Divine Mansion. Then Lu Fenggu asked solemnly, are you sure you want to let Yi Yingkai enter the Supreme Divine Mansion? Aren't you worried he might not be able to survive there? I don't understand him as much as Yi Tong does. However, according to Yi Tong, Yi Yingkai's will and determination won't be inferior to those of Yang Qianyi when driven by revenge. Lu Fenggu remained silent, still recovering from the shock. Yi Chenfeng smiled and asked, Senior brother Lu, is there anyone in the tyrannic saber faction whom you think is suitable? When I speak to senior brother Pingxing, I help you speak to him as well. No need. Nobody in my faction has this kind of hatred that runs so deep. Lu Fenggu said without hesitation. His expression was solemn as he continued to say, however, if Yuan Hanjin is the culprit, we can't let his evil deed slide. Yi Chenfeng took a sip from his teacup before he said teasingly, then, Senior brother Lu, why don't you kill him on behalf of our sect? Lu Fenggu's expression froze for a moment before he glared at Yi Chenfeng and said, do you want junior brother Pingxiang to kill me? Yi Chenfeng replied indifferently, you should just tell senior brother Pingxiang about it, and let him deal with Yuan Hanjin. If Yuan Hanjin repeats the same mistake again, we naturally won't let it slide again. For now, we'll give him a chance for senior brother Pingxiang's sake. Lu Fenggu nodded. He knew this was as far as they could go for now. After all, if they took harsh action immediately, no one knew how Yuan Pingxing would react. Yuan Hanjin was his only son after all. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian watched Yi Yingkai's fight. Just as he had expected, Yi Yingkai did not show his opponent mercy. Yi Yingkai was much stronger than the participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. The other party was no match for him at all and could barely react in time when he attacked with all his might. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Yi Yingkai's opponent was sent flying back, spitting out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Before Yi Yingkai's attack struck him, a translucent barrier appeared. The barrier exhausted half its power, successfully blocking the killing blow. Upon seeing this, Lin Donglai asked Yi Yingkai through voice transmission, Yi Yingkai, is there animosity between the both of you? Since Yi Yingkai was from the Pure Yang sect and he was also Yi Chenfeng's grand disciple, Lin Donglai did not question Yi Yingkai openly. You can say he's an enemy of mine, Yi Yingkai replied before leaving the battlefield. Despite his killing blow, he knew that it was impossible for him to kill his opponent with Lin Donglai's presence. Wang Yishan, the participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, was pale. His expression was unsightly as he stared at Yi Yingkai, who was leaving. He asked in a low voice, Yi Yingkai, why do you want to kill me? This is our first meeting, so there's no conflict between us. Right? Wang Yishan was both furious and frightened after escaping death. Needless to say, Yi Yingkai did not reply to Wang Yishan. As he returned to his original position, his gaze was cold as he looked in the direction of where the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was. The people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice were also looking at Yi Yingkai. They had been displeased when they saw Yi Yingkai's attack. Although they knew it was impossible for Yi Yingkai to kill Wang Yishan, it was enough to stir up their anger. Some of them even rose to their feet with dark expressions on their faces. However, all of them, except those high-ranking officials who were aware of the past, were perplexed when they saw Yi Yingkai's hostile gaze. The high-ranking officials from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice exchanged a look as they communicated through voice transmission. Is that the bastard that survived in the past? Yes. Yi Chenfeng and the Pure Yang sect protected him at that time. Did he discover the truth? Otherwise, there's no reason for him to act so viciously toward someone he met for the first time. He wasn't so ruthless with his attacks during the previous round. Did Yi Chenfeng reveal the truth to him? The Pure Yang sect must be held accountable if that's the case. I don't think so. Let's find out what happened first before we act. Apart from Yi Chenfeng, Lu Fenggu, Zhenping Fan, and Duanling Tian. The others from the Pure Yang sect were also shocked and confused by how ruthless Yi Inkai was with Wang Yishan. After all, during his previous fight, he had been rather gentle and even withdrew his attack before it hurt his opponent. It was starkly different from his attack toward Wang Yishan. If it were for not Lin Donglai, his attack would have killed Wang Yishan. Due to the distance, even the high-ranking officials of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would find it difficult to save Wang Yishan. At this time, Yi Chenfeng received a voice transmission. It was from Ren Taichio, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Ren Taichio's expression was unsightly as he asked, "Elder Yi, did you reveal the past to Yi Inkai?" You and the Pure Yang sect promised to keep the past a secret from him, so as to avoid raising an enemy of my alliance. Yi Chenfeng raised his head slightly and glanced at Ren Taichio before he replied, "I didn't reveal anything to him. However, I won't deny that he's found out about the past. He ran into his mother and elder twin brother previously. That's how he found out. I'm telling you this not because I'm afraid of you or the Alliance. I only want to say that I didn't break my promise. You're free to investigate if you don't believe me. That aside, I advise you think twice about acting against his mother and twin brother. If something happens to either one of them, I'll kill an Emperor of Gods from the Alliance in exchange. It doesn't matter if it's a rudimentary or intermediate Emperor of Gods. An eye for an eye." Ren Taichio's expression soured as soon as he heard Yi Chenfeng's thinly veiled threats. His eyes glinted coldly as he said, "Yi Chenfeng, are you threatening me and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice? You can think whatever you want," Yi Chenfeng said with a smile. "If you're not convinced, we can spar after the Seven Mansions feast." Ren Taichio's expression changed again when he recalled how strong Yi Chenfeng had gotten. However, he did not submit completely. He said, "Yi Chenfeng, I won't sit aside and do nothing if someone plots against my alliance. It's the same even if it's your hidden sword faction's Yi Inkai, his mother, or his twin brother. I still won't let him go if they dare to harm the members of my alliance. If he does such a thing and you insist on protecting him, then the Pure Yang sect should prepare to face the consequences of offending the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. You're indeed strong. But do you think you can protect each and every member of the Pure Yang sect at all times?" Yi Chenfeng's expression remained the same as he said, "I'm not unreasonable. The Alliance is welcome to make a move on him, providing those who make a move aren't more than 5,000 years older than him. I, along with the Pure Yang sect, won't act as long as that's the case. Otherwise, mark my words, I'll visit the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice and kill 3 Emperors of Gods." Ren Taichio's expression turned unsightly when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. He did not expect that Yi Chenfeng would be domineering to this extent. Yi Chenfeng was even willing to wage war against the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice just for his grand disciple. Although he was displeased, he remained silent. In the past, he would have retorted without hesitation. Although he was still no match for Yi Chenfeng in the past, it would still take a lot for Yi Chenfeng to defeat him. However, now that Yi Chenfeng possessed a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, it would not be as difficult for Yi Chenfeng to kill him. In the end, he only said, "I hope you remember the words you said today." Needless to say, no one was aware of the exchange between Yi Chenfeng and Ren Taichio. After Yi Inkai's ruthless move, the members of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice were hostile toward not only Yi Inkai but the other members of the Pure Yang sect as well. It seems like the participants from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice won't hold back anymore if they encounter any of us. One of the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect muttered. The other young disciples from the Pure Yang sect agreed. Some of them even scowled at Yi Inkai for putting them in such a predicament. Alas, they could only complain inwardly. After all, Yi Chenfeng, the founder of the Hidden Sword faction, was present. Moreover, if they made their dissatisfaction too obvious, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice might think they were afraid. The elite group battle continued. Over the next few days, many younger disciples of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice were disappointed because none of them encountered opponents from the Pure Yang sect. After defeating his opponent and returning from the battlefield, one of the stronger participants from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice said with unconcealed disappointment, "If my opponent were from the Pure Yang sect, I would have made a killing move. Alas, it was not meant to be." "Don't worry. This round will continue for some time. As of today, only a few of us were chosen to fight. I believe there's a high chance one of us will be matched with someone from the Pure Yang sect soon. I hope we'll be matched with those from the Pure Yang sect. Except for Duanling Tian and few who are on par with Yi and Kai, I'm not afraid of the others. Let's just wait. We'll be able to get our revenge soon. The participants from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, just like the other forces, were prodigies of the Alliance. They were naturally arrogant. After suffering such a huge loss, it was not surprising that they would hold a grudge and were intent on seeking revenge. On the contrary, the weaker young disciples from the Pure Yang sect were very worried, hoping they would not be matched with someone from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Needless to say, those who were confident remained unfazed. When the sun set, the competition came to a halt. People from various forces returned to their designated accommodations. Duanling Tian had just arrived at his wooden house when he saw Jinping Fan. He asked, surprised, Elder Jin, what brings you here? Duanling Tian, let's talk inside, Jinping Fan said as he gestured to Duanling Tian and entered the wooden house as though he lived there. Duanling Tian wondered about the purpose of Jinping Fan's visit. Since the Seven Mansions feast began, this was the first time he came looking for Duanling Tian. After following Jinping Fan into the wooden house, he saw Jinping Fan bringing out a formation compass. His expression turned solemn immediately. Since Jinping Fan had brought out an isolation formation compass to prevent intermediate emperors of gods from eavesdropping, it was clear that Jinping Fan had to speak about something important. Elder Jin? Duanling Tian looked at Jinping Fan, puzzled. Duanling Tian, Jinping Fan said seriously. Junior Uncle Yi sent me here to speak to you. Elder Yi. Duanling Tian was further puzzled. Since he was rather familiar with Yi Chenfeng, he wondered why Yi Chenfeng did not personally speak to him. Then, Jinping Fan quickly relayed Yi Chenfeng's words to him. The Supreme Divine Mansion? So it's highly likely that Yang Qianyi was able to improve by leaps and bounds in such a short time because he entered a Supreme Divine Mansion? Elder Yi suspects that Yuan Han Jin, Yang Qianyi's master, knows the location of the Supreme Divine Mansion, and that the deaths of his disciples previously are likely a result of him sending them into the Supreme Divine Mansion. Duanling Tian was shocked. This was also the first time he had heard of the Supreme Divine Mansion, and that the place was in fact a spatial prominent divine artifact that supreme powerhouses used to cultivate their descendants. He also learned from Jinping Fan that if a supreme powerhouse perished, his or her Supreme Divine Mansion would randomly end up in a realm of gods. It had a higher chance of appearing in the realm of gods of the supreme powerhouse who killed him or her. After all, the killer would be able to seize the other party's Supreme Divine Mansion. For example, the Supreme Divine Mansion in the Profound Energy Land was likely placed here by the Supreme Powerhouse who created the Profound Energy Land. It would serve as a way for the inhabitants of the Profound Energy Land to improve their cultivation. However, only those with a strong will and determination would be able to reap the benefits from such a place. Duanling Tian also learned that it took a lot of effort to create Supreme Divine Mansions. To prevent other supreme powerhouses from benefiting from it, the creator would design the mansion in such a way that those who were not intended to enter the place would have a tough time in there. As such, it required a very strong will for one to survive there. Moreover, the creator would also make it useless to other supreme powerhouses. For this reason, supreme powerhouses who obtained supreme divine mansions would casually toss them away if they did not have a realm of gods or toss them into their realms of gods if they had one. Jinping Fan nodded. That's right. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up as he asked, Did Elder Yi send you here to ask if I'm interested in entering the Supreme Divine Mansion? Or if I'm confident that my will is strong enough to survive the Supreme Divine Mansion? Jinping Fan nodded. That's right. Junior Uncle Yi sent me here to speak to you because he didn't want his presence to pressure you into making a hasty decision. After all, you can't be reckless regarding this matter. It'll be a fortuitous encounter if you survive. Otherwise, you'll die. After a moment, he added, however, don't get your hopes up yet. Since Junior Uncle Yi has yet to speak to Junior Uncle Pingshin, his suspicion isn't confirmed. Moreover, he's also not certain if intermediate lords of gods can enter that place. When Yang Qianyi entered the Supreme Divine Mansion, he was still a rudimentary lord of gods, after all. Duanling Tian frowned. So the Supreme Divine Mansion might have restrictions? Normally, there shouldn't be a restriction. However, we don't know how much of the Supreme Divine Mansion's energy has been exhausted. If too much time has passed, it likely can only accommodate rudimentary lords of gods. Jinping Fan explained. Then, he said, Junior Uncle Yi has also spoken to Yi Yingkai about this. Yi Yingkai is determined to enter the Supreme Divine Mansion as well. He's determined to avenge his father and his clan. Jinping Fan's expression turned solemn as he said, However, if you ask me, I don't think you should risk entering the Supreme Divine Mansion. You're still young, and you're highly talented. There's no need for you to take such risks. In Jinping Fan's opinion, Duan Ling Tian was very talented. Even if Duan Ling Tian did not enter the Supreme Divine Mansion, Duan Ling Tian would at most have to spend a little more time to raise his cultivation base. He knew about Duan Ling Tian's cautious nature, and that Duan Ling Tian would know how to weigh the pros and cons of entering the Supreme Divine Mansion. However, he still could not help but remind Duan Ling Tian. Jinping Fan failed to notice the anticipation that flashed in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He was unaware that Duan Ling Tian also carried hatred and vengeance in his heart. He had lost some of his good friends because of Yun Qingyan from the Divine Offering Land's Yun clan. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian was also strongly driven by his desire to reunite with his wife, Kur. This was his strongest motivation to become stronger. His determination was beyond anyone's imagination. Duan Ling Tian was very confident that his will was strong enough to withstand the test of the Supreme Divine Mansion. As such, contrary to Jinping Fan's expectations, he said, Elder Jin, please tell Elder Yi that I'm really interested in entering the Supreme Divine Mansion. Even if there's just a small chance of entering that place, I don't want to let go. Jinping Fan was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's reply. When he recovered his senses, he smiled wryly and said, trying to dissuade Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, didn't I say there's no need to be so reckless, especially when your innate talent is so high? Moreover, based on your current strength, even if you survive the Supreme Divine Mansion, your improvement won't be earth-shaking. With your innate talent and comprehension skills, you only need to cultivate a little harder to achieve the same results. The Supreme Divine Mansion is much more treacherous than you can imagine. Otherwise, Yuan Hanjin wouldn't have lost so many disciples to it. The only reason Yang Qianyi was able to survive is solely due to his strong hatred and desire for revenge. Duan Ling Tian did not respond to those words. Instead, he said, Elder Zhen, so far, everything is just Elder Ye's speculation, right? How confident is he that Yuan Hanjin from the Pingxing faction found a Supreme Divine Mansion? He's more than 90% certain, Jinping Fan replied. This is the only theory that makes complete sense. I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, his expression suddenly froze when he recalled the strangeness of the death of Yang Qianye's father. He looked at Jinping Fan and subconsciously lowered his voice as he asked, Elder Jin, is it possible for someone to kill their direct disciple's father just because of their own obsession? Duan Ling Tian had heard of cases where some forces would kill the family members of their disciples to ensure their disciples' loyalty. Jinping Fan was slightly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's question. He looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully as he said, Duan Ling Tian, some words are best left unspoken. Some words will bring about untold consequences once spoken. I'll pretend I didn't hear those words today. Then, after a beat, he added, what you said isn't impossible. Duan Ling Tian's solemn expression cracked when he heard Jinping Fan's last sentence. He felt rather speechless by Jinping Fan's fickleness. After all, Jinping Fan had warned him about the severity of his speculation, but Jinping Fan still could not help but throw him a bone at the end. The sect doesn't care? Duan Ling Tian asked. If his speculation was right, he wondered if the Pure Yang sect would turn a blind eye to their member killing his disciple's family member just to ensure his disciple's success. Jinping Fan said casually, the important thing is evidence. For the sect to take action, there needs to be evidence. Mere speculations won't be enough to convict a transcendence elder of such a crime. Moreover, don't forget that Yuan Hanjin isn't just a transcendence elder. His father is Yuan Pingxing, the founder of the Pingxing faction. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He naturally knew that Yuan Pingsheng was not only the founder of the Pingsheng faction but also an intermediate emperor of gods and an Ascension elder in the Pure Yang sect. That's why you should keep your speculation to yourself. Don't mention it to anyone. If words get out and you don't have the evidence to back your words up, you'll be punished. Slandering a transcendence elder in the sect is a serious crime. Jinping Fan warned.
I understand. Duanling Tian nodded. At the same time, he could not help but feel gloomy. Although he was not one of the parties involved, he was truly disgusted by Yuan Hanjin's lunacy. Moreover, this matter also concerned Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, who was an acquaintance of his. Even after discounting his relationship with Long Qingchong, Duanling Tian did not think that Long Qingchong killed Lan Qing, Yang Qian-Ye's father. After all, Long Qingchong was very open and was even willing to demonstrate his strength to Yang Qian-Yi to prove his innocence. At this time, Jinping Fan frowned and said, "We've gone off topic. This isn't the main point. We were talking about the Supreme Divine Mansion. I advise you against entering the Supreme Divine Mansion." Duanling Tian said with a smile, "Elder Jin, don't worry. I'm very confident."
I'm sure those who entered previously were also confident about their survival. How many of them survived? Jinping Fan said as he shook his head. Don't be rash. Perhaps there are some who are willing to take such risks due to their upcoming heavenly tribulations that might kill or severely injure them. It's indeed worth taking such risk under those circumstances. However, you have no reason to risk your life. You're not even 3,000 years old. You have plenty of time ahead of you.
Duanling Tian sighed bitterly upon hearing Jinping Fan's words. Then he said, "Elder Jin, to be honest with you, I'm running out of time. It's a long story. I have to enter the Supreme Divine Mansion if I have the chance."
Seeing Duanling Tian's determined gaze at the end of his sentence, Jinping Fan knew he could not persuade Duanling Tian otherwise. He could only shake his head and sigh as he said, "I understand. I'll relay your intentions to Junior Uncle Yi." Duanling Tian nodded. Then, he said reassuringly, "Elder Jin, I understand that you're worried about my safety. However, I want you to know that I managed to achieve so many extraordinary feats not just because of my talent alone, but my will and determination as well. Apart from that, I'm also driven because of some people and circumstances. At this moment, if someone told me I can become a supreme god immediately, but there's a 50% chance that I'll die, I'd still take the risk without any hesitation." Although Duanling Tian was progressing very quickly, it was not fast enough for him. He was not optimistic about becoming a supreme god within 300 years, and this was the source of his worry and also the source of his motivation. After all, the Xia clan and the Yun clan were supreme rank clans in the Divine Offering Land. After exchanging a few more words, Jinping Fan took his leave. Even when he left, he was still thinking about what could possibly motivate Duanling Tian to risk his life to enter the Supreme Divine Mansion.
Everyone has their own story. It seems like Duanling Tian didn't come this far based on his innate talent and comprehension skills alone. He has his reason for wanting to grow stronger so quickly as well. Jinping Fan sighed inwardly.
He did not ask further because he knew everyone had their own secrets, and he did not want to pry. I hope he'll be able to rank in the top 3 of the 7 Mansions feast. With that, his cultivation journey in the future will be much smoother as well. After obtaining 3 places for the sect will definitely treat him very well. Jinping Fan thought to himself.
After a moment, he remembered something. "Oh, I just realized that he has yet to reveal the word he drew."
He must have already seen the word when he drew the token.
Duanling Tian was unaware of Jinping Fan's thoughts. He had completely forgotten about the word on his token, which would only appear after he imbued his token with his divine energy. At this moment, his mind was occupied with thoughts about the Supreme Divine Mansion.
Yang Qian-Yi was only a rudimentary lord of gods for a short time. Based on his talent, it would have taken him a few hundred years to become an intermediate lord of gods, but he did so in just a few decades. The Supreme Divine Mansion is truly powerful. I wonder if I'll become an advanced Lord of Gods if I survive the Supreme Divine Mansion.
Duanling Tian's eyes shone with excitement when he thought about becoming an advanced Lord of Gods. The 7 Mansions feast lost its luster in comparison to the Supreme Divine Mansion at this moment. However, he was quick to calm down.
I have to calm down. Elder Jin said that Elder Yi has yet to confirm his speculation. Moreover, we still don't know if intermediate lords of gods can enter the supreme divine mansion. If that's the case, Yi Kai and I will be disappointed. Duan Ling Tian calmed down slightly after thinking about this. After a while, Duan Ling Tian finally recalled that he had yet to imbue his divine energy into his token. Let's see.
When the divine energy entered the token and the word revealed itself, Duan Ling Tian's expression stiffened and his gaze turned gloomy.
Early the next morning, the sun shone on the land, creating a picturesque landscape. Duan Ling Tian acted as though nothing happened and went to the Seven Mansions Feasts venue with the others from the Pure Yang sect. He did not look like someone who was just offered a chance to enter the Supreme Divine Mansion, nor did he look like someone who was in the possession of the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. However, he still could not help but take a few extra glances at one person. Namely, Yuan Hanjin, the Transcendence Elder who was the only son of the founder of the Pingsheng faction, Yuan Pingxin.
Duan Ling Tian had long heard of Yuan Hanjin. He knew that Yuan Hanjin was thought to be the next person in the Pure Yang sect most likely to become a rudimentary emperor of gods.
Duan Ling Tian also could not help but look at Yang Qianyi. He discovered that Yang Qianyi was staring at Yuan Hanjin's back. Most importantly, there was no hint of respect in Yang Qianyi's gaze. Instead, it carried a hint of suspicion. This discovery caused a small stir in his heart.
Previously, Duan Ling Tian conveyed Long Qing Chong's message to Yang Qianyi. Yang Qianyi's suspicion toward Long Qing Chong lessened, but it brought with it more questions. If the culprit was not Long Qing Chong, then the culprit clearly wanted to frame Long Qing Chong.
If Yang Qianyi thinks about it a little more, it won't be difficult for him to suspect his master. Alas, even if he finds out that his master is involved in his father's death, what can he do now? He's not Yuan Hanjin's opponent now. He can only act when he's stronger than Yuan Hanjin. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. While Duan Ling Tian was still lost in his thoughts, he had arrived at the venue of the Seven Mansions Feast.
Along with the Pure Yang sect, many of the other forces, including the Wanqi clan that was seated next to the Pure Yang sect's small floating island, had also arrived. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the people from the Wanqi clan and discovered Wanqi Hong staring at him murderously again. He had already gotten used to this. He sighed helplessly. It seems like he blames me more for Wanqi Ju's death. Duan Ling Tian could sense that Wanqi Hong's hostility toward him was far stronger compared to his hostility toward Yi Chen Feng who killed Wanqi Ju. How cowardly. He's clearly directing all his anger on me because he's no match for Elder Yi. It seems like he's quite confident about his strength. I can't wait to see how much stronger he has become.
During Wanqi Hong's previous fight, he did not exert much strength when he fought his opponent. The strength he used was not even close to what he had used when he fought Duan Ling Tian since his opponent was only average. After all the forces from the Seven Mansions arrived, Lin Donglai, the elder from the Howling Flames sect, took his place.
Lin Donglai was so punctual every day and appeared as soon as all the forces arrived without fail that Duan Ling Tian wondered if Lin Donglai came early every day and hid until everyone was present before revealing himself.
However, it was more likely that a helper informed him about everyone's arrival beforehand. The competition for the elite group will continue today. The two participants holding the tokens with the words, "Wretched, please step forward," Lin Donglai said. The word wretched caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. Why would they use such a word? Isn't the profound Jade Mansion messing around too much?
Soon after, two participants who had the tokens with the word wretched flew out. One was an average-looking young man with a medium build while the other was a handsome young man dressed in a white robe that was embroidered with flowers.
The former held an ordinary staff, but as soon as he imbued it with his divine energy, the staff emitted a powerful aura.
Many of the female participants looked at the white-clad young man due to his appearance and his elegant bearing. Alas, as the fight continued, his performance greatly disappointed them. In just a short moment, the average-looking young man defeated the white-clad young man with a swing of his staff.
All in all, the fight was anticlimactic. He's quite strong. He's not any weaker than Yi Kai. No wonder Elder Lin looked at him so kindly earlier.
As it turns out, he's from the Howling Flames sect, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the staff-wielding young man who returned to stand with the members of the Howling Flames sect. He did not pay attention to the young man until now. The other young disciples from the Pure Yang sect were also talking about the young man from the Howling Flames sect at this moment. Who's he? I don't think I've heard of such a person from the Howling Flames sect before. That's right. I've heard about the outstanding prodigies in the Howling Flames sect, but I don't think I've heard of him before. His opponent isn't that weak either. Even the other prodigies from the Howling Flames sect wouldn't be able to defeat him with just one strike, right? Is he the Howling Flames sect's trump card? That's very likely. The mysterious disciple from the Howling Flames sect caused a small commotion in the other forces as well. This included the other forces from the Profound Jade Mansion as well. They were also from the Profound Jade Mansion like the Howling Flames sect, but they were unaware of such an existence. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. During the previous round, his performance was only average, unlike the monstrous strength he had just shown earlier by defeating his opponent with a swing of his staff. The Howling Flames sect was hiding him all this time? Ding Jian Chu, the decreed elder of the Fortune sect, looked at Lin Donglai and said, "Elder Lin, your Howling Flames sect is really good at hiding." Duanmu Yunfan, the supreme elder of the Duanmu clan, also said, "Elder Lin, is he the external help you found?" Long Shiyu, the Nether Sword Villa's intermediate emperor of gods, did not speak, but he looked at Lin Donglai with a piercing gaze. A hint of surprise could be seen in the depths of his eyes as well. Lin Donglai smiled faintly and said, "His name is Lin Yuan and he's my grandnephew." External help? Since he formally joined the Howling Flames sect, he's naturally a member of the Howling Flames sect. An elder from one of the forces in the Divine Morning Mansion looked at Lin Donglai meaningfully and said, "It seems like Elder Lin's background isn't simple. There aren't any powerful Lin clans in the 7 mansions. From what I know, Elder Lin came from a clan outside of the 7 mansions. This person was clearly quite knowledgeable about Lin Donglai." "That isn't important," Lin Donglai said, clearly not wanting to continue with the topic. He looked around before he uttered one word. Following that, 2 participants flew out. With that, the 7 mansions feast began again. Everything went smoothly for over a dozen fights when the calm was suddenly shattered. A participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was matched with a participant from the Pure Yang sect. During the fight, the former pretended to be weak in the beginning before he suddenly exploded with strength and attacked with all his might. Similar to Yi Inkai's earlier fight, Lin Donglai intervened and saved the latter's life. However, unlike Yi Inkai's fight, the disciple from the Pure Yang sect was seriously injured. When the participant returned to Pure Yang sect's side, Zhen Pingfan inspected his injury. Then, he shook his head and said, "There's no way he can continue with this injury." At this time, the participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice looked at the injured disciple provocatively with a sneer on his face. Needless to say, this stoked the flames of fury in the hearts of the younger generation from the Pure Yang sect. A small number of them glanced at Yi Inkai, filled with dissatisfaction. After all, if it were not for Yi Inkai's uncalled-for aggression, the participants from the Alliance of Benevolence of Justice would not be so aggressive. Although Yi Inkai's expression did not change when faced with the gazes of his peers, Duanling Tian could see that Yi Inkai's shoulders were faintly trembling. Clearly, Yi Inkai felt guilty as well and was trying to suppress his emotions. At the same time, the fighting spirit of the stronger disciples from the Pure Yang sect soared. All of them hoped to be matched with someone from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice and vowed to attack with all their might. It would be even better if they could kill their opponents from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Although killing was prohibited in the 7 Mansions feast, the participants would not be held accountable if they killed their opponents. Instead, the host presiding over the fight would be held accountable for the participant's death. After all, the host was an intermediate emperor of gods. If he or she failed to intervene in the fight between lords of gods, he or she would have cultivated in vain. In the entire history of the 7 Mansions feast, there was no intermediate emperor of gods who had failed to prevent the death of a participant. Alas, although the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect could not wait to seek revenge, none of them were matched with the young disciples from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice over the next 2 days. Just like every other day, Lin Donglai stood in the center and announced the word that corresponded with two participants. The two participants with the word coquettish on their tokens, please step forward. Upon hearing these words, the corners of everyone's lips twitched immediately. Coquettish? Although there were some strange words previously, everyone was still rendered speechless by the word stinky. Jinping Fan laughed heartily. Duan Ling Tian, the word coquettish is even better than the word ugly you got previously. I wonder who are the two people who got this word? I have to say that whoever selected this word is quite funny. At the same time, everyone was looking around, searching for the two participants who obtained the word coquettish. Soon after, a shy young man from one of the forces in the underworld mansion flew out. His cheeks flushed red in embarrassment due to him being suddenly thrust into the spotlight. He had already been teased by his peers previously when they found out he had obtained the word coquettish. You're quite lucky, Lin Donglai said with a smile. The young man smiled sheepishly and said, Thank you, Elder Lin. The corners of Lin Donglai's lips twitched. He wondered if the young man would still thank him if the young man knew that he was the one who chose the word coquettish. Then he looked around before he said loudly, Where's the other participant? You have 15 minutes to step forward before you're disqualified. Everyone looked around curiously for the other participant. After a short moment, a figure flew out and appeared across the shy young man. Silence descended on the place when everyone had a good look at the other participant's face. It's him. It's him again? The other participant who obtained the word coquettish was none other than Duan Ling Tian. He had seen the word a few days back and wondered if someone from the profound Jade Mansion was deliberately making him the butt of his or her joke. However, he recalled he had chosen the token and felt speechless at his luck. During the first round, he obtained the word ugly. Then he obtained the word coquettish. It's really him. A commotion broke out among the younger generation from the pure Yang sect after a moment. Jinping Fan laughed even harder this time. He only imbued his token with his divine energy a few days ago in his wooden house. I really can't believe his luck. He obtained the word ugly previously and now he obtained the word coquettish. The young disciples from the pure Yang sect were also amused. Heavens! Duan Ling Tian is really unlucky. Not only is he talented in cultivation, but he's also talented in choosing tokens. What a strange coincidence. Out of so many tokens, Duan Ling Tian chose the ones with the funniest words. Why do I find this so funny? Me too. The pure Yang sect's young disciples tried their best not to laugh. After all, who knew if Duan Ling Tian or even Jinping Fan would take offense and hold a grudge against them? However, those from the other forces did not have such concerns. All of them laughed. Duan Ling Tian from the pure Yang sect is quite unlucky. First it was ugly. Now it's coquettish. I really have to give it to him. Is somebody trying to prank him? How's that possible when he chose the token himself? The only way is if a supreme powerhouse had a hand in it. However, do you think a supreme powerhouse would have time for such a petty prank? Duan Ling Tian naturally heard the laughter in the surroundings, but he did not take it to heart. After all, he had already mentally prepared himself for this as soon as he saw the word he obtained. He looked at the shy young man and discovered the shy young man looking at him gratefully. Upon seeing this, he complained inwardly, Don't tell me you're grateful because I stole the spotlight from you? At this moment, the shy young man said, Senior brother Duan, I'm Xueting Xiao from the underworld mansion. I'm no match for you, so I'm going to surrender. After saying that, the shy young man did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply before he returned to his original position. With this, Duan Ling Tian won without needing to fight. He felt slightly disappointed since he was hoping to vent through the fight. However, there was nothing he could do since his opponent had surrendered. He returned to his original position. When he saw that Jinping Fan wanted to talk to him, he took out a noise-canceling formation compass before he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate, ignoring Jinping Fan. Jinping Fan sighed helplessly. However, his attention, along with the others, was soon distracted by the next fight. In fact, Duan Ling Tian was not offended by Jinping Fan or the others teasing him and laughing at him. He knew it was just some good-natured amusement. He suddenly began to cultivate because he could sense one of his heavenly veins was about to transform. He would grow stronger as each of his heavenly veins transformed. Now that the 5 divine elements had helped him to completely stabilize his cultivation base, his 99 heavenly veins would have to undergo a transformation before he became an advanced Lords of Gods. Due to his 99 heavenly veins, once he became an advanced Lord of Gods, his divine energy would be stronger than most advanced Lords of Gods. Apart from the swift mobilization of divine energy, I didn't expect that the 99 heavenly veins will have such an effect as well. This is great. Indeed, due to the 99 heavenly veins, Duan Ling Tian's divine energy would be stronger than those with the same cultivation bases. Following that, there was another match where the participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice attacked ruthlessly and severely injured the participant from the Pure Yang sect again, causing the latter to be unable to participate in the revival round later. No one from the Pure Yang sect and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had been matched since. Those from the Pure Yang sect were naturally furious. Alas, there was nothing they could do about it. The fights to sort participants into the elite group will come to an end tomorrow, and we'll move on to the revival round. Since I haven't been called to fight, I'll definitely be called out tomorrow. If my opponent isn't from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, I'll surrender immediately, so I have a chance to challenge someone from the Alliance during the revival round. A young disciple from the Pure Yang sect said. This person was Yun Yiwei. He was one of the Pure Yang sect's strongest disciples under the age of 10,000. He was from the Lang Ji faction, and he was the great-great-grandson of the founder of the Lang Ji faction. His strength was not inferior to Yi Yingkai at all. Upon hearing Yun Yiwei's words, someone said, Riley, Senior Brother Yun, I'm afraid that your opponent will surrender before you even have a chance to surrender. They know you after all. If they surrender first, you won't be able to do anything. Let's just wait and see. I don't believe the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice will be so lucky every time and get matched with weaker disciples from our sect. We have a few stronger disciples who have yet to fight. The animosity between the Pure Yang sect and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice continued to escalate. It worsened after the disciple from the Pure Yang sect was injured to the point where he could not participate in the revival round. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He did not expect things to escalate to this extent. Moreover, he knew both the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice were not at fault, especially the young disciples from the Alliance who were unaware of the truth. They only saw Yi Yingkai acting aggressively without a seemingly good reason. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the high-ranking officials of the Alliance, especially Ren Taiqiu, the Alliance leader, who were aware of the truth should have warned his disciples and told them to restrain themselves. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted coldly. The Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. The high-ranking officials are clearly acquiescing to the young disciples' actions with their silence. Aren't they afraid that their disciples might get severely injured? Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel angry about the situation. He mulled over the matter and did not pay attention to his surroundings. After all, his fight was over. Not only that, but he was sure no one would dare to challenge him during the revival round as well. The next day, before the revival round began, there were still a few more fights left. The fights proceeded smoothly until the 5th fight when the participants chosen were from the Pure Yang sect and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the participant from the Pure Yang sect. Yang Qianyi. Although Yang Qianyi was an intermediate Lord of Gods, no one paid attention to him previously since his performance was tepid at best. Contrary to Yang Qianyi's earlier performance, Duan Ling Tian knew that Yang Qianyi had to be quite strong now. Even if Yang Qianyi was not as strong as Yi Yingkai or Yun Yiwei, who were the strongest among those below the age of 10,000 in the Pure Yang sect, Yang Qianyi was definitely stronger than most of his peers. It's the Alliance of Benevolence and Justices by Ming Zhong, a disciple from the Pure Yang sect exclaimed when he saw the figure flying out to the battlefield. Upon hearing this, the expressions of some of the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect changed slightly. Bai Ming Zhong was not among the strongest prodigies in the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, but he was not weak at all. He was also rather famous in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. The young disciples from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice recently found out that Yang Qianyi had become an intermediate Lord of Gods. Although they were shocked, they did not think he was a match for Bai Ming Zhong, who was also an intermediate Lord of Gods. After all, Bai Ming Zhong became an intermediate Lord of Gods 1,000 years ago,
which meant that his cultivation base had already stabilized. Apart from that, he was almost 10,000 years old, making him the oldest participant of the Seven Mansions feast this time.
This also meant that he had more experience than Yang Qianyi.
Bai Mingzhong smirked as he said smugly, "I'm Bai Mingzhong from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. You're from the pure Yang sect. You must not be very strong since I've never heard of you before. If you're afraid, it's not too late to surrender. It'll also save you from being injured and unable to compete in the revival round." Yang Qianyi was expressionless as he asked, "Are you done talking?"
Bai Mingzhong's expression turned unsightly immediately upon seeing Yang Qianye's disregard for his words.
"Let the battle begin," Lin Donglai, the elder from the Howling Flames sect, said loudly. He did not want to watch the two young men exchange words, wasting time. He was eager to conclude the fights to sort the participants into the elite group today. Swoosh! As soon as Lin Donglai's words fell, Bai Mingzhong turned into a streak of golden light as he charged toward Yang Qianyi like a raging beast. The wind howled as a long axe, which seemed to be a prominent divine artifact, appeared in his hand. Yang Qianyi quickly moved back when faced with the domineering attack. His divine energy was clearly unstable since he had yet to fully stabilize his cultivation base.
At the same time, Lin Donglai watched Bai Mingzhong closely, preparing to intervene if he dealt a killing strike. After all, two participants from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had already severely injured two participants from the Pure Yang sect to the extent that the latter could no longer compete in the revival round. Die! Bai Mingzhong roared as he attacked. His axe glinted dazzling like the sun, making everything in its surroundings pale in comparison.
"Watch out!" The crowd instinctively cried out, warning Yang Qianyi.
Lin Donglai stared at Bai Mingzhong, ready to intervene.
"Is this all you got?" Yang Qianyi suddenly said before he rushed out. Lin Donglai was slightly surprised. Is this person from the pure Yang sect not afraid of his opponent?
Following that, Lin Donglai's expression changed drastically. He had sensed something.
At the same time, Ren Taiqiu, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, cried out, "Stop!" Subsequently, powerful divine energy surged out of Ren Taiqiu's body as he tried to intervene. However, a sword ray suddenly shot out, easily crushing Ren Taiqiu's divine energy.
The high-ranking officials from the various top forces in the Seven Mansion shifted their eyes to a golden-clad young man who was seated with the Pure Yang sect's party in unison. The young man was none other than Yi Chen-feng, the founder of the Pure Yang sect's hidden sword faction. Yi Chen-feng, who was not even 2,000 years old, was the youngest intermediate emperor of gods present on the scene. However, not many of the intermediate emperors of gods present who were older than him dared to say that they were stronger than him. Suddenly, a miserable cry rang in the air, attracting the crowd's attention away from Yi Chen-feng. When they looked over, they saw Bai Mingzhong's body was riddled with holes, as though he had been pierced with arrows. Lin Donglai, who was standing nearby, turned slightly pale. "Trash," Yang Qianyi said indifferently before he turned and left.
At this time, Lin Donglai flew over. After a moment, he said, "He's alive. Alliance leader Ren. He can still be saved as long as you give him a little more healing pills."
Lin Donglai sent Bai Mingzhong back to the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice with a stream of energy along with 2 bottles of pills as he said, "These are Lord-grade limit divine pills that will help with his recovery. It's just a little token since I'm responsible for his injuries."
Ren Taiqiu accepted the pills before he looked at the old man sitting next to him and said, "Elder Wang, take these pills and bring him away." "Yes, Alliance leader," the old man said before he brought the dying Bai Mingzhong away. However, unbeknownst to everyone, after the old man left, he received a voice transmission from Ren Taiqiu. Ren Taiqiu said, "Don't waste the divine pills. Take him away and kill him. He's just an orphan, and his master died a couple of years ago. Nobody will care about his absence." "Yes, Alliance leader."
The old man knew Ren Taiqiu did not want to waste resources saving Bai Mingzhong because Bai Mingzhong was without support and connections in the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Most importantly, Bai Mingzhong was not outstanding enough to be saved.
Apart from that, Bai Mingzhong was fatally injured. Even with the help of the Lord-grade limit divine pills, they would only be able to preserve his life and heal his injuries slightly.
To make a full recovery, they would need at least another 10 Lord-grade limit divine pills from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Rentaichio was naturally unwilling to waste so many pills on someone whose value was not very high.
Although no one knew about Rentaichio's voice transmission, most people from the various forces, including Lin Donglai, could guess Rentaichio's intention. It was already obvious when Rentaichio did not immediately feed Bai Mingzhong the 2 Lord-grade limit divine pills and asked for Bai Mingzhong to be taken away instead. Lin Donglai only frowned slightly, but he did not say anything. Although he felt responsible for Bai Mingzhong's fatal injuries, he only felt partially responsible.
In his opinion, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice should have warned their young disciples about attacking the young disciples of the Pure Yang sect ruthlessly. The truth was ugly, but he felt that Bai Mingzhong's death was caused by the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice.
I didn't expect this disciple from the Pure Yang sect to be so strong. His strength is comparable to that of Yi Yingkai and the other outstanding prodigies from the Pure Yang sect. In fact, he might be even stronger than them. Lin Donglai thought to himself as he watched Yang Qianyi leave.
Meanwhile, everyone had also shifted their attention to Yang Qianyi. Most, if not all of them, were surprised.
Who is he? Duan Ling Tian aside. His strength seems to be on par with the top prodigies in the Pure Yang sect. I didn't expect the Pure Yang sect to have another outstanding prodigy. He kept a low profile and revealed his true strength at the critical moment. His attack left Bai Mingzhong on the brink of death. If it weren't for Elder Lin Donglai, Bai Mingzhong would have died.
Even Duan Ling Tian was surprised by Yang Qianyi's strength. His heart stirred slightly as he looked at Yang Qianyi and thought to himself, I've underestimated him.
He became an intermediate Lord of Gods in a shorter time than I did, and based on his attack earlier, his cultivation base is almost completely stable. He might even completely stabilize his cultivation base before the end of the 7 Mansions feast. Duan Ling Tian felt excitement burning in his heart when he thought about this. He yearned even more to enter the Supreme Divine Mansion.
Duan Ling Tian knew how difficult it was for intermediate lords of gods to stabilize their cultivation bases in a short time. Without the help of the 5 divine elements, he would not have been able to completely stabilize his cultivation base so quickly.
For others, it would be impossible to achieve without some kind of fortuitous encounter. Similarly, the others from the Pure Yang sect were also shocked. The only person who was not shocked was Yuan Hanjin, Yang Qianyi's master.
Yang Qianyi is so strong?
Yang Qianyi really helped us vent our anger. You're amazing, Yang Qianyi. You almost killed him.
That's right. Although an intermediate Emperor of Gods was keeping watch, you still managed to fatally injure your opponent from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice.
The dark clouds that loomed over the young disciples of the Pure Yang sect dispersed after Yang Qianyi defeated Bai Mingzhong. Yi Yingkai and Yun Yiwei were not only surprised, but their expressions turned solemn as well. After all, they did not pay attention to Yang Qianyi previously, and he suddenly became as strong as they were. Moreover, they were not completely confident they could defeat Yang Qianyi. It was only natural that their emotions were complicated.
With this fight, Yang Qianyi was thrust into the spotlight, making his mark in the 7 Mansions feast.
Yang Qianyi. There's finally an outstanding prodigy from the Pure Yang sect's Ping Shang faction.
He's the grand disciple of the founder of the Pingxing faction, Yuan Pingxing.
Despite the praises, Yang Qianyi remained calm. In fact, if one was observant enough, one could even see a hint of gloom in the depths of his eyes.
The following fights were uneventful.
Yun Yiwei easily defeated his opponent as expected. Since his opponent was not from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, he was very restrained when he attacked. At the end of the round, apart from the already famous prodigies from the 7 Mansions, there were more than a handful of people who stood out. They were dark horses like the Pure Yang sect's Yang Qianyi and the Howling Flames sect's Lin Yuan.
Unlike Yang Qianyi, Lin Yuan was the external help that the Howling Flames sect recruited. However, since he had formally joined the Howling Flames sect, even if people were dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do about it.
The revival stage for the elite group round would start the next day. Based on the first round for the selection of the rookie group, most people knew the revival stage would not be that interesting. After all, who would foolishly choose to challenge a strong opponent? The revival stage for the elite group round ended in just a few days since the number of participants was much smaller compared to before. There were quite a few participants with above-average strength who failed to enter the elite group since all the weaker participants in the elite group had been challenged. Similar to before, Lin Donglai said to those who failed to advance that if they were confident about ranking in the top 30, they would be allowed to enter the elite group. However, there would be consequences if they failed to rank in the top 30. In the end, no one dared to step forward. None of them were sure they could even pass the next round, let alone rank in the top 30. Although luck was part of one's strength, only mediocre people would rely heavily on luck. After the elite ground round, it'll be the soaring cloud group round. It's mostly similar to the first two rounds. The difference is that during the revival stage, those who lost in the first stage are allowed to issue up to 3 challenges, Lin Donglai announced as he hovered in the air. He was also able to select one person to automatically enter the soaring cloud group, and he chose Yang Qianyi. Most people sighed in relief when Yang Qianyi was chosen. They were mostly the weaker participants. With Yang Qianyi out of the picture, they would not have to face him. All of them were worried about ending up like Bai Mingzhong after all. As for the stronger participants, they did not care at all since this would not affect them. Moreover, they could also prove their strength later. Lin Donglai explained the rounds in the 7 Mansions Feast again. The Soaring Cloud Group round was also the 3rd round of the 7 Mansions Feast. There were only 400 participants left at this time. The Elite Group round originally had 800 participants, and at the end of it, there were only 400 people left. The Soaring Cloud Group round had 400 participants, and at the end of it, there would be only 200 participants left. The 4th round, called the Ambitious Group round, would have 100 participants at the end of it. The ranking for the top 100 participants would also be decided in this round. Those who ranked in the top 100 would naturally be rewarded, and those who ranked in the top 30 would receive better rewards. Needless to say, those who ranked in the top 10 had the best rewards. After his explanation, Lin Donglai announced the start of the 3rd round, the Soaring Cloud Group round. Similar to the earlier 2 rounds, opponents would be decided based on the tokens they chose. When Duanling Tian obtained his token, he discovered everyone from the Pure Yang sect, including Jinping Fan, were looking at him. The corners of his lips twitched immediately. Before Jinping Fan spoke, he raised his token and imbued his divine energy into it. He had yet to see the word on his token, but when he saw the disappointed expression on Jinping Fan's face, he knew the word he obtained this time must have been normal. It would have been strange if he obtained another weird word for the 3rd time. This time, Duanling Tian obtained the word universe. The others from the Pure Yang sect looked away after they saw that Duanling Tian obtained a normal word. Soon after, the Soaring Cloud Group round started. The first few fights were boring until the Wanqi clan's Wanqi Hong was chosen to fight Jia Mulin, the prodigy from the Profound Jade Mansion's Fortune sect. Jia Mulin was one of the strongest disciples under the age of 10,000 in the Fortune sect. His expression was solemn at this moment. Clearly, he felt the pressure of facing Wanqi Hong. Jia Mulin, I've heard of you. You're rather famous, Wanqi Hong said nonchalantly. Do you want me to help you, or are you going to surrender on your own? Jia Mulin took a deep breath before he cupped his fists together at Wanqi Hong and said, "Your reputation precedes you, Wanqi Hong. Perhaps, if you were still the strongest person under the age of 10,000 in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, I'd surrender. However, since that's no longer the case, I'd like to test my strength against yours." Jia Mulin grinned at the end of his words. Wanqi Hong was infuriated by the smile on Jia Mulin's face. His gaze turned frosty as he said, "If you have a death wish, I'll be more than happy to fulfill your wish." Wanqi Hong rushed out like raging beast as soon as Lin Donglai announced the start of the fight. Meanwhile, as Jia Mulin stepped back, Duanling Tian thought to himself, this prodigy from the Fortune sect deliberately provoked Wanqi Hong, hoping that Wanqi Hong will make mistakes due to his anger. However, if his strength isn't enough, he still won't be able to defeat Wanqi Hong, even if Wanqi Hong makes mistakes. Petty tricks and tactics were useless when faced with absolute strength, after all. Jia Mulin was indeed trying to provoke Wanqi Hong, hoping Wanqi Hong would lose his reason when angered. He knew Wan Qihong was stronger than him, but he thought the difference between their strength was slight. Hence, he thought he would be able to seize the advantage and defeat Wan Qihong when Wan Qihong made mistakes due to his anger. However, things did not develop as he had expected. Why is he so strong? Jia Mulin could barely fend off Wan Qihong with his prominent divine artifact. His arms were trembling from the force of the attack. When Wan Qihong attacked for the second time, Jia Mulin's prominent divine artifact was knocked out of his hands, and he was sent flying back. Although Wan Qihong had clearly defeated Jia Mulin, he still flew toward Jia Mulin. "Stop! I surrender!" Lin Donglai and Jia Mulin exclaimed in unison. Despite his anger, Wan Qihong had to stop since Jia Mulin had surrendered. If he continued to make a move, Lin Donglai could charge him with a murder attempt. Based on the Seven Mansions feast rules, Lin Donglai could kill him for that. Wan Qihong has stabilized his cultivation base? Yi Chen Feng could sense Wan Qihong's divine energy even though Wan Qihong had held back. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard about this from Yi Chen Feng. When he fought with Wan Qihong previously, he knew Wan Qihong was far from completely stabilizing his cultivation base. Yi Chen Feng said, "Not long ago, I heard that the Wanqi clan spent a fortune in obtaining top Lord-grade limit divine pills that could help advanced Lords of Gods stabilize their cultivation bases." Duan Ling Tian nodded as realization dawned on him. He had heard of those top Lord-grade limit divine pills before. He usually refined ordinary Lord-grade limit divine pills, and even if he had abundant ingredients, he was not confident he could refine top Lord-grade limit divine pills. At the same time, everyone was shocked by Wan Qihong's strength, especially those from the Fortune sect. They knew how strong Jia Mulin was. In the Fortune sect, only a few people could fight to a draw with him. However, he was defeated by Wan Qihong with 2 moves. How strong? I didn't expect him to be so strong. I didn't expect much from him after he lost to Duan Ling Tian. That's right. When I heard he was defeated by Duan Ling Tian, I thought his title as the strongest person below the age of 10,000 in the Eastern Ridge Mansion was empty. Perhaps, before Duan Ling Tian showed up, there was no one outstanding so the title went to him. However, that's clearly not the case. Hey, if he's so strong, then how strong is Duan Ling Tian? The young disciples from the various forces were shocked by Wan Qihong's strength, and they were even more shocked when they thought about Duan Ling Tian who defeated Wan Qihong in the past. Wan Qihong, who was flying back, naturally heard the conversations in his surroundings. He stopped in his tracks and frowned before he said loudly and confidently, "When Duan Ling Tian defeated me, my cultivation base in the realm of an advanced Lord of Gods was far from being stabilized. However, my cultivation base is completely stabilized now. If I fight Duan Ling Tian now, I'll definitely defeat him." A commotion broke out after Wan Qihong's voice fell. As it turns out, he had yet to stabilize his cultivation base when Duan Ling Tian defeated him. If that's the case, Duan Ling Tian might not be able to defeat him again. Duan Ling Tian might even be badly beaten. No one questioned the veracity of Wan Qihong's words. After all, it would be foolish for him to lie. Not only that, but it would also be humiliating for him if he was caught lying later. How confident, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Then, he said to Jin Pingfan through voice transmission, "Elder Zhan, what do you think if I surrender during my fight and challenge Wan Qihong during the revival stage? Do you think he'd be furious?" Jin Pingfan was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words. When he recovered, he said it's not just him but the entire Wanqi clan, especially Wanqi Yuning, will be furious. After a beat, he added, "It's useless even if you do that. He would still have 3 chances to challenge others to secure a place in the next round, unless you severely injure him to the point that he's unable to fight again." Immediately after saying these words, Jin Pingfan hurriedly said, "I'm just joking. Don't get any ideas." Jin Pingfan was worried Duan Ling Tian might do as he had said. The Wanqi clan, especially Wanqi Yuning, would not let things slide if Wan Qihong was injured to the point where he would no longer be able to participate in the Seven Mansions feast. After all, without Wan Qihong, Wanqi Yuning would lose the only chance he had of becoming an advanced emperor of gods. He looked calm and gentle, but he was known to be ruthless when he was young. He had annihilated a few small clans in the past over very trivial matters.
Although Duan Ling Tian would be safe under Yi Chenfeng's protection, it was impossible for Yi Chenfeng to keep an eye on Duan Ling Tian all the time.
To Zhenping Fan's dismay, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he said, "Elder Zhen, what a brilliant idea. I should really severely injure him."
Zhenping Fan said unhappily, "I said I was just joking and I told you not to listen to me. If you do that, Wanshi Yuning and the Wanshi clan definitely won't let you go. He's like a cornered beast now. If he doesn't achieve a breakthrough soon, he's going to die.
The secret holy realm is his last chance. If you take that away from him, I won't put it past him to sneak into our sect just to kill you. If you want to do anything to Wanshi Hong, I suggest you wait until he secures his place in the top 10. A hint of fear flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he heard Zhenping Fan's warning. If he destroyed the hope of a desperate and dying Wanshi Yuning, it was true that the chance of Wanshi Yuning risking his life to kill him was very high.
I understand, Duan Ling Tian said, completely dismissing his earlier thoughts. Although he disliked Wanshi Hong, he was not going to risk his life and provoke a desperate and dying intermediate emperor of gods. The first stage of the Soaring Cloud Group round ended smoothly. The Revival stage was much more interesting compared to those of the Rookie Group and Elite Group rounds. Those who were eliminated in the first stage were given 3 chances to issue a challenge. Similar to the previous Revival stages, the weaker participants were quickly challenged. Similar to before, no one dared to challenge participants like Duan Ling Tian and Yi Kai. In the end, there were about 200 people who would be advancing to the next round. The ambitious group round will commence in 3 days. Lin Donglai before dismissing everyone. After 3 days, the first stage of the ambitious group round started and ended when there were only 100 participants left. Lin Donglai said, "After 10 days, we'll determine the ranking of the top 100 participants. In the beginning, there'll be 30 seated participants. You can also volunteer to be a seated participant if you feel that you're strong enough. However, you'll be challenged by the other participants. The rankings aren't confirmed until the very end, and only those who manage to hold onto their ranks until the end are considered winners." The crowd's excitement grew upon hearing that the main event of the 7 Mansions Feast was about to begin. Even the outstanding prodigies from various top forces in the 7 Mansions could not wait for the main event to begin. At this time, a young disciple from the Pure Yang sect, whose strength was comparable to that of Yi Kai, opened his eyes that flashed with excitement. He muttered under his breath, "The long-awaited battle for the rankings is almost here." Volunteer to be a seated participant? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing Lin Donglai's words. Just like Lin Donglai said, seated participants would have to accept challenges from other participants. If one was not strong enough, it would be useless for one to volunteer to be a seated participant since one would be knocked off one's ranking very quickly. Moreover, one also risked injury that would affect one's performance later on. For example, someone who could rank in the top 50 might not even be able to rank in the top 50 if he or she volunteered to be a seated participant. Being challenged by other participants would inevitably result in injuries if one did not have sufficient strength. The various forces can select up to 3 people to volunteer as seated participants. 3 days later, I'll send people to collect the list of names, Lin Donglai said. Many prodigies who planned to volunteer were disappointed when they heard Lin Donglai's words. As it turned out, they had to be selected by their respective forces. Moreover, each force could only select 3 people. You may take your leave now, and we'll gather again in 10 days. At that time, we'll announce the names of the 30 seated participants. With that, the crowd began to disperse. While Duan Ling Tian returned with the people from the Pure Yang sect, he did not ask any unnecessary questions. After all, he knew he would definitely be selected as a seated participant from the sect. The young disciples from the Pure Yang sect felt the same way as well. Duan Ling Tian will definitely be chosen as a seated participant. That's right. However, I don't know who the other 2 would be. Many of them looked at Yi Kai, Yun Yiwei, and the other 3 who were on par with the duo. Not counting Duan Ling Tian, these 5 people were the strongest disciples below the age of 10,000 in the Pure Yang sect. Their strength was about the same. After a while, someone said, "Wait,
Don't forget about the Pingsheng faction's Yang Qianyi. Based on his performance previously, he's no weaker than Yi Yingkai.
You're right.
Yang Qianyi is a possible candidate as well. I think Yang Qianyi has a good chance of being selected. I agree. If you ask me, I think Yang Qianyi might even be slightly stronger than Yi Yingkai and the others. The conversations made Yi Yingkai and the other four look at Yang Qianyi with a complicated gaze. After all, Yang Qianyi, whom they had once overlooked, was now as strong as them or possibly stronger than them.
At this time, Yuan Hanjin said to Yang Qianyi through voice transmission, currently among the younger generation below the age of 10,000 in our sect, Duan Lingtian is the only one stronger than you. However, as long as you work hard, you'll surpass him sooner or later.
At that time, you'll be able to kill him and avenge your childhood friends. I have faith in you.
Thank you, Master, Yang Qianyi replied indifferently through voice transmission. Yuan Hanjin frowned slightly when he heard the indifference in Yang Qianyi's voice. It might not seem significant to others, but to him it was as though Yang Qianyi had turned into a different person. After all, Yang Qianyi had always been very respectful to him.
Yuan Hanjin wondered inwardly, what happened?
Did his personality change due to what he experienced in the Supreme Divine Mansion? That's likely the case.
After that, Yuan Hanjin no longer dwelled on the matter. Meanwhile, the young disciples of the Pure Yang sect were still discussing among themselves. Hey, if Duan Lingtian and Yang Qianyi were chosen, do you think Yi Yingkai will be chosen as well? After all, he's Elder Ye's grand disciple. Yi Chenfeng was famous in the Pure Yang sect after all. In the past, he was slightly stronger than Lu Fenggu, who was also rather famous. Now that he possessed a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, he was easily the strongest person in the Pure Yang sect. Put everything aside, he led the entourage from the Pure Yang sect to the Seven Mansions feast and was in charge. If he really wanted Yi Yingkai to be a seated participant, it would be even easier than flicking his finger. Lu Fenggu would definitely not object to it. As for the others, they did not have much say at all. I don't think so. Elder Yi isn't one to show favoritism.
I agree.
Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Yi Chenfeng when he heard the others talking about how fair and righteous Yi Chenfeng was. He would have been blinded by these words if he did not learn from Jinping Fan how petty Yi Chenfeng could be. Of course, that did not mean Yi Chenfeng was not a good person. In the end, he thought to himself, Elder Yi isn't someone who would do something to give people grounds to criticize him. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian and the people from the Pure Yang sect were making their way to the Seven Mansions feast's venue.
While making their way there, Yi Chenfeng said calmly, 7 days ago, I submitted 3 names to be seated participants to the Profound Jade Mansion. I chose Duan Lingtian, Yang Qianyi, and Yun Yiwei. As Duan Lingtian expected, Yi Yingkai was not chosen. However, a few people were somewhat surprised. Yun Yiwei was stunned as well since he did not expect to be chosen. However, realization dawned on him when he received a voice transmission from the old man next to him. Since Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu were in charge this time, it was inappropriate for them to choose Yi Yingkai or the most outstanding prodigy from the tyrannic saber faction, since others might accuse them of favoritism. Among the 5 outstanding prodigies in the Pure Yang sect, not counting Yi Yingkai and Yun Yiwei, one of them was from the tyrannic saber faction and the other 2 were from factions that had very good relationships with the hidden sword faction and the tyrannic saber faction. This meant that Yi Yingkai, who was from the Langji faction, did not have any connections to the hidden sword faction or the tyrannic saber faction.
So, they're using me as a shield? Yun Yiwei thought to himself helplessly. However, he did not take offense. He continued to think to himself, there are only 30 seated participants. Each force gets to recommend 3 participants. There are 28 forces, so there'll be 84 recommended participants. Out of 84 participants, only 30 will be selected. I don't think I'll be selected. Duan Lingtian will definitely get selected, and Yang Qianyi has a decent chance of being selected as well.
At the same time, Duan Lingtian also learned of the reason why Yun Yiwei was selected instead of Yi Yingkai from Jinping Fan. He did not think too much of it, and he was sure Yi Yingkai and the others who were not selected did not think too much about it as well.
After all, whether they were seated participants or not would not affect the outcome. They would still be able to rank in the top 30 if they were unseated as long as they were strong enough. When the people from the Pure Yang sect arrived, most of the forces had already arrived.
Soon after, Lin Donglai appeared again in a timely manner. He did not beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, after several days of consideration, we finally selected 30 seated participants from the lists we obtained from the various top forces in the 7 mansions.
Lin Donglai read out 30 names. The 30 seated participants were selected from all 7 mansions, but not every force had the candidates they recommended selected. For example, no one from the Profound Jade Mansion's Fortune sect was selected. Since the Fortune sect, as one of the hosts of the 7 mansions feast this time, did not complain, the other forces, whose disciples were not chosen, did not complain as well. After all, if the host did not complain, what else could they say?
Most importantly, being a seated participant would not affect the final ranking at all.
At this time, someone from the Feudal Lord Mansion said, I remember that during the previous 7 mansions feast, Elder Yi from the Pure Yang sect wasn't selected as a seated participant as well. However, he was still ranked in the top 30 in the end.
Many people turned to look at Yi Chen-feng upon hearing these words. Currently, Yi Chen-feng was the founder of the Hidden Sword faction and an Ascension elder in the Pure Yang sect. He was also the strongest person in the Pure Yang sect and the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Most importantly, he was not even 20,000 years old.
During the 7 mansions feast 10,000 years ago, Yi Chen-feng was not even 10,000 years old. At that time, he was also selected to represent the Pure Yang sect in the 7 mansions feast. Alas, he did not even rank in the top 20, let alone rank in the top 10.
10,000 years passed in just a blink of an eye. 10,000 years ago, Elder Ye's peers were stronger than him, but 10,000 years later, none of his peers are a match for him. One shouldn't worry about temporary wins and losses, it's more important to take the bigger picture into consideration. Elder Yi is a good example of this. I agree. Even if I'm not chosen as a seated participant or I can't rank in the top 30, it doesn't mean that I'll be weaker than all my peers in the future. Who knows? I might even be stronger than the Wanqi clan's Wanqi Hong and the Pure Yang sect's Duanling Tian after 10,000 years. At the same time, no one was surprised that Duanling Tian was selected as one of the 30 seated participants. In fact, everyone would have been surprised if he was not chosen.
Wanqi Hong from the Wanqi clan was the only one chosen to be a seated participant from the clan.
Apart from Duanling Tian, Yang Qianyi from the Pure Yang sect was also chosen to be a seated participant, surprising everyone. The Pure Yang sect's Yang Qianyi kept such a low profile previously. If it weren't for his explosive performance that one time, the Profound Jade Mansion would not have chosen him to be a seated participant. I've already said that Yang Qianyi isn't any weaker than the 5 top prodigies from the Pure Yang sect. He might even be stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the Profound Jade Mansion.
There are only 30 seated participants, and each force could only recommend 3 disciples. It's quite amazing that 2 participants were chosen from the Pure Yang sect. It's not just the Pure Yang sect. 2 participants were selected from the Howling Flames sect as well. Apart from the Dark Horse, Lin Yuan, the strongest prodigy under the age of 10,000, Mo Luo Duo, was also chosen. It's not just that. Mo Luo Duo is widely acknowledged to be the strongest person under the age of 10,000 in the Profound Jade Mansion. He's not weaker than Wanqi Hong. Do you think he's able to beat Duanling Tian? This was the first time Duanling Tian heard of Mo Luo Duo. Mo Luo Duo? The strongest person below the age of 10,000 in the Howling Flame sect and the Profound Jade Mansion. Apart from the Pure Yang sect and the Howling Flame sect, there were also a few forces that had 2 of their disciples selected as seated participants. However, most people were focused on the Pure Yang sect and the Howling Flame sect. This was because Duanling Tian, who rose to fame in the 7 mansions recently, was in the Pure Yang sect. As for the Howling Flame sect, it was because they were one of the hosts of the 7 mansions feast.
Moreover, Lin Donglai, an elder of the Howling Flames sect, was also chosen to preside over the fights.
Needless to say, no one had anything to say about those from the Pure Yang sect and the Howling Flames sect chosen to be seated participants. Their strength was obvious to all.
In contrast, most people were puzzled why another 2 participants, whose previous performances were only mediocre, were chosen to be seated participants.
One of them was from the Autumn Leaves sect in the Divine Morning Mansion. The Autumn Leaves sect was one of the forces that had two of their disciples chosen to be seated participants. One of them was a famous young prodigy, but the other person who was chosen performed mediocrely so far and no one had heard of him before. As for the other one, she was from the Yuan clan in the Underworld Mansion. However, she did not carry the surname Yuan. Similarly, her performance was tepid at best.
Needless to say, many began to discuss among themselves, puzzled.
I've never heard of that Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaves sect, nor have I heard of that Tuaba Xiao from the Yuan clan. Their performances were average, so why were they selected?
Duanling Tian did not pay much attention to the fights, so he did not know if someone performed outstandingly or not. He had never heard the names Luo Yuan and Tuaba Xiao before, but he dismissed it as him not paying attention to news about other prodigies. It was only when he heard the conversation in his surroundings that he discovered everyone had never heard of Luo Yuan and Tuaba Xiao as well. As such, he was also puzzled why those two who performed mediocrely were selected.
Divine Morning Mansion, Underworld Mansion. Soon enough, a thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. Jinping Fan had previously said that the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion would have outstanding prodigies representing them during the Seven Mansions Feast, and that they were aiming to rank in the top 3. What was out of the ordinary was that the top forces in the Divine Morning Mansions and the Underworld Mansions had pooled their resources together and invested in the two prodigies. If the duo ranked in the top 3, they would obtain 6 slots between them. There were 6 top forces altogether in the two mansions, so each force would be given a slot.
Apparently, according to Yi Chenfeng, it was Jinping Fan who had unknowingly given them this idea 10,000 years ago. Duanling Tian thought to himself, if that's the case, then it's no surprise that they were chosen. They're definitely qualified to be a seated participant. Since they're chosen, this means the Profound Jade Mansion is aware of this matter as well.
However, they've been keeping such a low profile. Why did the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion recommend them and thrust them into the spotlight now?
It seems a little foolish to do this when they've yet to reveal their strength. It'd only draw criticism since most people would think it's unfair that they were chosen.
While Duanling Tian was still lost in his thoughts, an old man with a long beard and gray hair looked at Lin Donglai with a gloomy expression as he asked in a thunderous and deep voice, "Elder Lin, what's the meaning of this? The Autumn Leaves sect didn't recommend Luo Yuan as a seated participant. He's not among the 3 we recommended." Immediately after that, a thin old man spoke up as well. "That's right, Elder Lin. Our Yuan clan didn't recommend Tuo by Xiao as well." A commotion broke out as soon as the 2 old men spoke up. Everyone was even more confused when they found out that these 2 unknown participants were not even recommended by their respective forces. Why were they chosen to be seated participants then? Everyone turned to look at Lin Donglai immediately, waiting for him to answer the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. They were all curious and could not help but wonder what the Profound Jade Mansion was up to. After all, it was inappropriate for the Profound Jade Mansion to select participants who were not recommended by their respective forces to be seated participants. If it were just one person, perhaps the Profound Jade Mansion could brush it off as a mistake. However, there were 2 of them.
How could it be a mistake?
Everyone could not wait to hear what Lin Donglai had to say.
So they were not recommended by their respective forces? Duanling Tian was even more puzzled.
Why did the Profound Jade Mansion take the initiative to make those 2 seated participants when the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan did not recommend them? It was unprecedented. Faced with everyone's questioning gazes, Lin Donglai did not look nervous at all. Instead, he said with a slight smile, "Although the duo was not recommended by their respective forces, we, from the Profound Jade Mansion, heard that the duo was outstanding. After all, the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion pooled all their resources to cultivate the duo for nearly 10,000 years. Hence, we took the initiative to make the seated participants since we have high regard for outstanding prodigies. As for the 2 elders from the Autumn Leaves sect and the Yuan clan, I'm sure you're not worried that they would suffer a loss from being a seated participant due to insufficient strength. After all, even if the duo's previous performances were only average, they're not mediocre at all. At the very least, they're comparable to Duanling Tian, the prodigy from the Pure Yang sect. Before anyone could speak, Lin Donglai continued to say to Luo Yuan and Tuo Baixio, "Both of you should reveal a little of your strength later, so the others won't rashly challenge both of you. Once you show your strength, perhaps you won't even have to fight anymore until it's time to fight for the top 30, top 10, or even top 3 places. Apart from that, it'll also let others recognize your abilities." Many people were shocked that Lin Donglai compared the two inconspicuous participants to Duanling Tian. They were even more shocked when they heard that the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion pooled their resources to cultivate the duo for nearly 10,000 years. The two mansions invested all their resources on those two for almost 10,000 years. Looks like they're determined to enter the secret holy realm. Each of them had the resources from the 3 top forces of the mansion. I can't imagine how powerful they must be now. They have to be very strong. Since they were selected by the top forces, they must be naturally talented to begin with. With all the resources given to them, they must be extraordinary.
That's right. If it weren't for Elder Lin from the Howling Flames sect, I really wouldn't know these two outstanding prodigies from the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion.
In fact, those who were shocked were the young disciples of the various forces from the 7 mansions. After all, the high-ranking officials had long received news about Luo Yuan and Tuo Baixio. The high-ranking officials were more surprised that the profound Jade Mansion deliberately exposed the duo, the Divine Morning Mansion, and the Underworld Mansion.
The expressions of the two elders from the Autumn Leaves sect and the Yuan clan respectively soured as soon as they heard Lin Donglai's words. However, they were not very surprised that this happened, and they also knew there was nothing they could do about it. During the previous 7 mansions feasts, there were forces who would deliberately expose each other's trump cards. In fact, the Divine Morning Mansion had once exposed the Profound Jade Mansion's trump cards. It was likely that this was the Profound Jade Mansion seeking revenge.
Alas, the Underworld Mansion was dragged into the matter as well. That was not to say that the Underworld Mansion had never done such things before. It was just that they had never done it to the Profound Jade Mansion. In any case, this matter passed very quickly. The Profound Jade Mansion was not held accountable, and no one kicked up a fuss either.
The participants with the potential to rank in the top 10 and top 3 felt even more pressured by the sudden appearance of another 2 outstanding prodigies.
As for the weaker participants who were unlikely to rank in the top 10, they were busy discussing among themselves. They were very excited and eager to watch the show.
I really can't tell that the 2 mansions invested all their resources in those 2.
Elder Lin compared them to Duanling Tian earlier. It shows how highly he thinks of them.
I just heard from my master that the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion are determined to have those 2 rank in the top 3.
I thought Duanling Tian had a high chance of ranking in the top 3. Similarly, I thought Wanqihong has a good chance of ranking in the top 3. However, it seems like that might not be the case. That's right. Who would have thought the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion would do such a thing? It's not just Luo Yuan and Tuo Baixio. There's also an outstanding prodigy from the Consonance Mansion's United Heavens sect who just appeared recently. Apart from that prodigy from the United Heavens sect, Luo Yuan, Tuo Baixio, Duanling Tian, Wanqihong, Lin Yuan, Mo Luo Duo, there are also the other top prodigies from the other forces. The competition for the top 3 places is very fierce this time. It's going to be interesting. The participants were still talking when Lin Donglai spoke again. His voice overwhelmed everyone's voice as he said, "Now, the first round of the qualifying battle will begin. The other participants can now challenge the 30-seeded participants. Remember, you only have 3 chances to challenge the seeded participants."
The 30-seeded participants were called to step forward so the unseeded participants could challenge them. Needless to say, the unseeded participants would only choose to challenge those they were sure they could defeat. It would be detrimental to them to challenge someone stronger after all.
Unseeded participants have to issue their 3 challenges consecutively. If you feel you can't defeat your opponent, you can surrender to conserve energy and avoid injuries. This will ensure you'll be in good condition during your following challenges.
As soon as you surrender, I'll step in to stop your opponents from making another move, Lin Donglai said. Now, I'll give the unseeded participants tokens to decide the order of the challenge.
As for the 30-seeded participants, Please step forward and stand in front of the people of your respective forces to make it easier for the unseated participants to challenge you. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and the other seated participants moved into position. Duan Ling Tian and Yang Qianyi stood in front of the people from the Pure Yang sect. There were 2 seated participants from the Pure Yang sect after all. Wanqi Hong also moved into his position in front of the people of the Wanqi clan. He was the only seated participant from the Wanqi clan. At the same time, Lin Donglai also tossed the tokens out. After all the unseated participants obtained their tokens, he said, "Now, the participant with the number 1, please come forward and issue your challenge. If you win, you'll take the place of your opponent and become a seated participant. After that, you'll have to win 3 challenges to secure your ranking. However, as a new seated participant, you can choose to refuse challenges on the first day." Duan Ling Tian and the other young disciples had long heard about this from the elders of their respective forces, so they were not surprised. The participant who obtained the number 1 flew out. He was a prodigy from a clan in the Consonance Mansion. His strength was quite decent. During his last fight, he defeated his opponent within 10 moves. Although he was not famous in the 7 mansions since there were many more talented than him, he was also somewhat famous in the Consonance Mansion. After a while, this prodigy from the Consonance Mansion challenged a seated participant from the Divine Morning Mansion who was also somewhat famous in the Divine Morning Mansion. In the beginning, the 2 participants seemed evenly matched, but in the latter half of the fight, the seated participant from the Divine Morning Mansion gained the upper hand. After 50 moves, the seated participant from the Divine Morning Mansion won, successfully defending his ranking. Based on the fight this time, it was clear that the seated participant from the Divine Morning Mansion had held back in the previous rounds. He's quite smart. In fact, he could have defeated his opponent much sooner. However, to conserve energy, he dragged the fight out and used a little more divine energy to defeat his opponent after that. He'll be able to easily recover the divine energy he expended after this with a pill. With that, he'll be in peak condition for his next challenge. Many people could see through the intentions of the seated participant from the Divine Morning Mansion. This tactic was something one would only gain through experience. Meanwhile, the unseated participant from the Consonance Mansion wore a gloomy expression on his face. He had assumed the person he challenged was on par with him at most. He was rather certain of his victory. To his dismay, he discovered his opponent had been hiding his strength. He had used up about 30 to 40% of his energy during this fight. Although he was not seriously injured, he was still affected and would not be in peak condition for his next fight. Lin Donglai looked at the participant from the Consonance Mansion and said expressionlessly, "You have to challenge your next opponent within 7.5 minutes. The unseated participant's expression turned even gloomier upon hearing this. Since he had to issue his challenge consecutively, he had no time to recover his energy at all. He was at a huge disadvantage. After a moment, he asked, "Elder Lin, based on what I'm told, if I give up my second challenge, I'll be given 15 minutes to rest before I have to challenge an opponent again, right?" Lin Donglai nodded. "That's right. Do you want to give up your second challenge in exchange for a 15-minute break to rest and recover?" "Yes," the unseated participant from the Consonance Mansion said decisively. Then, without waiting for Lin Donglai to speak again, he sat cross-legged before he took a divine pill and began to recover his strength as much as he could. Lin Donglai did not say anything and waited quietly. At the same time, the others discussed among themselves as they waited. "He's quite smart." Many people praised the participant from the Consonance Mansion. After all, if he had issued a challenge immediately after losing his first challenge, he would undoubtedly be at a great disadvantage. Not only would he most probably lose his second challenge, but he would also likely lose his third challenge due to a chain effect. It was the best choice for him to give up his second challenge so he could recover his strength. With this, he had a higher chance of winning his third challenge. "I'm glad I didn't have to go first. At least I learned something from this first fight. It's better to conserve as much energy as we can during the first challenge. Unless we're certain of our victory, it's not worth going all out," a prodigy from the feudal lord mansion said with a sigh. Someone smiled bitterly and countered, "It's useless. What if your opponent is doing the same? For example, that seated participant from the Divine Morning Mansion didn't use his full strength. letting that unseated participant from the Consonance Mansion think they were on par with each other. The unseated participant from the Consonance Mansion was fooled. He thought his victory was certain, so he went all out. That was when his opponent revealed his strength and dealt him a blow. That's right. This tactic is not completely reliable. It depends on your luck as well, and you have to have very good judgment. I agree. In my opinion, it's best to fight as though it's your last challenge. The most important thing is to pick the right person to challenge. Yes.
Who knows if the person you challenged previously hid their strength?
In any case, I think that seated participant from the Divine Morning Mansion had already revealed his full strength earlier. If you're confident, you should challenge him. There shouldn't be any more surprises from him. Those who are confident about challenging him should do it as soon as they can. After all, he can only be challenged for another 2 more times.
Hey, is it possible for a seated participant to collude with unseated participants? What if a seated participant manages to convince 3 weaker unseated participants to challenge him?
After winning 3 challenges, his ranking would be secured. It's possible to do, but I don't think anyone will do such a thing. After all, if one were caught, one would be disqualified immediately. The high-ranking officials here aren't stupid. They'll be able to see through such a trick easily.
That's right. I don't think such a thing had happened before in the history of the 7 Mansions Feast. No one would take such a risk unless they want to be disqualified. Apart from that, there are also factors that make this trick hard to pull off. Take the seated participant from the Divine Morning Mansion, for example. Since he was challenged by the first unseated participant, the second to the 10th unseated participants won't be able to challenge him. After he's challenged by one of the unseated participants with numbers from 11 to 20, the 21st to 30th unseated participants won't be able to challenge him. This means, even if he manages to convince unseated participants to help him, those unseated participants will have to be in the right order. Indeed, it's not realistic. Moreover, how could a participant willingly give up just to help another participant? That's right. All in all, this trick is useless and unrealistic. There are huge consequences as well. With so many intermediate emperors of gods around, the trick will be seen through in just an instance. There seemed like there were many loopholes, but it was truly not easy to exploit the loopholes. Moreover, the consequences were heavy and no one dared to take the risk. Hence, in the history of the 7 Mansions Feast, such a thing had never happened.
15 minutes later, the unseated participant from the Consonance Mansion rose to his feet. His eyes shifted to a prodigy from the Feudal Lord Mansion. The prodigy from the Feudal Lord Mansion was very famous in the Feudal Lord Mansion, and he also had a slight bit of fame outside of the Feudal Lord Mansion. The 2 participants did not waste time and began to fight. It did not take long for the seated participant from the Feudal Lord Mansion to defeat the unseated participant from the Consonance Mansion. The seated participant from the Feudal Lord Mansion had also hidden his strength in the previous rounds. In fact, he was even stronger than the first participant that the unseated participant from the Consonance Mansion had challenged. Even if the unseated participant from the Consonance Mansion was in peak condition, he would still be unable to defeat the participant from the Feudal Lord Mansion.
For this reason, the participant from the Consonance Mansion was not dissatisfied when he left the battlefield. After all, it was not surprising that he lost when the gap between their strength was rather wide. Apart from that, the 2 opponents he challenged were the 2 he was most confident about defeating. He did not expect the duo to have hidden their strength. He was not confident about defeating any of the other 28 seated participants. As such, he was convinced of his defeat. Based on this, it could be seen that the profound Jade Mansion had taken special care when selecting the 30 seated participants. The defeated participant from the Consonance Mansion thought to himself, I wonder if anyone dares to challenge the 2 participants that the Divine Morning Mansion and Underworld Mansion spent all their efforts cultivating? If it were not for the reveal earlier, I actually planned to challenge both of them. In fact, many unseated participants shared the same thought as him. Initially, they all planned to challenge the Autumn Leaves sect's Luo Yuan and the Yuan clan's Tuo Ba Xiu when Lin Donglai first announced their names. Needless to say, once Lin Donglai exposed the fact that the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion had given all their resources to the duo, everyone dismissed the idea of challenging the duo. Moreover, Lin Donglai also said the duo was comparable to Duan Ling Tian. They knew they were no match for Duan Tian, so how could they be a match for the duo? After a while, the unseated participant who drew the number 2 was called to step forward. Unsurprisingly, he did not challenge Luo Yuan or Tua Baxio. Even so, he failed to defeat his first opponent. Similar to the first unseated participant, he gave up his second challenge to recover his strength, and he also failed his third challenge. The third unseated failed to win his challenges as well. In fact, the first 7th unseated participants all failed their challenges. However, things became more exciting when the 7th unseated participant, who was from the feudal lord mansion, stepped forward. To everyone's surprise, he challenged Tua Baxio from the underworld mansion's Yuan clan. Most importantly, Tua Baxio was someone all the top forces in the underworld mansion cultivated. He was the person whom Lin Donglai said was comparable to Duan Tian. When Tua Baxio flew out, the 7th unseated participant looked at Tua Baxio with an anticipatory expression as he said, "Tua Baxio, after listening to Elder Lin praising your strength, I really want to see your strength for myself." Tua Baxio was a beautiful young woman. Her hair was tied up, and she was dressed in a loose black robe. All in all, she was dressed like a man, and it did not detract from her beauty at all. If she was dressed like a woman, there was no doubt that she would be even more stunning. Her expression was as cold as her voice as she said to the 7th unseated participant who challenged her, "Make your move." Very well. The 7th unseated participant from the feudal lord mansion charged out with a prominent divine artifact in his hand as he mobilized his divine energy. Since Lin Donglai had compared Tua Baxio to Duan Tian, it was clear that she was very outstanding. As such, he did not dare to be reckless and did not hold back his strength at all. Tua Baxio did not move despite her opponent charging toward her menacingly. However, her loose black robes fluttered wildly in the wind. Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh! When the participant from the feudal lord mansion drew close, a storm of ice and snow suddenly raged around Tua Baxio. A freezing energy swept out immediately for thousands of miles with her body in the center. In just an instant, the participant from the feudal lord mansion was frozen. If one looked close enough, one would be able to see the fear brewing in the depths of his eyes. Everyone was still shocked by Tua Baxio's display when Lin Donglai suddenly said, "Your opponent just admitted defeat to me through voice transmission." Then, Lin Donglai waved his hand, melting the ice and snow immediately. Tua Baxio withdrew her divine energy and silently left the battlefield. The participant from the feudal lord mansion was pale and trembling violently after Lin Donglai saved him. "Do you want to continue?" Lin Donglai asked. Then, he added without waiting for the other party's reply, "I advise you to give up your second challenge since you're seriously injured. Otherwise, it'll definitely affect your performance in the future." "I give up. Elder Lin, thank you for saving my life," the participant from the feudal lord mansion said after taking a deep breath. He still felt afraid when he thought about the earlier scene. If Tua Baxio did not hold back, he would have died as soon as he was frozen. The rudimentary form of the Mastery Dao? Duan Tian hovered in the air as he looked at the figure in the distance. His eyes were shining at this moment. Perhaps the people present on the scene were not familiar with the Mastery Dao, so they were unable to sense unless one studied the Mastery Dao and was familiar with it. It was difficult even for an Emperor of Gods to detect it. Since he had also comprehended the Mastery Dao, he naturally could sense it. The Mastery Dao was different from the Weapon Dao. If the Mastery Dao was used along with the profundities of a law, it was almost undetectable. On the contrary, there was almost no way to conceal the Weapon Dao. Duan Tian was slightly surprised to discover that Tua Baxio, the disciple from the underworld mansion's Yuan clan, had comprehended the rudimentary form of the Mastery Dao. His expression was slightly solemn as he thought to himself, "So this is the ability of the prodigy whom the underworld man poured their resources into." Earlier, Tua Baxio did not use a prominent divine artifact. She only used her law of ice along with her Mastery Dao. Based on that alone, Duan Tian speculated that Tua Baxio was not any weaker than Wan Qihong. Needless to say, Wan Qihong from the past, whom he had defeated in Seven Kills Valley, was much weaker than Tua Baxio. Similarly, everyone was also shocked by Tua Baxio's performance and was fervently discussing among themselves. "Tua Baxio is really terrifying.
The law of ice she comprehended is extremely powerful. That person from the feudal lord mansion didn't even have a chance to get close to her before he was frozen. It's not surprising considering the underworld mansion invested all their resources in her. It's true that the underworld mansion played a big part, but I'm sure she was already highly talented to begin with. If we were in his shoes and were given so many resources, we might not even be as powerful as she is now. I agree. Everyone thought that it was really enviable that Tuoba received the collective resources from the top forces in the underworld mansion. However, no one denied her talent and comprehension skills. If she was only average, she would not have been chosen by the underworld mansion to begin with. If she was not talented, she would not have grown so strong even if she was given a lot of resources. If Tuoba is so strong, then Luo Yuan from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect can't be any weaker. No wonder Elder Lin compared them to Duan Ling Tian. That person from the feudal lord mansion probably did not expect this when he wanted to satisfy his curiosity. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. That's right. He clearly only challenged her because he was curious. Now he ruined his chances completely.
I'm afraid no one will dare to challenge Tuoba and Luo Yuan after this.
Of course. Who will challenge Luo Yuan after seeing Tuoba strength? After seeing that person from the feudal lord mansion, no one will dare to challenge the duo.
At this time, the unseated participant who drew the number 8 flew into the battlefield. It was none other than Lan Shilin, the great-grandson of Lan Zhengming, the founder of the Pure Yang sect's Zhengming faction. Lan Shilin could also be considered outstanding among the younger generation in the Pure Yang sect even if he could not compare to the likes of Yi Kai and Yun Yiwei. His strength was only behind the other 5 top young disciples of the Pure Yang sect, not counting Duan Lingtian.
Lan Shilin looked around. His eyes stopped briefly on the seated participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. However, he dismissed the idea of challenging that person since he knew he was no match for the other party.
Even if he wanted to show off his strength to his peers and bring glory to the Pure Yang sect, he was aware of his limitations. His rationality won over his impulse. Finally, his eyes landed on a figure from the Consonance Mansion.
Alas, although Lan Shilan was careful with his choice, he was still defeated by the seated participant from the Consonance Mansion within 30 moves. Lan Shilin was not discouraged by his defeat. After all, from the beginning, he held very little hope of ranking in the top 30. Those few who were stronger than him were not even chosen to become seated participants. He only participated to gain experience and as a formality. I'm really lucky I managed to enter the ambitious group. I just hope I won't get kicked out of the top 100. Those in the ambitious group would have to fight for their ranks. There were about 100 people, or to be precise, there were 102 people in the group. As such, in the end, there would be 2 people who failed to rank in the top 100. In fact, the rewards for those who ranked in the bottom of the 100 places were not worth mentioning. However, the prestige of ranking in the top 100 was quite high. One could proudly tell others that one ranked in the top 100 during the 7 Mansions feast.
The challenges continued. However, none of the first 30 unseated participants won their challenges. The 30 seated participants were like unmovable mountains, blocking the others from grasping victory in their hands.
The 31st unseated participant, please enter the battlefield, Lin Donglai said. Following that, Duan Ling Tian saw Yi Kai, who was standing nearby, flying out. It's Yi Kai. Yi Kai was a famous prodigy from the Pure Yang sect. Before Duan Ling Tian joined the Pure Yang sect, he and Yun Yiwei were the top 2 prodigies among the younger generation in the Pure Yang sect. When the prodigies of the Pure Yang sect were mentioned, everyone would think of them. However, people would only think about Duan Ling Tian now when the prodigies of the Pure Yang sect were mentioned. The others were completely overshadowed by Duan Ling Tian. Don't tell me he's planning to challenge that seated participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly when he saw Yi Kai looking at the only seated participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. In just a moment, Duan Ling Tian obtained his answer. I challenge Hu Chai-yi of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Yi Kai said calmly without a change in his expression when Lin Donglai asked him whom he would like to challenge.
Hu Chaiyi was a tall and burly young man. He was nearly 2 meters tall. He was dressed in a loose blue robe. When he flew out, his figure was like a tower. His appearance was ordinary, but he left a deep impression on everyone. His face was angular and sharp, looking like it was carved by a knife. Hu Chaiyi looked at Xianxia icily as soon as he arrived and said, "Xianxia, you almost killed my junior brother. I was wondering if you'd challenge me, but I really didn't expect that you really dared to challenge me. This is great. I'll be able to avenge my junior brother."
Xianxia was the catalyst of the feud between the younger disciples of the Pure Yang sect and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. He had dealt a heavy blow, seemingly for no reason, to Wang Yishan, his opponent, severely injuring Wang Yishan. Although Hu Chaiyi was not very close to Wang Yishan, they were from the same sect after all. Moreover, usually, Wang Yishan would greet Hu Chaiyi respectfully whenever they encountered each other in the sect. Wang Yishan also helped Hu Chaiyi with many trivial matters. It was only natural that he would avenge Wang Yishan now that the chance presented itself to him. This was something everyone in the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was aware of. The fact that the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice's Hu Chaiyi was chosen as a seated participant meant that he was very outstanding. Even among the other outstanding young prodigies in the Alliance, he was superior to them. Not many people in the Eastern Ridge Mansion knew the extent of Hu Chaiyi's strength. Even in the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, no one had seen him fight with all his might. When he defeated his opponents in the past, he had done so without breaking a sweat. For this reason, the young disciples in the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice trusted Hu Chaiyi's strength unconditionally. Hu Chaiyi was the strongest person under the age of 10,000 in the Alliance after all. Unlike the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, before Duan Ling Tian's appearance, the Pure Yang sect had a few top prodigies whose strengths were on par with each other. Needless to say, after Duan Ling Tian joined, he became the strongest person below the age of 10,000 in the Pure Yang sect. Taking all things into consideration, it was not surprising that the young disciples of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice did not think Xianxia was worthy of being compared to Hu Chaiyi. PFT.
Xianxia actually challenged Brother Hu.
He's seeking death. Xianxia is the cause of the conflict between us and the Pure Yang sect. He injured one of our members first. He really deserves to die. That's right. I hope Brother Hu kills him. Even if Brother Hu can't kill him, I hope Brother Hu will cripple him. Xianxia is the grand disciple of Yi Qinfeng, the founder of the Pure Yang sect's hidden sword faction. Most importantly, Yi Qinfeng is the strongest person in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Even if the Howling Flames sect's Elder Lin doesn't save Xianxia, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for Brother Hu to kill him with Yi Qinfeng around. That guy is really lucky to have such a grandmaster. Under the hostile gazes of the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Xianxia made his move. In just a moment, he was engaged in a fierce fight with the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice's Xianxia. In the first 10 moves, the duo was evenly matched. After that, Hu Chaiyi slowly gained the upper hand. His attacks that were directed at Xianxia were fierce and deadly. After another 20 moves, Xianxia was already severely injured. However, he gritted his teeth and refused to surrender. Seeing this, Hu Chaiyi was about to attack again. However, before he could do so, "I'll surrender on his behalf." Hu Chaiyi looked at the source of the indifferent voice. He was slightly startled when he met a piercing gaze. When he recovered, he hurriedly averted his eyes, unable to meet the other person's eyes. With just a look, he felt as though his heart had been pierced with 10,000 arrows, and he felt like he could not breathe. Most importantly, the Alliance leader was completely unaware of what had happened. So this is the strength of the strongest person in the Eastern Ridge Mansion? He's an intermediate emperor of gods, but so is our leader. Why is the gap between them so wide? Since Yi Qinfeng had surrendered on behalf of Xianxia, Hu Chaiyi did not dare to attack again. There were no rules prohibiting and allowing elders to surrender on their disciples' behalf during the Seven Mansions feast, so the matter was rather vague. Nonetheless, he did not dare to act rashly. After all, Yi Qinfeng was not someone he could afford to provoke. He could only resist his urge to attack Xianxia again. "Grandmaster," Xianxia called out with a bitter expression on his face. All of a sudden, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale immediately. Lin Donglai looked at Xianxia and asked, "Do you want to issue your second challenge?" "Yi,"
Before Yi Yingkai could say yes, Yi Chenfeng said again, forfeit your second challenge. Issue your third challenge after 15 minutes.
Then Yi Chenfeng tossed a bottle of pills over to Yi Yingkai. Yi Yingkai caught the pill bottle and raised his head to look at Yi Chenfeng. When he saw Yi Chenfeng's calm gaze, he felt guilty. He even had the urge to cry. Many people, including Duan Ling Tian, thought Yi Yingkai was too impulsive. In the beginning, when I just joined the sect was very hopeful that I could rank in the top 10. Based on their reaction at that time, it was clear that they did not expect any of their young disciples to be able to rank in the top 10. I thought their reaction was a little exaggerated and assumed that at least a few disciples would be able to rank in the top 10. As it turns out, I was wrong. Apart from Yang Qianyi, it won't be easy for the others to rank even in the top 30, let alone the top 10.
At this time, Duan Ling Tian also realized what a huge feat it was for Jinping Fan and Yi Chenfeng to rank in the top 20 and the top 30 respectively in the Seven Mansions Feast 10,000 years ago. At the very least, the duo's strength back then was not any weaker than Yi Yingkai and Yun Yue. Elder Yi, don't you think that was an exciting fight? Ren Taichio, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, asked through voice transmission in a gloating tone. He was clearly seizing the opportunity to mock Yi Chenfeng to vent his dissatisfaction. Yi Chenfeng was indifferent as he replied with a question, shall we spar after the Seven Mansions Feast?
I'm sure it'll be exciting as well. These words were very effective in shutting Ren Taichio up. He no longer spoke after that. Meanwhile, the others finally began to feel that something was amiss when they recalled Yi Yingkai's previous performance.
Hey, doesn't it feel like Yi Yingkai is targeting the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice?
Does he have a grudge against them? Who knows? However, the Pure Yang sect and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice are both from the Eastern Ridge Mansion. It's not surprising if they have conflicts. Yi Yingkai was too impulsive. That Hu Chai-yi was selected as a seated participant. Clearly, Hu Chai-yi's strength is not simple, but he still went and challenged Hu Chai-yi. In the end, he's the one who suffered a loss. 15 minutes passed in just a blink of an eye.
At this time, Yi Yingkai, who was seriously injured earlier, seemed to have been reborn. It seemed like he was completely healed.
Upon seeing this miraculous healing effect, people began to discuss among themselves again. The divine pill Elder Yi gave him is definitely not an ordinary divine pill. What kind of ordinary divine pill would have such an extraordinary healing effect?
Isn't it obvious?
I just wonder what kind of healing divine pill it was. Even a Lord-grade limit divine pill won't be able to produce such a miraculous effect in such a short time, right?
Could it be an Emperor-grade divine pill? That's possible. Moreover, it's likely not just an ordinary Emperor-grade divine pill. There are few Emperor-grade divine pills I know that have such an effect.
Don't tell me it's an Emperor-grade limit divine pill?
Of course not. At least in the Seven Mansions, I've never heard of anyone capable of refining Emperor-grade limit divine pills. In fact, I don't know if such a person exists in the Profound Energy Land. I read in one of the ancient records that there was a person who could refine Emperor-grade limit divine pills. You're right, such a person is a rare existence no matter the era.
Even Duan Ling Tian was surprised by the divine pill's miraculous effect.
It has to be an Emperor-grade divine pill. No Lord-grade divine pills are capable of this, not even Lord-grade limit divine pills. Duan Ling Tian could refine Lord-grade limit divine pills now, but there were still a few complicated Lord-grade limit divine pills that he could not refine. He had tried to refine Emperor-grade divine pills as well, but each of his attempts had ended in failure and wastage of rare ingredients.
Ingredients to refine Emperor-grade divine pills were rare and precious. Even a secondary ingredient to refine Emperor-grade divine pills could be a primary ingredient to refine some Lord-grade divine pills.
At this time, Yi Yingkai looked around before his eyes locked on a figure.
The other party was a prodigy from Frozen Mountain Manor, one of the 4 top forces in the feudal Lord Mansion. He was the strongest young disciple in the Frozen Mountain Manor and was also the only one chosen to be a seated participant from the Frozen Mountain Manor. Appearance-wise, he looked like a middle-aged man. He did not shave the stubbles on his face, and he was casually dressed in a shabby robe. He held a wine gourd in his hand, and after entering the battlefield, he even took a few swigs from the wine gourd. This person, Duan Ling Tian, looked at the unkempt middle-aged man. Although this was his first time seeing the other party, his instinct and experience told him that such an eccentric character was either true to his appearance or very powerful. However, he had a feeling that there was much more than meets eyes with the middle-aged man. Moreover, how could a simple person be selected as a seated participant? When Xianxia saw the middle-aged opponent drinking on the battlefield, he could not help but frown slightly. He said, "The fight has started. You go first," the middle-aged man said as he put down the wine gourd in his hand. Then he wiped his mouth with his sleeve before he continued to say with a grin, "Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to attack at all." The middle-aged man's words caused Xianxia's expression to darken slightly, and they caused a stir as well. This person from the Frozen Mountain Manor is really arrogant. His previous performances were only average, right? The strength he displayed so far isn't as strong as that of Xianxia. Don't forget he's chosen as a seated participant. While everyone was still talking, Xianxia, who wore a sour expression on his face, finally made his move. A prominent divine sword appeared in his hand as he mobilized his divine energy and cast the law he comprehended. He did not hold back at all. Xianxia did not dare to hold back because he had received a voice transmission from Yi Feng, his grandmaster. Yi Feng had warned him not to underestimate the middle-aged man, and also told him that the middle-aged man was not weaker than Hu Chai. These words sobered him up immediately. Duan Ling Tian noticed Xianxia's subtle change, and he instinctively turned to look at Yi Feng, who was sitting on the small floating island. He was sure Yi Feng had something to do with Xianxia's sudden change in attitude. Xianxia was not as relaxed as before. His expression was serious. The crowd could sense the change as well. The next moment, Xianxia flew out with his sword toward the participant from the feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor. "I've not heard of this person from the Frozen Mountain Manor. It doesn't matter. He has to be strong to be selected as a seated participant. Previously, I was still wondering why so many unknown figures were selected as seated participants. The profound Jade Mansion must have insider information, right? Not only are there the two hidden trump cards from the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion, but there's also this unknown person from the feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor. It's not just that, but all the famous young disciples from the Frozen Mountain Manor weren't selected to be seated participants at all. Earlier, they said his name is Wang Xiong, right?" At this time, Xianxia, who was fast approaching Wang Xiong, cast his profundities from the law. Along with his divine energy, he imbued them into his prominent divine sword. Soon enough, dazzling sword rays shot out. Swoosh! 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 The sword rays weaved into a net that surrounded Wang Xiong in just an instant. Many people felt anxious on behalf of Wang Xiong at this moment, but Wang Xiong's expression remained the same. However, his gaze turned piercing as he tossed his wine gourd up into the air. Light burst forth from the wine gourd, and a huge translucent barrier in the shape of a wine gourd quickly shrouded him. Streaks of gray energy intertwined with mustard yellow energy around the barrier, forming an iron wall. Clank! 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 The sword rays landed on the gourd-like barrier, creating metallic sounds. However, they did no damage at all. Xianxia did not stop. He continued to attack with all his might. However, it did not take long before his expression changed. He discovered that no matter how hard and how long he attacked, he could not break his opponent's defense at all. At this time, a burst of energy swept out from the gourd-like barrier with a flash of light, destroying all the sword rays around it before it swept toward Xianxia. Xianxia continued to attack as he retreated. However, just like before, his attacks did not even leave a dent in his opponent's defense. Fortunately, he had speed on his side. Although his opponent was considered fast among those who comprehended the law of Earth, his opponent's speed was still slower than his. The tables turned in just a blink of an eye. Xianxia, who was on the offensive earlier, was forced to defend himself since he could not break Wang Xiong's defense. A small commotion broke out among the crowd. They were shocked by Wang Xiong's performance. Wang Xiong's defense is terrifyingly strong. He comprehends the law of Earth, after all. The law of Earth is known for its defense.
He's really amazing. Yingkai uses the sword so his offenses and defenses are quite balanced. However, he still can't break Wang Xiong's defense.
That's right. The only thing that Wang Xiong is lacking is speed. Otherwise, Yingkai would have been defeated by now. Wang Xiong's defense did not only shock the young disciples, but even a few high-ranking officials seemed surprised.
At this time, someone said loudly to an elder from the Frozen Mountain Manor with a sigh, "Elder Qi, I didn't expect the Frozen Mountain Manor to hide such an outstanding prodigy. Did you recruit him for the Seven Mansions feast?" This question attracted the attention of the people in the surroundings. They turned to look at the people from the Frozen Mountain Manor in unison.
The person who led the entourage from the Frozen Mountain Manor here was an old man with a ruddy face dressed in a cyan robe. He smiled as he calmly said, "Wang Xiong grew up in the Frozen Mountain Manor since he was young.
However, not many people know about him since he doesn't usually cultivate in our estate. He only returned recently to participate in the Seven Mansions feast. Although you've not heard of him before, you should have heard of his father. His father is Wang Enchong."
Someone exclaimed, "Wang Enchong? Elder Qi, are you talking about Wang Enchong who ranked in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions feast 10,000 years ago? During the Seven Mansions feast 10,000 years ago, one person from the feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor managed to rank in the top 10, and it was none other than Wang Enchong."
"That's right," the elder from the Frozen Mountain Manor said and nodded.
With this, people began to gossip again. "So he's Wang Enchong's son?" Jinping Fan and Yi Feng, who both heard the words of the elder from the Frozen Mountain Manor, exchanged a look and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They both knew Wang Enchong since they all participated in the Seven Mansions feast 10,000 years ago.
In fact, Wang Enchong even defeated them. However, Wang Enchong was a good man and he had a very good temper as well. As such, the duo hit it off with Wang Enchong even though it was their first meeting. The duo considered him a friend at that time. It was unfortunate that not long after the Seven Mansions feast ended, they received news that Wang Enchong had died outside of the feudal Lord Mansion due to an accident. At that time, the duo felt rather sad and lamented that the good died young. After a while, Duan Tian learned from Jinping Fan that Wang Xiong's father had once defeated Jinping Fan and Yi Feng during the Seven Mansions feast 10,000 years ago. He also learned that Wang Enchong ranked in the top 10 of the Seven Mansions feast at that time, but unfortunately Wang Enchong passed away not long after.
Duan Tian sighed inwardly. What a coincidence. As it turns out, his father defeated Elder Yi and Elder Jin 10,000 years ago. He looked at the fight in front of him and continued thinking to himself, Wang Xiong is going to win. Although Yingkai had the advantage in speed, Duan Tian knew Wang Xiong was going to win based on Wang Xiong's strength. Wang Xiong's attacks seemed unorganized and random. He kept attacking, even his attacks seemingly missed. However, Duan Tian could see that the attacks were in fact very well thought out. Amazing! Yi Feng suddenly exclaimed. Following that, Duan Tian and the others saw that Wang Xiong's attack that seemingly missed did not dissipate at all. On the contrary, they suddenly turned into mustard yellow pillars of light. The pillars of light formed a cage around Yingkai, and the cage was slowly shrinking. He's been preparing for this. Yingkai finally realized something was wrong. He tried to escape but found that he was unable to do so. Clearly, Wang Xiong had been preparing this since the beginning and made his move once he was confident enough to do so. Since I can't escape, I'll have to try and break the cage. Yingkai attacked the cage with all his might. Under his attack, minute cracks began to form on the sturdy cage. Upon seeing the cracks, he was overjoyed. However, his expression changed in the next second. While he was attacking the huge cage, Wang Xiong had already arrived. He was left with no choice but to fly away. Wang Xiong continued chasing Yingkai. At the same time, the huge cage continued to shrink. There was only so much space for Yingkai to move around, and it was shrinking. When he could no longer move around, he was forced to confront Wang Xiong. He knew he could not break through Wang Xiong's defense, and he would be severely injured by Wang Xiong's attack. In the end, he could only say helplessly, "I surrender." Although Yingkai felt unwilling, he knew nothing could be done about it. If he did not surrender, he would be severely injured and it would affect his performance later. He knew he had no hope of ranking in the top 30, but he still hoped to rank in the top 40 or 50 so as to not bring shame to the pure Yang sect.
Good match, Wang Xiang said good-naturedly with a grin. You're stronger than I imagined. I couldn't tell you were still holding back your strength and speed during your previous fight. Yingkai smiled bitterly. During his fight with the Alliance of Benevolence and Justices Hu Chai-yi, he did not intend to dodge or maintain a distance from Hu Chai-yi. He only wanted to fight Hu Chai-yi directly. As such, he did not show his true speed.
This was also the reason Wang Xiong had said Yingkai should make his move first. Otherwise, Yingkai might not have had a chance to do so. He had underestimated Yingkai's speed. You're very strong. I lost fair and square, Yingkai said seriously. With this defeat, Yingkai was knocked out of the top 30 rankings of the Seven Mansions Feast. However, he did not look discouraged after leaving the battlefield. Instead, his eyes shone as though he was in high spirits. It seemed like he had figured some things out.
Upon seeing this, Yi Chunfeng smiled. He said, "You're still young and the possibilities in the future are endless. There are many people stronger than you today, but that may not be the case 10,000 years later." Yinkai's eyes shone even brighter upon hearing these words. He was reminded again that his Grandmaster did not even rank in the top 20 during the Seven Mansions Feast 10,000 years ago. However, 10,000 years later, his Grandmaster had far surpassed the top 20 participants from that time.
The challenges continued. At the end of the day, none of the 30 seated participants had been defeated. On the contrary, none of the challengers won. So far, Yingkai was the only one among the outstanding disciples from the pure Yang sect who had fought during this round. However, the expressions on the faces of the other outstanding disciples like Yun Yiwei were solemn. At this time, they finally realized why they were not chosen as seated participants. All of the seated participants who were chosen were incredibly strong. After everyone was dismissed, Duanling Tian returned and cultivated quietly as usual. He did not feel much pressure for now. He would continue to watch the fights if no one challenged him, and he would fight if he was challenged. The profound Jade Mansion must have done their research. The seated participants they chose are all outstanding. Not only that, they even managed to choose those hidden participants. Tua Xiao from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan and Wang Xiong from the Feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor, who were challenged today, were examples of participants who had hidden their strength. No one had heard of them until the Seven Mansions Feast, and they only shot to fame during their fights today. I wonder if anyone will succeed in their challenge tomorrow. If not, then this round is nothing but a warm-up for the seated participants. Even then, not many seated participants even have a chance to warm up. The next day, Duanling Tian followed the people from the Pure Yang sect to the venue of the Seven Mansions Feast as usual. The fights continued. When the first unseated participant of the day appeared, everyone was surprised when he looked at one of the participants from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect and said loudly, "Brother Luo Yuan, I'd like to challenge you. Although I'm no match for you, I wish to witness your strength." This participant came from the same force as Wang Xiong, who defeated Yi Yingkai yesterday. He came from the Feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor. He was also a famous young disciple in the Frozen Mountain Manor. He challenged Luo Yuan? Although Luo Yuan has yet to show his strength, based on Tuoba Xiu's strength, there's no doubt that he's very strong. I didn't think anyone would dare to challenge Luo Yuan. Duanling Tian was also slightly surprised that someone dared to challenge Luo Yuan. He wondered inwardly, is he really just challenging Luo Yuan to witness Luo Yuan's strength, or is he testing the water for Wang Xiong? Although Wang Xiong's overall performance yesterday was not earth-shaking, his defenses were undoubtedly almost invincible. His defenses alone made him very outstanding. However, was it enough to defeat Luo Yuan? Duanling Tian followed the directions of everyone's gaze and looked at where the people from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect were. He saw an aloof young man dressed in a dark cyan robe flying out. With this, Lin Donglai, the elder from the Howling Flames sect who was overseeing the fights, said, "If there's no further question, you may begin." As soon as Lin Donglai's voice fell, the participant from the Frozen Mountain Manor made a move. He brought his prominent divine artifact out and charged out. Luo Yuan calmly brought out a huge hammer that was 2 meters long. The head of the hammer seemed the size of a small hill. In contrast to his skinny frame, the hammer looked even bigger. He did not hesitate as he waved the hammer, imbuing it with his divine energy and the law he comprehended.
Just like Tuaba Xiao, Luo Yuan did not comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws or one of the 5 elemental laws. Instead, he comprehended the law of thunder, one of the derivative laws. Bang! A thunderous explosion rang in the air.
Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two opponents collided. A powerful shockwave rippled out, but Lin Donglai waved his hand, dispelling it before it could spread. As an intermediate emperor of gods, it was easy for him to deal with the shockwave. However, a hint of surprise could be seen on his face when he looked at Luo Yan.
Clearly, he did not expect Luo Yuan to be so strong. At this time, Luo Yuan held his hammer in one hand and was standing motionlessly.
On the other hand, the participant from the Frozen Mountain Manor was sent flying back. Not only did his attack fail to land, but his prominent divine artifact had been knocked out of his hand as well. His arms were broken, and he vomited blood as he flew back.
His aura was greatly weakened as well. If Lin Donglai did not intervene in time, his injuries would have been severe. No, he would have died if Lin Donglai did not intervene in time.
Luo Yan glanced at the participant from the Frozen Manor Mountain, who barely managed to stabilize his footing, as he asked nonchalantly, "I hope I didn't disappoint you." A bitter expression appeared on the pale face of the participant from the Frozen Mountain Manor upon hearing these words. He said, "I was too arrogant. I'm utterly convinced by your strength." As expected of someone who's highly anticipated to rank in the top 3 of the 7 Mansions feast. Following that, the participant from the Frozen Mountain Manor spat out another mouthful of blood. He looked at Lin Donglai and said dejectedly, "Elder Lin, thank you for saving my life. I give up on my remaining 2 challenges." He had no choice but to give up due to his injuries. If he did not recover from his injuries in time, his condition would worsen, and he might be knocked out of the top 100 places. As the 2 opponents returned to their respective places, the crowd was busy discussing among themselves.
So strong.
He's really terrifying.
It seems like Luo Yuan is stronger than Tuaba Xiao.
After watching Tuaba Xiao fight, everyone knew Luo Yuan could not be weak. After all, Luo Yuan also received the collective resources from the top forces in the Divine Morning Mansion. However, they did not expect that his attack would be so overwhelmingly crushing as opposed to Tuaba Xiao, who only froze her opponent. Due to his crushing attack, some people speculated that he was stronger than her. However, there were more people who did not think so. Just because Tuaba Xiao's attack was not as aggressive as that of Luo Yuan, it did not mean that she was weaker. Unless the duo fought, no one could say for certain who was stronger. I really wonder which one of them is stronger, Duanling Tian thought to himself curiously. From what he had seen, Luo Yuan was stronger than Wan Qihong, whom he had defeated at the 7 Kills Valley. After a moment, Duanling Tian glanced at Wan Qihong. Wan Qihong's expression was rather solemn. It was obvious that he was feeling the pressure. At this time, Lu Fenggu, who was seated next to Yi Chenfeng and Jinping Fan, said with a sigh, "Luo Yuan is very strong." The Divine Morning Mansion really went to great lengths to prepare for the 7 Mansions feast. Jinping Fan chuckled and said, "So did the Underworld Mansion." Then, he glanced at the people in his surroundings before he continued to say, "If those 2 manage to rank in the top 3, the other mansions will likely follow the example of the 2 mansions for the next 7 Mansions feast."
You think the other mansions are also going to invest all their resources in one young disciple? Lu Fenggu said.
Jinping Fan nodded. That's right. If they do that, there's a high chance the participants representing them will rank in the top 10 even if they don't rank in the top 3.
If they have a few of such participants who rank in the top 10, they'll be able to obtain a few slots to enter the secret holy realm, which is no different from ranking in the top 3.
The person who was ranked first would obtain 4 places to enter the secret holy realm, while those who ranked second and third would obtain 3 slots respectively. Lu Fenggu shook his head. I don't think so. It involves too many things. Not every force will agree to it, especially if they're confident about their young disciples.
Jinping Fan said with a smile, it doesn't matter if one force disagrees. Take for example our Eastern Ridge Mansion. If our pure yang sect disagrees, the other forces can still continue with the plan.
Zhenping Fan and Lu Fenggu were not speaking through voice transmission, so Duanling Tian and the others overheard their conversation. Many of the disciples, who were very young, wore solemn expressions on their faces.
After all, if the pure yang sect agreed to such a plan, it would make the competition even tougher if the pure yang sect only chose to give their resources to one or two chosen young disciples. Duanling Tian naturally did not care about this since it did not affect him. He would not stay in the pure yang sect for long after all.
The day ended, and none of the challengers succeeded. It was the same the day after. The 30 seated participants were like insurmountable mountains, preventing the others from climbing up the ranks. The final round of the 7 Mansions Feast was where participants were ranked. During the first stage, the 30 seated participants would be challenged by the other participants. The profound Jade Mansion had carefully and accurately chosen the 30 seated participants. As such, at the end of the first stage, none of the seated participants was defeated. Apart from that, seated participants like Duanling Tian and Wan Qihong were not challenged at all due to their shocking strength. We'll soon enter the second stage to battle for our ranks. In the beginning, the remaining 72 participants will fight for the 31st to the 100th place. 2 participants will be knocked out of the top 100 places. Duanling Tian heard the hushed conversations in his surroundings as he left the venue with the entourage from the pure yang sect. Seated participants like him and Wan Qihong would not be involved in the second stage of the battles of the ranking, and they would only fight during the third stage. Duanling Tian glanced at Yang Qianyi from the corners of his eyes as they returned to their temporary accommodations. He had been surprised by Yang Qianye's performance. Although Yang Qianyi was challenged twice, he defeated his opponents. Yang Qianyi took some time to defeat his first opponent, but he easily defeated his second opponent with 3 moves. Yang Qianye's performance put Yi Yingkai and the others to shame. At the same time, a few elders gathered around Yuan Hanjin as they sighed enviously. "Elder Yuan, your disciple is really amazing. I never knew he was so heaven-defying in the past." "That's right. You're amazing as well, being able to discover such a hidden gem."
"Elder Yuan, I'm really jealous that you have such a talented disciple."
Yuan Hanjin, who was suddenly thrust into the spotlight, felt rather proud when his disciple was praised despite the modest expression on his face. "They're unaware of my disciple's true strength. With his strength, he has a high chance of ranking in the top 10. If Yang Qianyi managed to rank in the top 10, he would obtain 2 slots to enter the secret holy realm. At that time, one of the slots would be given to Yuan Hanjin's father. This was Yuan Hanjin's goal all along. After all, in his opinion, even if Duanling Tian ranked in the top 3 and obtained 3 slots, he was certain his father would have no chance of entering the secret holy realm. The 3 slots would definitely be given to Zhen Yunfeng, Yi Qinfeng, and Lu Fenggu. After all, Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu were one of the strongest intermediate emperors of gods in the Pure Yang sect, and Zhen Yunfeng was the founder of the Cloud Peak faction that Duanling Tian belonged to. Perhaps, if Duanling Tian ranked first and obtained 4 slots, his father might have a slight chance of entering the secret holy realm. Meanwhile, although the elders of the Pure Yang sect were praising Yang Qianyi at this time, they did not think he had a chance of ranking in the top 10. To them, it would be good enough if Yang Qianyi managed to rank in the top 30. If he managed to rank in the top 20, he would definitely bring glory to the Pure Yang sect's Pingsheng faction.
At the same time, Yi Qinfeng spoke to Duanling Tian. "Duanling Tian, there are a few participants who exceeded our expectations. Their existence has greatly increased the uncertainty of the 7 Mansions Feast. In the past, all of us thought it wouldn't be a problem for you to rank in the top 3 with your strength based on the previous 7 Mansions Feasts. Who knew some mansions would go to such lengths to nurture their young disciples?
I didn't think much of it in the beginning, but the strength of Tuo Bai Xiu and Luo Yuan from the Underworld Mansion and the Divine Morning Mansion respectively has greatly exceeded my expectations. With their strength, they'd easily rank at the top during the previous 7 Mansions Feasts.
Apart from that, there's also Lin Yuan, the external help that the Howling Flames sect recruited. Although he has yet to reveal his strength, I think he should be comparable to Tuo Bai Xiu and Luo Yuan. On the contrary, that famous young prodigy, Mo Luo Duo, shouldn't be a match for you."
There are also another two participants you should watch for. They're Han Di from the United Heavens sect and Yuan Mou from the Howling Heavens sect. These people I mentioned should be at least on par with Wan Qihong. You shouldn't underestimate Wan Qihong as well.
Although you defeated him previously, it was because he had yet to stabilize his cultivation base and he underestimated you. If you fight him, you shouldn't hold back at all.
Yi Chen-feng carefully pointed out the stronger participants whom he thought Duan Tian should watch out for. These people were all strong contenders for the top 3 places. Previously, he was quite confident Duan Tian would be able to rank in the top 3, but the unexpected appearances of Tuo Xiu, Luo Yuan, Lin Yuan, Han Di, and Yuan Mo made things uncertain.
Duan Tian was not surprised by Yi Chen-feng's words. His words matched the 6 out of the 30 seated participants who caught his eyes. They were Han Di from the Consonance Mansion's United Heavens sect, Yuan Mou from the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heavens sect, Tuo Xiu from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan, Luo Yuan from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect, Lin Yuan from the Profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames sect, and his old rival Wan Qihong from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Wanqi clan. During this time, Wan Qihong had provoked Duan Tian through voice transmission, but he mostly ignored Wan Qihong. However, he had to admit that he was rather surprised by Wan Qihong's performance. Nonetheless, although Wan Qihong was much stronger than before, he was the weakest compared to the other 5 participants. Yi Chen-feng said again, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. In the beginning, the sect only hoped you'd be able to rank in the top 10. It doesn't matter even if you fail to rank in the top 3. It's enough to rank in the top 10. The sect will still be pleased with the 2 slots you'll obtain for ranking in the top 10. After a beat, he added, "Many people assumed I'd be given one of the slots, and I don't deny that. I was also eager to enter the secret holy realm.
However, after the completion of the artifact soul of my prominent divine sword, I discovered there's another way for me to break through and become an advanced emperor of gods. I'm quite confident I'd be able to break through without needing to enter the secret holy realm.
Moreover, there's a chance that entering the secret holy realm might delay my breakthrough. That aside, you should know that if you obtain 2 slots, one of them will definitely go to senior brother Yunfeng."
In fact, Duan Tian did feel the pressure. He was worried Jin Yunfeng would not be able to enter the secret holy realm if he only obtained 2 slots. After all, he was from the Cloud Peak faction. As such, he was relieved when he heard Yi Chen-feng's words. Apart from that, he was also shocked when he heard that Yi Chen-feng found a new path to break through and become an advanced emperor of gods without needing to enter the secret holy realm. Based on what he knew, it was truly difficult to become an advanced emperor of gods. It was naturally easier to break through with fortuitous encounters. However, Yi Chen-feng's innate talent was clearly high enough for him to break through and become an advanced emperor of gods without the help of fortuitous encounters.
When Duan Tian recovered his senses, he quickly said, "Congratulations, Elder Yi.
Keep this matter to yourself. I haven't even told Jin Ping Fan about this. After you secure your rank in the top 10, I'll inform senior brother Yunfeng and him about it," Yi Chen-feng said. Duan Tian smiled. "All right, I won't tell Elder Zhen about it. Rest well during these few days. It's fine if you don't go to the venue during the 2nd stage to determine the 31st to the 70th ranking. I'll remind you when it's your turn," Yi Chen-feng said. Duan Tian shook his head. "No, it's fine. I want to watch the fights. I won't be able to improve my strength again in such a short time. Perhaps, I might be able to learn something from the fights." "Very good," Yi Chen-feng said as a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he thought that it was not by chance that Duan Tian was so outstanding at such a young age. Usually, young prodigies were arrogant, and they were dismissive of anyone they deemed weaker than them. However, Duan Tian was different. He did not look down on those who were weaker and even thought that he might learn from them. This was very smart. After all, even if one was strong, it did not mean that one was without flaws. Conversely, it did not mean that the weak were without strengths of their own. One could certainly learn a thing or two. When the people from the Pure Yang arrived at their temporary accommodation, instead of returning to his wooden house, Zhen Pingfan looked for Duan Tian. "Elder Zhen, what's the matter?" Duan Tian asked with a smile. However, he knew that Jinping Fan had likely come to remind him like Yi Chen-feng did.
As expected, Jinping Fang was very solemn as he told Duan Lingtian not to feel pressured about ranking in the top 3 and that it was good enough to rank in the top 10.
Elder Jin, don't worry. I'm aware of my limits, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. I won't act rashly, and I'll definitely rank in the top 10 at the very least for the Pure Yang sect. Jinping Fan nodded slightly. Earlier, he had been worried that Duan Lingtian would put pressure on himself to rank in the top 3.
Moreover, if Duan Lingtian overexerted himself and got injured due to the overwhelming pressure, he was also worried it would affect Duan Lingtian's chances of ranking in the top 10. However, he felt at ease after listening to Duan Lingtian. He did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words since he was familiar with Duan Lingtian's personality.
During the previous 7 Mansions feast, there was a participant stronger than Jinping Fan whom many thought had a high chance of ranking in the top 10. However, due to his determination to rank in the top 3, he was severely injured, causing him to be unable to rank in the top 10.
In the end, due to his injuries, he was defeated by Jinping Fan even though he would have been able to defeat Jinping Fan within 10 moves if he were uninjured.
It was also for this reason that Jinping Fan spoke to Duan Lingtian. He had been worried Duan Lingtian would mess up his chance of ranking in the top 10 if Duan Lingtian was too obsessed with ranking in the top 3.
Despite feeling at ease, Jinping Fan told Duan Lingtian about what happened in the past and reminded Duan Lingtian to not make the same mistakes as that person did. Duan Lingtian felt rather speechless. Did I reassure you for nothing earlier?
After Jinping Fan left, Duan Lingtian sat on his bed and thought about the 5 participants who caught his eyes so far. They're already very strong with the strength they have displayed so far, but it shouldn't be difficult for me to defeat them with my current strength. However, I don't know if they're still holding back. For example, although Wan Qihong had attacked his opponents aggressively, he's still hiding his strength.
Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of Wan Qihong's strength since he had defeated Wan Qihong before Wan Qihong stabilized his cultivation base in the realm of an advanced Lord of Gods. For that reason, he had a feeling Wan Qihong had yet to show his full strength.
Oh, that's right. Prominent divine artifacts with incomplete and complete artifact souls are prohibited during the 7 Mansions feast. What a pity! Previously, the rules of the 7 Mansions feast explicitly prohibited the use of prominent divine artifacts with incomplete souls. Due to the rarity of prominent divine artifacts with complete artifact souls, nothing was said about it. However, that changed after news of Yi Chen-feng's prominent divine sword with a complete artifact soul spread to the 7 Mansions. Although there were always rumors about certain forces possessing prominent divine artifacts with complete souls in the past, nothing was confirmed. On the contrary, it had been confirmed that Yi Chen-feng possessed a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. There were even witnesses. As such, a rule explicitly prohibiting the use of prominent divine artifacts with complete souls was quickly created. This was to prevent Yi Chen-feng from lending his prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul to the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect during the 7 Mansions feast.
Duan Lingtian was one of the top contenders for the top 10 places in the 7 Mansions feast. One could only imagine how strong he would be if Yi Chen-feng were to lend him the prominent divine sword with a complete artifact soul.
Moreover, since Duan Lingtian had comprehended the sword Dao, his strength would increase 2-folds at least if he wielded the prominent divine sword with a complete artifact soul. They're quite meticulous. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, he began to think of strategies if he were matched with a strong opponent. Although it was not impossible, it would not be easy for him to defeat the top participants. After all, not only were they advanced lords of gods, but their comprehension of the laws was not inferior to his and might even be superior to his. Moreover, if they were natives of the realms of gods, he also had to take their bloodline powers into consideration. I can't afford to be careless. I shouldn't let the fight drag on, and I should strive to end the fight as soon as I can before they go all out. A few days passed in just a blink of an eye, and the second stage of the battle of rankings began again. The 30 seated participants were just spectators during this stage. After listening to the conversation of a few young disciples from the Pure Yang sect, Duan Lingtian learned that 3 out of 6 seated participants who caught his eyes were absent during the second stage. They were Luo Yuan from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect, Lin Yuan from the Profound Jade Heaven's Howling Flames sect, and Wanqi Hong from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Wanqi clan. They were likely cultivating, hoping to increase their strength before they had to fight again. The second stage to determine the ranking was roughly estimated to take up to half a month, and it could also take longer since there were 72 participants at the second stage. In the end, the second stage to determine the rankings took up 19 days. It took 4 days longer than expected to determine the 31st to the 100th place. At the end of the second stage, Yin Kai and Yun Yiwei from the Pure Yang sect secured their rank respectively at the 36th and the 42nd places. Lan Shilin was ranked 98th. Not only was he happy about the result, but even Lan Zhengming, his great-grandfather, was proud of him. After all, Lan Zhenming did not expect him to enter the ambitious group at all, let alone rank in the top 100. He also knew that Lan Shilin was lucky as well. Some participants who were stronger than Lan Shilin were severely injured. Apart from Lan Shilin, there were also a few weaker participants who managed to rank in the top 100 due to luck. Although the rewards were not a lot, those who ranked at the bottom of the top 100 would still be rewarded. Although many people were surprised by this, there was no objection. After all, luck was also part of one's strength. Perhaps, if this concerned the top 30 rankings, people would protest or feel suspicious. After the end of the second stage, Lin Donglai said solemnly, "Everyone, the final stage to determine the ranking will commence after 11 days. Please stay safe in the coming 11 days. Let me remind everyone that if anyone is suspected of unlawful behavior, the Profound Jade Mansion has the authority to disqualify them." Duan Ling Tian and the other young disciples were slightly puzzled by Lin Donglai's abrupt warning until an elder from the Pure Yang sect explained the matter to them. In the past, before the finals of the Seven Mansions Feast, there were powerhouses who attacked the participants from other forces. Although they did not attack physically, they injured the participants' souls with their divine consciousnesses, affecting the opposing participants' strength and gaining the upper hand for their own participants. Zhenping Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others and said warningly, "That's why all of you shouldn't leave your wooden houses or the range of our accommodation in the coming days." How vicious! Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he learned about the participants who were attacked during the previous Seven Mansions Feasts. There were many powerhouses present during the Seven Mansions Feast, and it was a bold and risky move to attack the participants. However, based on how important the secret Holy Realm was, it was inevitable that there were some people who were desperate enough to take such risks. After all, an intermediate Emperor of Gods could likely become an advanced Emperor of Gods in the secret Holy Realm. I should stay in my wooden house in the coming days, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Initially, he had planned to walk around since there was no point in cultivating now. However, after hearing about the past, he quickly dismissed that idea. Moreover, he knew he was a thorn in the side of some forces. If he was gone, it would mean there was one fewer competitor in the top 10. Yang Qianyi, who had been warned by his master as well, replied, "Master, I understand." Yang Qianyi did not intend to leave his wooden house in the first place. When only Zhenping Fan and Duan Ling Tian were left, Zhenping Fan said again, "Duan Ling Tian, you should make some final preparations. Don't forget that it's good enough to rank in the top 10. Don't stress yourself out about ranking in the top 3. "I understand," Duan Ling Tian said. He was not impatient at all by Zhenping Fan's repeated reminders. On the contrary, he felt grateful. Clearly, Zhenping Fan treated him sincerely. Hence, he was determined to remember and repay Zhenping Fan's kindness. 10 days passed by peacefully. The elders from the various forces warned their young disciples not to wander around as well due to past incidents. On the 11th day, everyone made their way to the venue of the Seven Mansions Feast again. Since the seated participants were all accompanied by their respective elders, their safety was guaranteed. Many people came early, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He noticed that most of the forces had already arrived. Previously, there were not many people who arrived early. Some forces have more than one seated participant. This means that there are a few forces whose young disciples failed to rank in the top 30. In any case, it's useless to rank in the top 30 if they can't rank in the top 10. After all, the entire point is to rank in the top 10 to gain entry into the secret Holy Realm. However, Many care about ranking in the top 30 since it would bring them glory and prestige. Duanling Tian thought to himself. It was human nature to chase after fame, after all. The Seven Mansions Feast was a great platform for young prodigies to showcase their strength, and their rankings would earn them respect from their elders and forces respectively. In turn, it would benefit them. Just like Elder Yi. According to Elder Zhen, the Pure Yang sect only began to pay attention to Elder Yi, and gave him more resources after his performance during the Seven Mansions Feast. Duanling Tian understood why some prodigies were determined to rank as high as they could even if they could not rank in the top 10. For them, it was a way to change their fate and escape mediocrity. 15 minutes later, everyone finally arrived. The small floating islands were all occupied. Elder Lin is going to show up soon. Lin Donglai from the Profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flame sect would usually show up as soon as everyone arrived. As expected, a dignified figure flew over from the distance in just a blink of an eye. Usually, Lin Donglai maintained a solemn expression on his face. But today, a faint smile could be seen on his face. Who knew if he was in a good mood or if he was just happy that the Seven Mansions Feast was about to end? After all, although it was not difficult, it was exhausting having to host and oversee all the fights. Everyone were finally at the main event of the Seven Mansions Feast. Today will determine the top 10 rankings. The 30 seated participants we've chosen have all exceeded our expectations. All of them won their challenges and were not replaced. This is rare in the history of the Seven Mansions Feast, Lin Donglai said. Duanling Tian had also heard from Jinping Fan that it was rare that all 30 seated participants were not replaced at all during the Seven Mansions Feast. It had only happened a few times in the past. The last time something like this happened was more than 100,000 years ago. This also proved that the Profound Jade Mansion had a discerning eye for talents.
Everyone should know the rules for the finals, so I won't explain them. We'll start in 15 minutes after you obtain your tokens.
The participants' eyes glinted anticipatorily after they listened to Lin Donglai's words. The 30 seated participants would be given tokens. The numbers on the tokens represented the participants' temporary ranks. They could only challenge those with higher ranks than them. The participant with the lowest rank, which was the 30th place, would be the first to issue a challenge. The 30th participant could challenge anyone from the first place to the 29th place. However, the 21st participant could only challenge the 20th participant. As for the 20th participant, he or she could challenge anyone from the 11th to the 19th place. As for the 10th participant, he or she could only challenge those ranked 4th to 9th. In order to challenge the person who was ranked 3rd, one had to be ranked 4th. Only after ranking 3rd could one challenge those who ranked 2nd and 1st.
Luck played a huge part in this draw. Getting a higher and lower number each had its own pros and cons, but most participants preferred a higher ranking. After all, they were all proud and domineering. Duanling Tian, what number are you hoping to get? Jinping Fan asked with a smile.
Upon hearing this, the others from the Pure Yang sect looked at Duanling Tian curiously in unison.
It doesn't matter to me, Duanling Tian replied with a faint smile on his face. Needless to say, the temporary rankings did not affect those who were truly strong. After all, they could easily climb up the ranks with their strength. There's a huge advantage if you draw the number 1. You'll be able to rest in the beginning since very few people would be able to challenge you, Jinping Fan said to Duanling Tian through voice transmission. Duanling Tian nodded. He naturally knew this. We'll see. After all, I can decide what number I'll draw. If the token with the number 1 isn't near me, there's nothing I can do about it. You're right, Jinping Fan said with a nod. It all depends on luck. 10,000 years ago, I was confident I'd be able to grab the token with the number 1 if it had appeared near me. Alas, I only managed to obtain the token with the number 2.
Duanling Tian felt rather speechless when he heard Jinping Fan's words. In the end, he smiled and said teasingly, "Drawing the number 2 is useless if one isn't strong enough." Jinping Fan looked at Duanling Tian unhappily when Duanling Tian brought up the past. In the past, Jinping Fan managed to draw the number 2, but he lost his challenges and was knocked out of the top 10. Perhaps, if he had managed to rank in the top 10 and obtained 2 slots to enter the secret holy realm, the Pure Yang sect would have given him more resources and he might have become an intermediate emperor of gods by now. While Duanling Tian and Jinping Fan were conversing through voice transmission, the other participants were looking at Lin Donglai. After all, this time it would matter if Lin Donglai cheated and tossed favorable tokens to the participants from his own force. When 15 minutes were almost up, Lin Donglai said, "I'll be tossing the tokens in the breaths."
Unlike the others who were staring intently at Lin Donglai, Duanling Tian was staring at the two seated participants from the Howling Flames sect before the time was up.
Those two were furtively looking in specific directions at this moment. One was looking at Lin Donglai's left while the other was looking at Lin Donglai's back.
To avoid being accused of cheating, I don't think Elder Lin would allow both the numbers 1 and 2 to fall into the hands of the two participants from the Howling Flames sect.
This means only one of the two numbers will show up at one of the two places. If only one of them obtains one of the first two numbers, no one will protest. I'm quite sure Elder Lin only told one of them the location of a favorable number. Duanling Tian was rather certain that Lin Donglai would not allow both of the seated participants from the Howling Flames sect to obtain the number 1 and 2 respectively. After all, Lin Donglai would definitely be accused of cheating. Even if Lin Donglai cheated, he had to do so within reason.
In fact, Lin Yuan and Mo Luodu were very cautious. They only glanced at the spots quickly before they averted their gazes. If Duanling Tian were not looking at the duo, he would not have discovered it either. I should give up on the token that Elder Lin had designated for his force's young disciple and let the others fight over it. It's better for me to look for the other favorable token. The rest will have to depend on my luck, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he looked at a spot where he felt a favorable token might appear.
Almost 10 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye.
Duanling Tian and the others mobilized their divine energies, prepared to grab a token. Apart from luck, speed was crucial in order to obtain a favorable number after all.
Are you ready? The participants were on their toes, ready to move. At the same time, a translucent barrier appeared. Lin Donglai tossed out 30 tokens.
The tokens scattered in the air like flower petals as divine energies passed through the barrier.
Number 2. Duanling Tian quickly saw a token with the number 2 appearing at the spot he was staring at. His divine energy shot out swiftly and grabbed that token.
Duanling Tian was able to successfully grab that token because the other top participants were distracted.
Wanqi Hong from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Wanqi clan and Luo Yuan from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect directed their divine energies toward the direction where the Howling Flame sect's Mo Luo Du had directed his divine energy. At the same time, Han Di from the Consonance Mansion's United Heaven sect, Yuan Mou from the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heaven sect, and Tuaba Xiao from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan directed their divine energies where the Howling Sect Flames' Lin Yuan had directed his divine energy. It did not take long for a few other participants, including Yang Qianyi, to follow the directions of the two participants from the Howling Flames sect. Under such circumstances, not many paid attention to the spot Duanling Tian was staring at. Everyone only thought to follow the two seated participants from the Howling Flames sect, convinced that Lin Donglai would cheat. For this reason, Duanling Tian successfully obtained the token with the number 2. In fact, he was one of the fastest to obtain a token, leaving no chance for the few who were staring at the same spot.
That brat! Jinping Fan's eyes lit up when he saw the number that Duanling Tian obtained. Although he had told Duanling Tian that it was best to obtain the number 1 or 2, he also knew it was beyond Duanling Tian's control.
Hence, he was surprised when Duanling Tian obtained the number 2. He also did not expect that Duanling Tian, unlike the others, would choose to neglect Lin Yuan and Mo Luo duo. At the same time as expected, the token with the number 1 appeared in the direction where Lin Yuan was aiming. Needless to say, a fierce competition broke out immediately. They were so caught up in fighting for the token that they were unaware that Duanling Tian had already obtained the token with the number 2 and was watching them fight over the token with the number 1. Duanling Tian grinned, revealing his white teeth, when he sensed Jinping Fan's gaze on him. He looked over and said, "My luck is quite good."
Luck? Jinping Fan and the others who heard Duanling Tian looked at Duanling Tian skeptically.
Duanling Tian managed to think outside the box and was not led by the others. One of the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect. At this time, Many participants also realized that they had been too caught up with obtaining the number 1 token because they were following conventions from the past. It was a given that the host would favor the participant from his or her own force. However, this time, there were 2 participants from the host's force. Needless to say, if both of the best numbers fell into the hands of 2 participants from the host's force, the other forces would definitely protest and stir up a commotion.
As such, Lin Donglai would not let the first 2 numbers fall into Lin Yuan and Mo Luo Duo's hands. I'm impressed. No wonder Duan Ling Tian achieved so much at such a young age. He's very quick-witted.
I agree. Look at the other participants. All of them only paid attention to Mo Luo Duo and Lin Yuan without thinking about the situation clearly.
If they've yet to realize it, they'll realize it soon enough after they see Duan Ling Tian has obtained the number 2 token.
Those who are fighting for the number 1 token will regret this the most. Duan Ling Tian smiled and shook his head when heard the conversations of the young disciples in the Pure Yang sect. At the same time, he was also rather surprised that he had easily obtained the number 2 token. Many people were shocked that Duan Ling Tian obtained the token with the number 2. When they recovered, they all marveled at his quick thinking. To be able to make such excellent judgment under such circumstances was commendable.
Meanwhile, a few outstanding participants were still struggling with Lin Yuan for the token with the number 1.
The fight is quite fierce. Duan Ling Tian, who had already obtained his token, no longer had anything to do, so he enjoyed the show. If they continue fighting over that 1 token, the other good tokens will be gone.
Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian saw 2 participants withdrawing from the fight for the number 1 token. Those 2 were the Luo Yuan from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect and Tua Ba Xiu from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan.
Luo Yuan quickly snatched the token with the number 4 from a few participants who were fighting over it. Tua Ba Xiu was a step behind, failing to obtain the token with the number 3. She changed her target and looked for the next best token.
Meanwhile, Luo Yuan and Tua Ba Xiu's absence did not make the fight for the number 1 token any less fierce. On the contrary, it grew even fiercer.
At this moment, Han Di from the Consonance Mansion's United Heaven sect, Yuan Mou from the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heaven sect,
and Wanqi Hong from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Wanqi clan were still fighting Lin Yuan from the Profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames sect for the number 1 token.
Everyone assumed that Lin Yuan would use all his strength to obtain the token, so they were shocked when Lin Yuan suddenly withdrew and obtained one of the first 10 tokens. With that, only Han Di, Yuan Mou, and Wanqi Hong were left fighting over token number 1. None of them wanted to yield. At this time, except for the first, 29th, and 30th tokens, all the other tokens had been claimed. How intense! It's fine if you succeed. Otherwise, you'll only be left with one of 2 final tokens. Many people watched the skirmish excitedly even though it was not a real fight. The trio fought for another few minutes before Han Di successfully obtained the number 1 token. His success was not because he was stronger than the other 2, but it was because he had been a step ahead of the other 2.
Since the beginning, the token was in his hand and he only had to hold onto the token and bring it to safety. After the number 1 token was taken, Yuan Mou only sighed softly and shook his head before casually grabbing one of the 2 remaining tokens. He did not even bother to look at the number on the token.
On the contrary, Wanqi Hong's expression was extremely unsightly as he spat, "Damn it!"
In the end, Wanqi Hong had no choice but to take the last token. His expression worsened when he saw the number 29 on the token. With this, all 30 tokens had been claimed by the participants. I didn't expect Yuan Mou and Wanqi Hong to end up with the last 2 tokens. I guess the fight will start with Yuan Mou who obtained the lowest number.
I heard that Yuan Mou is the descendant of the powerhouse from the Howling Heaven sect, who became an advanced emperor of gods 10,000 years ago. Not much is known about Yuan Mou. He only became famous shortly before the 7 Mansions feast started. With his strength, I supposed he'll challenge the participant with the number 21 immediately.
Of course.
I'm more curious about what Wanqi Hong plans to do. Once Yuan Mou takes over the 21st place, will Wanqi Hong challenge Yuan Mou? After all, he can't challenge those in the top 20 if he's not in the 21st place.
I didn't think about this. It seems like there'll be an interesting show to watch soon. I didn't think there'd be such an exciting show so early in the game. While the young disciples whispered among themselves, Lin Donglai said, "Now, I'd like the participants to step forward and display their tokens." Han Di from the Consonance Mansion's United Heavens sect was first. Duan Lingtian was second. One of the two participants from the Feudal Lord Mansion obtained the number 3. His strength seemed to be a little weaker compared to Han Di and the others. Luo Yuan from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect obtained the number 4. A prodigy from the Green Provini Mansion's Marionette Villa obtained the number 5. Tua Ba from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan was 6th. The 7th place was Lin Yuan from the Profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames sect. The other participant from the Feudal Lord Mansion obtained the number 8. Yang Qianyi had easily obtained the number 10, which Duan Lingtian had seen earlier. A participant from the Consonance Mansion who was second to Han Di obtained the number 10. Most of the participants who obtained the first 10 tokens were all powerful. Among the powerful participants, only Yuan Mou and Wan Qihong did not obtain any of the first 10 tokens. Apart from the duo, there were a few rather strong participants who obtained not very favorable tokens due to their luck as well. Alright, you have 15 minutes to remember the numbers corresponding with the participants and think about who to challenge, Lin Donglai said. However, things might not go according to your plan. Who knows if the participant you intend to challenge would be challenged before you could do so. The fight would start with the 30th participant. If the participant won, he or she would exchange rank with the person he or she defeated. For example, if the 30th participant challenged the 21st participant and won, they would switch places. After that, the loser would be given a period of time to rest so no one could challenge him or her. The participant with the number 30, please step forward. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, turned to look at Yuan Mou. Yuan Mou was a young man dressed in light gray robes. There was a smile on his face and he had a very elegant bearing. All in all, he made people feel refreshed when they looked at him. Yuan Mou flew to the battlefield after Lin Donglai's voice fell. Choose your opponent, Lin Donglai said to Yuan Mou. You can challenge anyone from the 21st to the 29th place. At this moment, everyone shifted their eyes to the person holding the 21st token. He was a young disciple from the Profound Jade Mansion's Fortune sect. When he felt the gazes on him, he instinctively looked at Yuan Mou. His gaze was slightly wary, but he was clearly fearless. He would not cower even if he was not a match for Yuan Mou. No matter what, he was also the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Fortune sect. He had his pride. Moreover, if he showed fear now, who knew if he would develop a knot in his heart in the future that would affect his cultivation. As expected, Yuan Mou said, "I challenge the 21st participant." Swoosh! The participant from the Fortune sect flew to the battlefield immediately and landed a small distance away from Yuan Mou. He was a tall young man with a sturdy body. He looked rather majestic as he stood still. Yuan Mou nodded slightly and said, "I'm Yuan Mou from the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heaven sect. Wang Zhubai from the Profound Jade Mansion's Fortune sect." In fact, Wang Zhubai was quite famous in the Profound Jade Mansion. His fame in the Profound Jade Mansion was only second to the Howling Flames sect's Mo Luo duo and comparable to another two outstanding young prodigies. They were all the strongest among the younger generation in the Profound Jade Mansion. As soon as Lin Donglai's voice fell, Wang Zhubai from the Profound Jade Mansion's Fortune sect made a move. His divine energy burst forth as he charged toward Yuan Mou from the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heaven sect. He cast the profundities from the law he comprehended and attacked with all his might with his prominent divine artifact. The crowd was surprised to see Wang Zhubai going all out as soon as the fight began. However, it did not take long for them to understand Wang Zhubai's decision. There was no doubt that Wang Zhubai was no match for Yuan Mou. As such, it was best for him to attack with all his might as soon as the fight started. If he could catch Yuan Mou off guard with his first attack, he might have a chance of injuring Yuan Mou, increasing his chances of ending the fight in a tie. However, there were people, including Duan Lingtian, who thought it was a futile move even if it was the best move. It was unlikely that someone like Yuan Mou would be caught off guard by the attack. Similarly,
The high-ranking officials from the various forces did not think Wang Zhubai's attempt would be successful even if they understood that this was his best choice given the circumstances. With this move, at the very least, he had a sliver of hope of ending the fight in a tie. Although this is the best move, it comes with risks as well. If Wang Zhubai fails, he'll be in an even more disadvantageous position. He might not even be able to hold on as long as he originally could if he fails.
Everyone watched closely as Wang Zhubai's terrifying attack swept toward Yuan Mou.
In just a moment, a streak of energy swept out, easily destroying Wang Zhubai's fierce attack. Yuan Mou was unscathed, looking majestic and overbearing. Before Wang Zhubai could mobilize his divine energy again, he made a move.
Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as a mushroom cloud appeared under Yuan Mou. He flew toward Wang Zhubai with a fan in hand. This was the first time he had used his prominent divine artifact during the Seven Mansions feast.
Yuan Mou is using his prominent divine artifact.
Wang Zhubai is amazing even if he loses this battle. He managed to force Yuan Mou into using his prominent divine artifact.
Yuan Mou was not very famous in the past. His only claim to fame was that his great-grandfather was an advanced emperor of gods. Nobody knew about his strength until recently when he displayed his ability in the Howling Heaven sect. From then on, he was known as the strongest young disciple in the Howling Heaven sect. Swoosh! 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 A violent gust of wind swept toward Wang Zhubai when Yuan Mou waved his fan. He hastily retreated, but unfortunately, Yuan Mou's attack breached his defenses thunderously and struck him.
The injury he suffered from this attack was minor, but his expression changed when he saw Yuan Mou waving his fan again. This time, the wind sweeping toward him was even stronger than before. He quickly cast his bloodline power before a blood-red barrier appeared around him. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The wind struck the barrier violently, and it did not take long for the barrier to shatter. With that, Wang Zhubai was struck again. This time, he spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood, severely injured.
Wang Zhubai's barrier from his bloodline power is much stronger than the ones conjured by prominent divine artifacts, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, surprised by Wang Zhubai's bloodline power.
Yuan Mou is going to attack again. Duan Ling Tian could sense that Yuan Mou had only used roughly 50% of his strength so far. Moreover, Yuan Mou's divine energy was regenerating very quickly as well. Previously, he had heard from Jinping Fan that Yuan Mou's great-grandfather, an advanced emperor of gods, had created a technique that was stronger than any rudimentary forms of the four Taoists of heaven and earth. It's the triple storm technique.
Yuan Mou is using the triple storm technique.
His great-grandfather had taught him this technique because he's the most outstanding out of all his descendants. There's another wave left. If Wang Zhubai doesn't surrender, he's going to be severely injured to the point where he won't be able to continue fighting later. Before Yuan Mou launched the final wave of attack of the triple storm technique, Wang Zhubai called out weakly, I surrender. Following that, Wang Zhubai hurriedly took a few divine pills to heal his injuries. Following that, colors returned to his ashen face.
Needless to say, one was prohibited from consuming divine pills during a fight.
The triple storm technique is indeed as powerful as rumored, Wang Zhubai said after he recovered slightly. He cupped his fists together at Yuan Mou and exchanged tokens before he flew away. Although he was defeated, he was not discouraged. On the contrary, he grew even more motivated. He did not think it was embarrassing to be defeated, but it would have been embarrassing if he had surrendered without a fight. Wang Zhubai will be outstanding in the future if he doesn't die prematurely, Yi Qinfeng said. This was a rare compliment coming from him. Apart from Duan Ling Tian and the other 6 strongest participants, he had not praised any of the other participants. Lu Fenggu nodded. He accepted his defeat very well. Moreover, he seems even more motivated and determined than before. He has the potential. We'll have to see if the Fortune sect has a discerning eye and nurture him, Jinping Fan added.
The young disciples from the Pure Yang sect were quite surprised and skeptical that 3 elders from the Pure Yang sect praised Wang Zhubai. Only those who were outstanding like Duan Lingtian, Yi Kai, Yun Yiwei, Yang Qianyi, and a few others understood the three elders. Soon after, everyone's attention shifted to Wan Qihong, who held the 29th token. It's Wan Qihong's turn. He was defeated by Duan Lingtian previously. He was really foolish. He wasted so much time fighting for the first token. If he knew he was going to end up with the 20th token, I'm sure he would have withdrawn from the fight sooner. Alas, he couldn't predict the future. At the same time, Lin Donglai said, "Will the 29th participant please step into the battlefield?" When Wan Qihong flew over, he continued to say, "You can challenge anyone from the 21st to the 28th place. However, since the 21st participant has just finished his fight, he has the right to refuse your challenge." Wan Qihong nodded. "I understand, Elder Lin. There's no need for you to remind me as I'm familiar with the basic rules of the Seven Mansions Feast. I'd like to challenge the 22nd participant." The 22nd participant was from the Divine Morning Mansion. Unsurprisingly, he was quickly defeated and severely injured by Wan Qihong with just 2 moves. Wan Qihong did not hold back when he attacked. He was furious that he failed to obtain the first token and was mocked by some disciples from the Pure Yang sect. As such, he vented his anger on his opponent. With his victory, he rose to 22nd place. Not long after Wan Qihong left the battlefield, the 28th participant flew into the battlefield. He was from the Feudal Lord Mansion. He knew very well he was no match for Yuan Mou and Wan Qihong, so he did not hesitate at all as he challenged the 23rd participant. Everyone knew that the top 10 rankings would eventually be occupied by the outstanding participants. There would be no change unless there were participants who had hidden their strength up until now. The fight between the 28th and 23rd participants ended in a tie. Following that, the 27th participant stepped forward and challenged the 23rd participant, but the 23rd participant rightly refused the challenge. As such, the 27th participant challenged the 24th participant. In the end, he won the challenge and moved up to the 24th place. Similar to the 28th participant, he did not bother challenging Yuan Mou and Wan Qihong, who were likely to rank in the top 10 in the end. He would only put himself in a disadvantageous position if he challenged the duo. If he was injured, he would not be able to fight anymore. The fights continued. When it was the 23rd participant's turn, he surrendered immediately since he could only challenge Yuan Mou or Wan Qihong. After that, Lin Donglai said loudly, "It's the 20th participant's turn." The 20th participant was a young disciple from the Consonance Mansion. He challenged the 13th participant but was defeated. With this, he was the first challenger to be defeated. Following that, the 19th participant stepped forward. He was none other than Hu Chai-yi from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, who defeated Yi Kai previously due to a conflict with the Pure Yang sect. Upon seeing Hu Chai-yi, Duan Lingtian instinctively glanced at Yi Kai, whose expression was dark at this moment. He thought to himself, "It seems like Yi Kai has a hard time accepting that Hu Chai-yi defeated him." Hu Chai-yi said, "I want to challenge the 12th participant." The two opponents fought for a while before the fight ended in a tie. The fights were not very exciting at this point. The initial excitement from Yuan Mou and Wan Qihong's fights had already dissipated by now. Those who obtained smaller numbers are all quite powerful. Yuan Mou and Wan Qihong are the only two who obtained unfavorable tokens, since they were too focused on obtaining the first token. You're right. That aside, I don't think there'll be any excitement during the fights of those in the 12th to the 20th places. Be patient. The fights will become more exciting as the numbers go into the top 10th. As the young disciples discussed among themselves, the 18th participant entered the battlefield. He took the risk and challenged participant 13th. Alas, he was defeated by the 13th participant. However, the 13th participant was quite injured due to 2 fights. The 13th participant might not be able to defend his rank after this. That's right. He can refuse the next challenge, but he can't refuse the one after that. The crowd felt rather sorry for the 13th participants. He was stronger than his 2 challengers, but he was not that strong that he could easily defeat them. As such, he suffered from injuries as well despite his victory. Soon enough, the crowd's attention shifted again. The 17th participant might challenge the 12th participant. Although his fight with Hu Chai-yi ended in a tie, he was injured. As expected, the 17th participant, who was from the Divine Morning Mansion,
challenged the 12th participant and won easily due to his opponent surrendering without a fight. The 12th participant is smart enough to surrender quickly due to his injuries. With this, he has more time to recover. That's right. Even if he lost this match, he has time to recover and prepare for his next match.
If he's strong enough, he can still climb up the ranks. At the same time, many participants also contemplated using the same strategy if they were in the same situation.
The fights continued.
During the fight between the 16th and the 11th participants, the 16th participant lost his challenge, becoming the second challenger to lose. He was defeated with just 3 moves.
He's been holding back previously. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 11th participant. The 11th participant was a middle-aged man who was dressed rather sloppily. Despite his unkempt appearance, his performance had been outstanding so far. No one expected him to have held back previously. He was none other than Wang Xiong from the feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor. Previously, he had defeated Yi Yingkai when he was one of the seated participants. That prodigy from the Frozen Mountain Manor was hiding his true strength? It's not just that. I suspect that he's still holding back now. I wonder if Wang Xiong can defeat the 10th participant? If he fails, he'll have to wait until someone new takes the 10th place. The 10th participant is a famous prodigy from the Consonance Mansion. If he can defeat Wang Xiong, then he'll have no problem defeating Yang Qianyi from the Pure Yang sect.
That's right. Among the first 10 participants, Yang Qianyi seems to be the weakest. It must be due to luck that he obtained the 9th token. Even if Wang Xiong fails to defeat the 10th participant now, he can challenge Yang Qianyi when Yang Xia drops to 10th place. Not only that, he'll be able to defeat Yang Qianyi as well and rise to the 10th place. When the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect heard the hushed conversations in the surroundings, they instinctively looked at the aloof young man standing next to Duanling Tian. He looked completely unaffected by the conversations. After the 15th, 14th, 13th, and 12th participants ended the fight, Lin Donglai looked at Wang Xiong and asked, "Participant number 11, do you want to challenge the 10th participant, or do you want to surrender?"
According to the rules of the 7 Mansions Feast, Wang Xiong could only challenge the 10th participant now. "I want to challenge the 10th participant," Wang Xiong said with a lazy grin. He took a few sips from his wine gourd before he continued to say, "I've heard about Hiyushi from the Consonance Mansion's Frost Divine sect for a while now. I'd like to see his strength."
The Frost Divine sect's Hiyushi, the 10th participant, was the strongest among the younger generation in the Consonance Mansion before he was replaced by the United Heavens sect's Han Di. There were rumors that Hiyushi surrendered after exchanging only a few moves.
No one knew what happened, but it was indisputable that Hiyushi lost to Han Di. From that day onward, Han Di replaced Hiyushi as the strongest among the younger generation in the Consonance Mansion. As soon as Wang Xiong's voice fell, a figure flew out. It was a young man with an average appearance who was dressed in a long green robe. His gaze was sharp, and his voice was cold as he said, "I'd also like to see the strength of the Frozen Mountain Manor's secret prodigy. If you defeat me, you can challenge the other participant from your force and be known as the strongest young disciple in your force. That title doesn't mean anything to me. I'm only here to complete the task that my elder has entrusted me with, which is to rank in the top 10, Wang Xiong said with a faint smile. After he put away his wine gourd, his entire person seemed to change immediately.
His expression was no longer lackadaisical, but it was solemn. Clearly, he did not make the mistake of underestimating his opponent who was once the strongest among the younger generation in the Consonance Mansion. Hiyushi isn't simple, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Although Wang Xiong had yet to use his full strength, Hiyushi was not to be underestimated as well. It was all luck that he managed to snatch the 10th token from 7 or 8 participants.
Up until now, there were only a few fierce fights during the round to determine the rankings for the 7 Mansions Feast, but they were hardly shocking.
However, many people were shocked by the strength of Wang Xiong from the feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor, who was unheard of in the past. He was clearly holding back his strength, so everyone, including Duanling Tian, was eager to see his true strength.
Hiyushi, his opponent, was famous in the Consonance Mansion, and with the strength he displayed so far, he would not be able to fight Hiyushi to a draw, let alone defeat him. They've made their moves. Everyone's eyes were glued to the battlefield at this time. It was as though they were afraid of missing any actions. The two opponents did not use their full strength during their first attacks. They only tested the water. After 30 moves, the fight intensified, and the duo was evenly matched. After another dozen moves, Hiyushi seemed to realize that he would be wasting his energy if the fight dragged out any longer. His goal was to challenge Yang Qianyi, who was the 9th participant, and he had to hold on to his rank if he wanted to do that. He said bluntly, "Wang Xiong, let's go all out. If you're capable, then go all out and defeat me. Otherwise, let's end it with a draw. There's no point in dragging this out and exhausting our energy." Wang Xiong smiled upon hearing this. Following that, his strength skyrocketed as he cast his bloodline power. "I'll comply with your request." A burst of energy raged around Wang Xiong, making him look like a mighty god descending from the heavens. Boom! Wang Xiong's attack came swiftly and sent Hiyushi flying back. On the contrary, his body only shook slightly and briefly as he stood in the air. When Hiyushi stabilized his footing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. After that he said, "I surrender." Hiyushi knew it was futile to continue the fight. With this attack, it was clear that Wang Xiong was stronger than him. If he continued the fight, he risked being so severely injured that he could no longer compete for the top 10 places. If he failed, he would not be able to face the sect. A commotion broke out as soon as Hiyushi surrendered. Wang Xiong is strong. To think we're unaware of such a person in the feudal lord mansion's frozen mountain manor. I think Wang Xiong's comparable to the two strongest people among the younger generation in the feudal lord mansion. The strongest duo among the younger generation in the feudal lord mansion was famous. After Wang Xiong's performance, many people thought he was comparable to the duo, if not stronger. Many high-ranking officials and young disciples from the feudal lord mansion were also shocked by Wang Xiong's strength. On the contrary, the people from the Frozen Mountain Manor were clearly not surprised. They knew from the beginning that Wang Xiong would defeat Hiyushi. They only looked delighted that Wang Xiong had made it into the top 10. After Wang Xiong and Hiyushi exchanged their tokens and returned to their respective places, Lin Donglai said, "Contestant number 9, you can enter the battlefield." Everyone turned and looked at the aloof Yang Qianyi, who was standing near Duanling Tian. Immediately. Although the young disciples of the Pure Yang sect did not have a close relationship with Yang Qianyi, they still hoped he would bring glory to the sect even if they were not too optimistic about his chances. A few of them even tried to comfort him. "Yang Qianyi, do your best. Don't feel pressured. Leave it to Duanling Tian to rank in the top 10. "That's right. Don't stress yourself out." Yang Qianyi was expressionless as usual as he flew into the battlefield. When he landed, he said tonelessly without even looking at his opponent, "Participant number 5. Everyone turned to look at a figure standing among the people from the Green Province Mansion's marionette villa. Many of them knew this person even if he was only known by his surname. It's Shimin from the marionette villa. Shimin flew into the battlefield. Similar to Yang Qianyi, he was aloof and unapproachable. The crowd naturally noticed the two opponents' similarities as they stood across from each other. The duo stared at each other silently until Lin Donglai announced the start of the fight. They made a move simultaneously. Everyone was surprised when they saw that the two opponents had been holding back their strength previously. The fight started fiercely. Divine energies and profundities from the laws clashed, and in just a moment, they had already exchanged more than 30 moves but were still evenly matched. After 100 moves, they decided to end the fight in a tie. With this, the expressions of an elder from the Marionette Villa and the Pure Yang sect's Transcendence Elder, Yuan Hanjin, darkened immediately. Previously, when the two opponents exchanged more than 50 moves, Yuan Hanjin had sent a voice transmission to Yang Qianyi, telling him to convince his opponent to end the fight in a tie so Yang Qianyi could conserve his energy. However, Yang Qianyi had disregarded his advice. In the end, he had no choice but to send a voice transmission to the elder from the Marionette Villa, hoping the other party would convince Shimin to end the fight in a tie. The elder from the Marionette Villa was of the same mind as Yuan Hanjin and felt it was unnecessary to waste their energy by continuing the fight. This was especially important for Shimin since he might be challenged again soon by the 7th participant.
The seventh participant was Lin Yuan from the Profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames sect, who was speculated to be the external help that the Howling Flames sect recruited.
The next person to issue a challenge was the eighth participant. He was one of the two strongest people among the younger generation in the feudal lord mansion. However, at this moment, the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect did not pay attention to the eighth participant. Instead, their attention was focused on Yang Qianyi. They looked at him in shock and disbelief. After all, the strength he displayed was not inferior to that of Wang Xiong.
Yang Qianyi, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to be so strong, Yang Qianyi.
I didn't think you had a chance of ranking in the top 10 previously. It seems like our Pure Yang sect might have two participants ranking in the top 10 this time.
The people from the Pure Yang sect were in high spirits.
At the same time, He Yuxi, who had fallen to the 11th place after he was defeated by Wang Xiong, looked at Yang Qianyi with a grim expression as he thought to himself, I've underestimated him. I'm no match for him at all. Initially, He Yuxi planned to challenge Yang Qianyi to rise to the 9th place since he did not think Yang Qianyi was that strong. At this time on the battlefield, I surrender. Everyone was shocked when the 8th participant surrendered. However, after a moment, they thought it was only natural. After all, at this time, the 8th participant could only challenge Luo Yuan from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect, Lin Yuan from the Profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flame sect, or Tuaba Xiu from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan.
The trio was among the strongest participants at the Seven Mansions feast this time.
The 8th participant chose to surrender and conserve his energy since he knew he was no match for the trio. Lin Donglai, the elder from the Howling Flames sect, called out, Participant number 7. A tall and burly young man standing with the people from the Howling Flames sect flew into the battlefield. He was handsome, and his eyebrows were straight like swords, framing his eyes perfectly.
This young man with an extraordinary bearing was none other than Lin Yuan, who was Lin Donglai's grandnephew. Lin Yuan was not from any of the Seven Mansions. However, since he officially joined the Howling Flames sect, no one could object to his participation in the Seven Mansions feast. After all, the rules did not prohibit forces from recruiting external help.
When Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the people of the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect, everyone's eyes lit up immediately.
Is Lin Yuan going to challenge Luo Yuan?
Luo Yuan had been recently exposed to be the young disciple who received the collective resources from the top forces in the Divine Morning Mansion. His performance in the Seven Mansions feast so far proved that the force's investment had paid off.
This is going to be an exciting fight. Lin Yuan and Luo Yuan's fight is going to be fierce.
Indeed.
Lin Yuan was invited by Elder Lin Donglai to join the Howling Flames sect, so he must be extraordinarily talented. However, I still don't think he's a match for Luo Yuan.
But, look, Elder Lin is really calm. It seems like he's very confident about Lin Yuan's strength. Everyone's attention was on Lin Yuan and Lin Donglai due to their familial ties. Moreover, everyone knew Lin Donglai had recruited Lin Yuan to join the Howling Flames sect. Based on Lin Donglai's expression, everyone could see he was very confident about Lin Yuan's strength. If Lin Yuan and Luo Yuan fight, I'm afraid Lin Yuan's chances of winning aren't high. Even if he wins, he'll have to pay a huge price. If he's severely injured in the fight, it'll affect his chances to climb up the ranks later.
Many people, including Duan Lingtian, shared the same thought. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian and many others also thought that there was a chance Lin Yuan would forfeit his right to challenge this time. After all, it was wiser to give up now than to risk injury and also surrender later.
After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan said, Luo Yuan, I thought about challenging you. However, I think it's unnecessary for us to fight now. Why don't we let the others eliminate each other before we fight? What do you think? The crowd seemed to deflate upon hearing these words, disappointed that they would not be able to watch a good fight.
Luo Yuan replied with a faint smile on his face, I agree. Don't worry, I'll definitely rank in the top 3. The third participant, who was also one of the two strongest people among the younger generation in the feudal lord mansion, looked grim upon hearing the duo's exchange. He knew that he was no match for Luo Yuan after all. In fact, he was one of the weakest among those in the top 10 now.
After Lin Yuan left the battlefield, Lin Donglai said, Since participant number 7 chose to forfeit his challenge, participant number 6, please step forward. In just a moment, a fairy-like figure flew into the battlefield. She was the participant from the underworld mansion's Yuan clan, Tuo Ba Xiu. She was also one of the 2 female disciples who managed to rank in the top 30. The crowd began to discuss among themselves again. Do you think Tuo Ba Xiu will challenge the 4th or 5th participant? I'm not sure. However, Luo Yuan is definitely not weaker than her. The 5th participant from the Marionette Villa looks strong as well. I can't tell whether he or Tuo Ba Xiu is stronger.
If I were, I'd choose to forfeit now. It's better to wait until the rankings change again before issuing a challenge.
I think she'll forfeit. Since Lin Yuan had just forfeited, the crowd was not surprised when Tuo Ba Xiu forfeited as well. With that, the 5th participant stepped forward. He was Shimin from the Marionette Villa whom Yang Qianyi had challenged earlier. Similar to the other 2 before him, he chose to forfeit as well.
Now that 3 participants have forfeited, it's now Luo Yuan's turn.
Luo Yuan already said to Lin Yuan that he'll rank in the top 3. He's the 4th participant now, so he definitely won't forfeit.
Isn't that obvious?
Just as everyone expected, Luo Yuan challenged the 3rd participant, one of the 2 strongest people among the younger generation in the feudal lord mansion. Needless to say, everyone was confident Luo Yuan would win the match. Nonetheless, they were still excited to watch the match.
After all, as one of the 2 strongest people among the younger generation in the feudal lord mansion, the 3rd participant could not be that weak and should be able to put up a decent fight at least.
Alas, the fight did not even have a chance to heat up before Luo Yuan injured and defeated the 3rd participant in 3 moves. The 3rd participant quickly surrendered to avoid being further injured. With this, Luo Yuan easily climbed to the 3rd place. The 3rd participant might fall to the 10th place later. Wang Xiong is likely going to challenge him next. I think so. After all, Wang Xiong is clearly stronger than him. Wang Xiong is undoubtedly the strongest among the younger generation in the feudal lord mansion, not him. I disagree. They're from the same mansion, so Wang Xiong might not challenge him. Won't there be conflict? You're overthinking things. So what if they're from the same mansion? They're not from the same force. Even if they're from the same force, they won't go easy on each other if they can rank higher. After Luo Yuan won his challenge, everyone shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian.
It's Duan Ling Tian's turn.
That's right. He's the 2nd participant.
I think he'll forfeit to conserve his energy.
I agree.
Before Duan Ling Tian entered the battlefield, people were already speculating about his decision. Many thought he would also forfeit like the others before him.
At the same time, Zhenping Fan said through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, you should forfeit this fight and conserve your energy. Then he added, Junior Uncle Yi thinks this is the best as well. Even Lu Fenggu, who did not usually speak to Duan Ling Tian, advised through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, forfeit this round. You'll have a chance to challenge the 1st participant later. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed when he received the 2 elders' messages. He replied with a faint smile, I know what to do. At this time, Lin Donglai said loudly, Participant number 2, please enter the battlefield.
Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement as Duan Ling Tian flew out. Although they were rather certain he would forfeit the fight, they were very curious about the person who shot to fame not too long ago.
Moreover, he was unlike the other top participants who were around 8,000 years old. He was not even 3,000 years old. He was not even half the age of Luo Yuan and the others. They could only imagine how strong he would be when he was their age. Perhaps, he would already be an outstanding rudimentary emperor of gods at their age.
What a pity.
If the 7 Mansions feast were held a little later when he's 8,000 years old, he'd be invincible. No one will be able to withstand even a single blow from him.
Based on his innate talent, comprehension skills, and current strength, I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes an emperor of gods after 5,000 years.
Many people felt rather regretful on Duan Ling Tian's behalf. The 7 Mansions feast was held every 10,000 years. Luck played a big part for the participants as well. At this time, Duan Ling Tian's only disadvantage was that he was too young. At this time, Contrary to everyone's expectations, Duanling Tian said, "Participant number 1, please enter the battlefield. Participant number 1, please enter the battlefield," Duanling Tian said calmly.
Silence descended immediately.
Everyone was surprised that Duanling Tian issued a challenge instead of forfeiting the fight. His decision was beyond everyone's expectations. Even those from the pure Yang sect were stunned.
Duanling Tian is challenging the first participant? Isn't he worried about exhausting his energy and affecting his later fights?
He's not very sensible, is he? The young disciples from the pure Yang sect could understand Duanling Tian's decision. Meanwhile, the two elders of the pure Yang sect, Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu, silently exchanged a look. As for Jin Pingfong, he smiled bitterly and said, "That brat actually challenged the first participant. Didn't you dissuade him?" Yi Chenfeng asked. "I did," Shin Pingfan said with a nod. "I told him you felt the same way as well. As you can see, he didn't listen to me at all. However, he's not someone who does things arbitrarily. I'm sure he has his reasons. I tried to dissuade him as well," Lu Fenggu said as he looked at the purple figure in the distance. "Perhaps, as Junior Nephew said, he has his reasons. In any case, Duanling Tian had already issued the challenge, and nothing could be done about it now. There was no point in saying anything else to Duanling Tian now."
"I hope he'll give us a pleasant surprise," Jin Pingfan murmured as he looked at Duanling Tian. His opponent isn't a weakling. Han Di is the trump card of the Consonance Mansion's United Heavens sect, after all.
Han Di, the young disciple from the Consonance Mansion's United Heavens sect, was not famous in the past. However, his performance during the Seven Mansions feast far eclipsed those who were famous in the Consonance Mansion.
At the same time, Wan Qihong, who was standing with the people from the Wanqi clan, smirked. Duanling Tian is really stubborn. He's not going to forfeit the fight under such circumstances. Wan Qihong meant that Duanling Tian was foolish when he used the word stubborn. Clearly, the past few participants had forfeited to conserve their strength so they would be in peak condition for the later fights. However, Duanling Tian was doing the opposite. He wondered if Duanling Tian was trying to show off.
Wan Qihong said icily to Duanling Tian through voice transmission, "Duanling Tian, I hope you don't lose too miserably. Otherwise, I won't feel any sense of accomplishment when I defeat you if you're severely injured." Duanling Tian was slightly surprised by Wan Qihong's message. He glanced at Wan Qihong and saw Wan Qihong looking at him contemptuously. In the end, he only said, "I hope you'll still have the courage to challenge me after this fight."
Duanling Tian no longer paid attention to Wan Qihong. How could a little songbird understand the ambitions of a swan?
At this moment,
swoosh! Han Di, the first participant, flew into the battlefield at this moment. He was a young man dressed in a snow-white robe. Although his appearance was ordinary, his bearing was extraordinary. He wore a perpetual smile on his face as though he was unaffected by everything around him.
After he landed, he cupped his fists together at Duanling Tian and said politely, "Brother Duan, I've long heard about you and have always wanted to spar with you. I didn't expect to be able to do so during the Seven Mansions feast." Duanling Tian replied with a slight smile, "Brother Han, I can't compare to you. You've been keeping a low profile for thousands of years. However, once you make a move, you soar to the sky like a dragon from the 9 heavens. Everyone can help but look up to you." "Brother Duan, you're overpraising me," Han Di said with a smile as he shook his head. "I lived in seclusion and very few know about my existence. Everything is just a rumor. Don't take it seriously." While Duanling Tian and Han Di chatted happily, the others were watching them intently. To them, the fight that was about to start was undoubtedly the most exciting one since the Seven Mansions feast began. They did not expect to be able to witness such an exciting fight so soon thanks to Duanling Tian. All of them looked at Duanling Tian and Han Di anticipatorily, wondering which one of the two was stronger. One was an outstanding prodigy who recently rose to fame in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. He was young but powerful, and he even defeated Wan Qihong, formerly the strongest among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. The other person was the hidden trump card of the United Heavens sect in the Consonance Mansion. He was relatively unknown in the past, but as soon as he made his appearance in the Seven Mansions feast, He surpassed all the famous young prodigies in the Consonance Mansion.
There was no doubt that the duo was among the top participants of the Seven Mansions feast this time. Both had chances to rank in the top 3. I don't know why Duanling Tian didn't forfeit the fight, but this is good for us. We'll get to watch an exciting fight. That's right. We can finally watch the fight between the top participants. We might even learn something from it.
Duanling Tian comprehends the law of space, and Han Di comprehends the law of destruction, which is a famous offensive law. Their fight will definitely be fierce. While everyone was discussing among themselves, Han Di suggested something to Duanling Tian through voice transmission. After that he asked, "What do you think? It'll be good for both of us. That way we won't have to use so much energy, and our later performance won't be affected."
Duanling Tian replied, "As long as you can convince Elder Lin, I don't have any objections."
"I don't think he'll refuse," Han Di said. Following that, he looked at Lin Donglai and sent a voice transmission.
Upon hearing Han Di's voice transmission, Lin Donglai seemed stunned. Then he looked at Han Di before shifting his gaze to Duanling Tian and asked loudly, "Duanling Tian, Han Di said you agreed to his suggestion. Is that true?" Duanling Tian smiled slightly and asked, "What suggestion was it, Elder Lin?" Duanling Tian did not think Han Di would resort to tricking him, but he would not blindly say yes without being sure. He always had his guard up. He suggested that I set up an isolation formation to hide your fight so no one can see both of you. At that time, the weaker one will admit defeat, Lin Donglai said.
As soon as Lin Donglai's voice fell, the crowd broke into an uproar.
How can this be?
No. If they do that, then what's the point of the Seven Mansions feast? Reject them. I agree. Reject this absurd suggestion. Many people began to protest. Most of them felt that doing so was against the purpose of the Seven Mansions feast. Moreover, if the fight was hidden, who knew what would happen behind the scenes? Even if it was unlikely, what if the participants made a deal and one of them admitted defeat? Duanling Tian did not say anything, but the crowd was already putting pressure on Lin Donglai. Lin Donglai looked at Han Di and said, "Participant number 1, as you can see, it's not that I disagree, but everyone disagrees. Moreover, they have a point. The fights won't be transparent if you do that. Your idea has nothing to do with conserving energy. If you want to conserve energy, you can admit defeat now or admit defeat later if you feel it's not worth continuing the fight." Lin Donglai decisively rejected Han Di's suggestion due to the pressure. In fact, as soon as Duanling Tian heard Han Di's suggestion, he already knew it was highly impossible. However, since Han Di was very polite, he did not have the heart to refuse him directly. As such, he pushed the matter to Lin Donglai. Moreover, even if he agreed, they still needed Lin Donglai's approval.
Duanling Tian could not help but think that Han Di was rather naive. Perhaps Han Di had been living in seclusion and did not interact much with people, so he was more simple in his thinking. This was just his speculation and opinion. After all, nothing was known about Han Di.
Who knew if Han Di was really living in seclusion? Just because no one had heard of Han Di before did not necessarily mean he was living in seclusion.
In the end, Han Di could only give up on his idea. He also realized at this moment that he had been too naive. He smiled sheepishly and said, "I apologize, Brother Duan. It seems like I was too hasty."
"It's nothing," Duanling Tian said with a slight smile. Then he continued to say through voice transmission, "Brother Han, if you want to determine which of us is stronger without expending too much energy, it's not difficult.
We can just display our strength quickly and determine the level of our strength. Whoever feels inferior can just surrender."
"I guess this is the only way now," Han Di said with a nod. His expression gradually turned solemn as well. At this time, Lin Donglai said, "All right, 2 of you. You can begin when you're ready."
At their level, Duanling Tian and Han Di had long been prepared to move. However, they did not move needlessly. After all, no matter who took the initiative to strike first, the other person would definitely not be caught off guard.
The smile on Duanling Tian's face faded as well as his face turned expressionless. He had already mobilized his divine energy through his 99 heavenly veins and was ready to attack.
At this moment, Han Di said through voice transmission, "Brother Duan, I'm going to make a move now and use all my strength to attack. Naturally, I'll pull back at the last moment. You should get ready to attack as well.
Duan Ling Tian felt slightly helpless and amused when he heard Han Di's reminder. Han Di was rather young, but he was like a long-winded old man at this moment. In any case, he felt that this arrangement was beneficial to him as well. He was not worried Han Di would trick him and deal a killing blow. He would be capable of handling it, and he did not think Han Di would be so foolish to do such a thing that would be disadvantageous to him. After all, if Han Di tricked him, the fight would only intensify, and they would risk getting injured.
All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded.
Duan Ling Tian moved as soon as Han Di moved. A spatial storm raged around his body immediately as a prominent divine sword appeared in his hand. He imbued the sword with his divine energy and the profundities from the law. When he drew close to Han Di, he displayed his sword Dao as well. Meanwhile, blood energy swirled around Han Di's body. He had also mobilized his divine energy, cast his law, and wielded his prominent divine artifact. The duo brushed past each other, and at the same time, their attacks swept out before quickly disappearing. The duo stood across from each other and looked at each other. Duan Ling Tian's expression was still calm, but a faint bitter smile could be seen on Han Di's face. He said, "I admit defeat." The words "I admit defeat" were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves at this time. Everyone fell silent in shock. At the same time, the high-ranking officials from the various forces looked at Duan Ling Tian with thoughtful expressions on their faces. The duo's attacks only appeared briefly, so they had to watch carefully as well to see what was going on. If they did not, perhaps they also would not understand why Han Di admitted defeat. Many of them shook their heads.
I had no idea. I really didn't expect this. When did Duan Ling Tian? Zhun Pingfan was shocked.
Yi Chen Feng and Lu Fenggu were somewhat surprised as well. The trio looked at Duan Ling Tian in the distance and felt like he was completely different from the person whom they knew. They had no idea he possessed such strength.
The emperors of gods from various forces sighed.
Han Di is actually very strong. It's a pity he met someone even stronger. Meanwhile, the young disciples and the elders who had yet to become emperors of gods still did not understand what had happened. What happened? Why did Han Di suddenly admit defeat?
Their attacks didn't even collide, right? However, the doubts of these people were soon resolved by the emperors of gods in their respective forces. Only then did they understand that Han Di and Duan Ling Tian quickly withdrew their attacks after unleashing them. Upon sensing the force of Duan Ling Tian's attack, Han Di knew he was no match for Duan Ling Tian, so Han Di admitted defeat. With this, they only expended a little energy that would be recovered when it was their turn again later. Han Di thinks he's weaker than Duan Ling Tian?
Elder, if they really fought, would Han Di lose for sure? Of course not, but his chances of losing are slightly higher. Fights are unpredictable after all. Han Di might be able to turn the tide since he's not a weakling and the gap between their strength isn't that wide. Then, why did Han Di admit defeat so easily?
Han Di did not want to waste too much energy. He's worried that his performance later would be affected.
I feel like Han Di lacks confidence.
I agree. He likely felt that he had a lower chance of defeating Duan Ling Tian, so he decided to conserve his strength and admit defeat. Everyone had different opinions after learning about what happened. Some thought that Han Di was smart and some thought Han Di lacked the confidence to fight Duan Ling Tian. Some thought that if Han Di was courageous enough, he might not necessarily lose to Duan Ling Tian and would be able to maintain his rank at the top.
No matter what everyone's opinion was, the result of the fight had been determined. Han Di admitted defeat, and Duan Ling Tian won. The duo exchanged tokens, and Duan Ling Tian rose to the first place.
Han Di said emotionally, "Brother Duan, you really live up to your reputation. You're not even 3,000 years old, but you possess such strength. I really can't wait to see how strong you'll be after a few thousand years."
Han Di was certain Duan Ling Tian would be terrifyingly strong after a few thousand years. At such a young age, Duan Ling Tian was already an intermediate lord of gods. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian's strength even surpassed his even though he was an advanced lord of gods. "Brother Han, you're overpraising me," Duan Ling Tian said modestly with a smile. Then, he nodded and bade farewell to Han Di before he left the battlefield. When Duan Ling Tian and Han Di left the battlefield, Everyone was looking at Duanling Tian. Now that they understood what had happened, they looked at him in shock, filled with complicated feelings. Duanling Tian is unreasonably strong. He truly lives up to his reputation as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Previously, I only thought he obtained that title because there weren't many outstanding talents among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. However, that's clearly not the case. I truly underestimated him. He only became an intermediate Lord of Gods not long ago, right? Did he completely stabilize his cultivation base in such a short time? How did he do it?
Unbelievable. He's amazing.
He must have had a fortuitous encounter.
Otherwise, it's impossible to completely stabilize his cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate Lord of Gods in such a short time, even if he's highly talented and was given a lot of resources.
I agree.
He must have had a fortuitous encounter. He's not even 3,000 years old.
Once again, Duanling Tian was thrust into the limelight. Previously, many people paid attention to him because of what they had heard about him. However, now that they witnessed his strength, they were convinced of his strength, especially after listening to their elders' explanations. While most people wore varying degrees of shocked expressions on their faces, Wan Qihong's expression was very sour after he listened to the explanation of Wan Qiyuning, the Golden Seat elder of the Wanqi clan. Damn it! He completely stabilized his cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate Lord of Gods. Wan Qihong was confident about defeating Duanling Tian this time because he had completely stabilized his cultivation base with the help of the Wanqi clan. Previously, he was already an advanced Lord of Gods for 100 years. Hence, it was not a surprise that he was able to stabilize his cultivation base with the resources given to him by the Wanqi clan.
However, Duanling Tian had only broken through and become an intermediate Lord of Gods relatively recently, but he had already completely stabilized his cultivation base.
Back when Duanling Tian defeated him, neither of them had yet to completely stabilize their cultivation bases. He felt that he had the advantage during the Seven Mansions feast because he had completely stabilized his cultivation base, and he assumed Duanling Tian had yet to do so. As such, after finding out that Duanling Tian had completely stabilized his cultivation base, his confidence crumbled.
Back then he was defeated when both of their cultivation bases were not stable. Now that both of their cultivation bases were stable, he was not sure if he could defeat Duanling Tian.
Wan Qihong began to doubt himself, and his face gradually turned pale. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian did not pay attention to changes in Wan Qihong's expression at all. He was now answering Jinping fans' countless questions. Duanling Tian, when did you completely stabilize your cultivation base?
How did you do it so quickly?
How's this possible? How long has it been since you broke through?
Did you have any secret fortuitous encounters that I don't know about?
Don't worry, you can tell me. I won't tell the others. Moreover, it's not like I can rob you of your fortuitous encounters.
Jinping Fan had many questions after seeing Duanling Tian's performance. He was shocked, amazed, and puzzled.
He even felt embarrassed when he recalled how he had tried to comfort Duanling Tian and alleviate the pressure on Duanling Tian's shoulders by telling Duanling Tian not to worry about ranking in the top 3. With such strength, it would be a waste if Duanling Tian did not aim to rank in the top 3. Jinping Fan said confidently, I really think you're going to rank in the top 3. You might even rank first.
Duanling Tian smiled and shook his head as he said, Elder Jin, didn't you tell me not to feel pressured? You told me that it was fine as long as I rank in the top 10, right?
Jinping Fan's expression froze before he decisively pushed the blame to Yi Chunfeng. Hey, I only followed Junior Uncle Ye's words.
At this time, high up in the sky where no one could see,
a magnificent jade palace hovered in the air with mist swirling around it. Brother, he's already so strong.
A beautiful girl looked down. With her exceptional eyesight, she saw the purple figure below. She could barely contain her joy and excitement.
An old woman sitting at a wooden table nearby looked at the girl and said with a smile, Girl, with the speed of his progress, you'll be able to meet him soon.
A young woman and a middle-aged man stood behind the old woman. They were respectful and maintained the posture of a servant.